Section 1 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Section 1, Book 6, Chapter 1, Antisthenes, circa 446 to 366 BC. Antisthenes, the son of Antisthenes, was an Athenian. It was said, however, that he was not of pure Attic blood. Hence his reply to one who taunted him with this: "The mother of the gods, too, is a Phrygian." For his mother was supposed to have been a Thracian. Hence it was that when he had distinguished himself in the battle of Tanagra, he gave Socrates occasion to remark that, if both his parents had been Athenians, he would not have turned out so brave. He himself showed his contempt for the airs which the Athenians gave themselves on the strength of being sprung from the soil, by the remark that this did not make them any better born than snails or wingless locusts. To begin with, he became a pupil of Gorgias the rhetorician, and hence the rhetorical style that he introduces in his dialogues, and especially in his truth and in his exhortations. According to Hermippus, he intended at the public gathering for the Isthmian Games to discourse on the faults and merits of Athenians, Thebans, and Lacedaemonians, but begged to be excused when he saw throngs arriving from those cities. Later on, however, he came into touch with Socrates, and derived so much benefit from him that he used to advise his own disciples to become fellow pupils with him of Socrates. He lived in the Piraeus, and every day would tramp the 5 miles to Athens in order to hear Socrates. From Socrates he learned his hardihood, emulating his disregard of feeling, and thus he inaugurated the Cynic way of life. He demonstrated that pain is a good thing by instancing the great Heracles and Cyrus, drawing the one example from the Greek world and the other from the barbarians. He was the first to define statement or assertion by saying that a statement is that which sets forth what a thing was or is. He used repeatedly to say, "I'd rather be mad than feel pleasure," and "we ought to make love to such women as will feel a proper gratitude." When a lad from Pontus was about to attend his lectures and asked him what he required, the answer was, "Come with a new book, a new pen, and new tablets, if you have a mind to," implying the need of brains as well. When someone inquired what sort of wife he ought to marry, he said, "If she's beautiful, you'll not have her to yourself. If she's ugly, you'll pay for it dearly." Being told that Plato was abusing him, he remarked, "It is a royal privilege to do good and be ill spoken of." When he was being initiated into the Orphic mysteries, the priest said that those admitted into these rites would be partakers of many good things in Hades. "Why then," said he, "don't you die?" Being reproached because his parents were not both freeborn, nor were they both wrestlers, quoth he, "But yet I am a wrestler." To the question why he had but few disciples, he replied, "Because I use a silver rod to eject them." When he was asked why he was so bitter in reproving his pupils, he replied, "Physicians are just the same with their patients." One day upon seeing an adulterer running for his life, he exclaimed, "Poor wretch, what peril you might have escaped at the price of an obol." He used to say, as we learn from Hecato in his Anecdotes, that it is better to fall in with crows than with flatterers, for in the one case you are devoured when dead, in the other case while alive. Being asked what was the height of human bliss, he replied, "To die happy." When a friend complained to him that he had lost his notes, "You should have inscribed them," said he, "on your mind instead of on paper." As iron is eaten away by rust, so, said he, the envious are consumed by their own passion. Those who would fain be immortal must, he declared, live piously and justly. States, said he, are doomed when they are unable to distinguish good men from bad. Once, when he was applauded by rascals, he remarked, "I am horribly afraid I have done something wrong." When brothers agree, no fortress is so strong as their common life, he said. The right outfit for a voyage, he said, is such as, even if you are shipwrecked, will go through the water with you. One day when he was censured for keeping company with evil men, the reply he made was, "Well, physicians are in attendance on their patients without getting the fever themselves." "It is strange," said he, "that we weed out the darnel from the corn and the unfit in war, but do not excuse evil men from the service of the state." When he was asked what advantage had accrued to him from philosophy, his answer was, the ability to hold converse with myself. Someone, having called upon him over the wine for a song, he replied, Then you must accompany me on the pipe. When Diogenes begged a coat of him, he bade him fold his cloak around him double. Being asked what learning is the most necessary, he replied, How to get rid of having anything to unlearn. And he advised that when men are slandered, they should endure it more courageously than if they were pelted with stones. And he used to taunt Plato with being conceited. At all events, when in a procession he spied a spirited charger, he said, turning to Plato, It seems to me that you would have made just such a proud, showy steed. This because Plato was constantly praising horseflesh. And one day he visited Plato, who was ill, and seeing the basin into which Plato had vomited, remarked, The bile I see, but not the pride. He used to recommend the Athenians to vote that asses are horses. When they deemed this absurd, his reply was, But yet generals are found among you who had had no training, but were merely elected. Many men praise you, said one. Why, what wrong have I done? Was his rejoinder. When he turned the torn part of his cloak so that it came into view, Socrates no sooner saw this than he said, I spy your love of fame peeping through your cloak. Fannius, in his work on the Socratics, tells us how someone asked him what he must do to be good and noble. And he replied, You must learn from those who know that the faults you have are to be avoided. When someone extolled luxury, his reply was, May the sons of your enemies live in luxury. To the youth who was posing fantastically as an artist's model, he put this question, Tell me, if the bronze could speak, on what, think you, would it pride itself most? On its beauty, was the reply. Then, said he, are you not ashamed of delighting in the very same quality as an inanimate object? When a young man from Pontus promised to treat him with great consideration as soon as his boat with its freight of salt fish should arrive, he took him and an empty wallet to a flour dealer's, got it filled, and was going away. When the woman asked for the money, the young man will pay, said he, when his boatload of salt fish arrives. Antisthenes is held responsible for the exile of Anytus and the execution of Miletus, for he fell in with some youths from Pontus whom the fame of Socrates had brought to Athens, and he led them off to Anytus, whom he ironically declared to be wiser than Socrates. Whereupon, it is said, those about him with much indignation drove Anytus out of the city. If he saw a woman anywhere decked out with ornaments, he would hasten to her house and bid her husband bring out his horse and arms, and then, if the man possessed them, let his extravagance alone, for, he said, the man could with these defend himself, but if he had none, he would bid him strip off the finery. Favorite themes with him were the following. He would prove that virtue can be taught, that nobility belongs to none other than the virtuous, and he held virtue to be sufficient in itself to ensure happiness, since it needed nothing else except the strength of a Socrates. And he maintained that virtue is an affair of deeds and does not need a store of words or learning, that the wise man is self-sufficing, for all the goods of others are his, that ill repute is a good thing and much the same as pain, that the wise man will be guided in his public acts not by the established laws but by the law of virtue, that he will also marry in order to have children from union with the handsomest woman, furthermore, that he will not disdain to love, for only the wise man knows who are worthy to be loved. Diocles records the following sayings of his. To the wise man nothing is foreign or impracticable. A good man deserves to be loved. Men of worth are friends. Make allies of men who are at once brave and just. Virtue is a weapon that cannot be taken away. It is better to be with a handful of good men fighting against all the bad than with hosts of bad men against a handful of good men. Pay attention to your enemies, for they are the first to discover your mistakes. Esteem an honest man above a kinsman. Virtue is the same for women as for men. Good actions are fair and evil actions foul. Count all wickedness foreign and alien. Wisdom is a most sure stronghold which never crumbles away nor is betrayed. Walls of defense must be constructed in our own impregnable reasonings. He used to converse in the gymnasium of Cynosargus, Whitehound, at no great distance from the gates, and some think that the Cynic school derived its name from Cynosargus. Antisthenes himself, too, was nicknamed a hound pure and simple, and he was the first, Diocles tells us, to double his cloak and be content with that one garment and to take up a staff and a wallet. Neanthes, too, asserts that he was the first to double his mantle. So Xicrates, however, in the third book of his Successions of Philosophers, says this was first done by Diodorus of Aspendus, who also let his beard grow, and used a staff and a wallet. Of all the Socratics, Antisthenes alone is praised by Theopompus, who says he had consummate skill and could, by means of agreeable discourse, win over whomsoever he pleased. And this is clear from his writings and from Xenophon's banquet. It would seem that the most manly section of the Stoic school owed its origin to him. Hence, Athenaeus the Epigrammatus writes thus of them: "Ye experts in Stoic story, ye who commit to sacred pages most excellent doctrines, that virtue alone is the good of the soul, for virtue alone saves man's life and cities. But that muse that is one of the daughters of memory approves the pampering of the flesh, which other men have chosen for their aim." Antisthenes gave the impulse to the indifference of Diogenes, the continence of Crates, and the hardihood of Zeno, himself laying the foundations of their state. Xenophon calls him the most agreeable of men in conversation and the most temperate in everything else. His writings are preserved in 10 volumes. The first includes a treatise on expression or styles of speaking, Ajax or the speech of Ajax, Odysseus or concerning Odysseus, a defense of Orestes or concerning forensic writers, Isography, similar writing, or Lysias and Isocrates, a reply to the speech of Isocrates entitled Without Witnesses. Volume 2 includes Of the Nature of Animals, Of Procreation of Children, or of Marriage, a discourse on love, Of the Sophists, a work on physiognomy, On Justice and Courage, a hortative work in 3 books, Concerning Theognis, making a 4th and a 5th book. In the 3rd volume are treatises of the good, of courage, of law or of a commonwealth, of law or of goodness and justice, of freedom and slavery, of belief, of the guardian or on obedience, of victory and economic work. In the 4th volume are included Cyrus, the greater Heracles, or of strength. The 5th contains Cyrus, or of sovereignty, Aspasia. The 6th, Truth, of discussion, a handbook of debate, Satho, or of contradiction, in 3 books, On talk. The 7th volume contains the following: On education, or on names, in 5 books, On the use of names, a controversial work, Of questioning and answering, Of opinion and knowledge, in 4 books, Of dying, Of life and death, Of those in the underworld, Of nature, in 2 books, A problem concerning nature, 2 books, Opinions, or the controversialist, Problems about learning. In the 8th volume are On music, On commentators, On Homer, On wickedness and impiety, On Calchas, On the scout, On pleasure. The 9th volume contains Of the Odyssey, Of the minstrel's staff, Athena, or of Telemachus, Of Helen and Penelope, Of Proteus, Cyclops, or of Odysseus, Of the use of wine, or of intoxication, or of the Cyclops, Of Circe, of Amphiaraus, Of Odysseus, Penelope, and the dog. The contents of the 10th volume are Heracles, or Midas, Heracles, or of wisdom or strength, Cyrus, or the beloved, Cyrus, or the scouts, Menexenus, or on ruling, Alcibiades, Archelaus, or of kingship. This is the list of his writings. Timon finds fault with him for writing so much and calls him a prolific trifler. He died of disease just as Diogenes, who had come in, inquired of him, "Have you need of a friend?" Once too Diogenes, when he came to him, brought a dagger, and when Antisthenes cried out, "Who will release me from these pains?" replied, "This," showing him the dagger. "I said," quoth the other, "from my pains, not from life." It was thought that he showed some weakness in bearing his malady through love of life, and here are my verses upon him. Such was your nature, Antisthenes, that in your lifetime you were a very bulldog to rend the heart with words, if not with teeth. Yet you died of consumption. Maybe someone will say, what of that? We must anyhow have some guide to the world below. There have been 3 other men named Antisthenes, one a follower of Heraclitus, another a native of Ephesus, and the third of Rhodes, a historian. And whereas we have enumerated the pupils of Aristippus and of Phaedo, we will now append an account of the Cynics and Stoics who derived from Antisthenes, and let it be in the following order. End of section 1. Section 2 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Section 2, Book 6, Chapter 2, Part 1. Diógenes, 404 to 323 BC. Diogenes was a native of Sinope, son of Hicasius, a banker. Diocles relates that he went into exile because his father was entrusted with the money of the state and adulterated the coinage. But Eubulides, in his book on Diogenes, says that Diogenes himself did this and was forced to leave home along with his father. Moreover, Diogenes himself actually confesses in his Portulus that he adulterated the coinage. Some say that having been appointed to superintend the workmen, he was persuaded by them, and that he went to Delphi or to the Delian oracle in his own city and inquired of Apollo whether he should do what he was urged to do. When the god gave him permission to alter the political currency, not understanding what this meant, he adulterated the state coinage, and when he was detected, according to some, he was banished, while according to others, he voluntarily quitted the city for fear of consequences. One version is that his father entrusted him with the money and that he debased it, in consequence of which the father was imprisoned and died, while the son fled, came to Delphi, and inquired not whether he should falsify the coinage, but what he should do to gain the greatest reputation, and that then it was that he received the oracle. On reaching Athens, he fell in with Antisthenes. Being repulsed by him, because he never welcomed pupils, by sheer persistence Diogenes wore him out. Once, when he stretched out his staff against him, the pupil offered his head with the words, "Strike, for you will find no wood hard enough to keep me away from you, so long as I think you've something to say." From that time forward he was his pupil, and, exile as he was, set out upon a simple life. Through watching a mouse running about, says Theophrastus in the Megarian Dialogue, not looking for a place to lie down in, not afraid of the dark, not seeking any of the things which are considered to be dainties, he discovered the means of adapting himself to circumstances. He was the first, say some, to fold his cloak because he was obliged to sleep in it as well, and he carried a wallet to hold his victuals, and he used any place for any purpose, for breakfasting, sleeping, or conversing. And then he would say, pointing to the portico of Zeus and the hall of processions, that the Athenians had provided him with places to live in. He did not lean upon a staff until he grew infirm, but afterwards he would carry it everywhere, not indeed in the city, but when walking along the road with it and with his wallet. So say Olympiodorus, once a magistrate at Athens, Polyeuctes the orator, and Lysanias the son of Aeschrio. He had written to someone to try and procure a cottage for him. When this man was a long time about it, he took for his abode the tub in the Metroon, as he himself explains in his letters. And in summer he used to roll in it over hot sand, while in winter he used to embrace statues covered with snow, using every means of inuring himself to hardship. He was great at pouring scorn on his contemporaries. The school of Euclides he called bilious, and Plato's lectures waste of time, the performances at the Dionysia great peep shows for fools, and the demagogues the mob's lackeys. He used also to say that when he saw physicians, philosophers, and pilots at their work, he deemed man the most intelligent of all animals. But when again he saw interpreters of dreams and diviners, and those who attended to them, or those who were puffed up with conceit of wealth, he thought no animal more silly. He would continually say that for the conduct of life we need right reason or a halter. Observing Plato one day at a costly banquet taking olives, "How is it," he said, "that you, the philosopher, who sailed to Sicily for the sake of these dishes, now when they are before you, do not enjoy them?" "Nay, by the gods, Diogenes," replied Plato, "there also for the most part I lived upon olives and such like." "Why then," said Diogenes, "did you need to go to Syracuse? Was it that Attica at that time did not grow olives? But Phavorinus, in his miscellaneous history, attributes this to Aristippus. Again, another time he was eating dried figs when he encountered Plato and offered him a share of them. When Plato took them and ate them, he said, "I said you might share them, not that you might eat them all up." And one day, when Plato had invited to his house friends coming from Dionysius, Diogenes trampled upon his carpets and said, "I trample upon Plato's vainglory." Plato's reply was, "How much pride you expose to view, Diogenes, by seeming not to be proud." Others tell us that what Diogenes said was, "I trample upon the pride of Plato," who retorted, "Yes, Diogenes, with pride of another sort." Sotion, however, in his fourth book, makes the cynic address this remark to Plato himself. Diogenes once asked him for wine, and after that also for some dried figs, and Plato sent him a whole jar full. Then the other said, "If someone asks you how many 2 and 2 are, will you answer 20? So, it seems, you neither give as you are asked, nor answer as you are questioned." Thus he scoffed at him as one who talked without end. Being asked where in Greece he saw good men, he replied, "Good men nowhere, but good boys at Lacedaemon." When one day he was gravely discoursing and nobody attended to him, he began whistling, and as people clustered about him, he reproached them with coming in all seriousness to hear nonsense, but slowly and contemptuously when the theme was serious. He would say that men strive in digging and kicking to outdo one another, but no one strives to become a good man and true. And he would wonder that the grammarians should investigate the ills of Odysseus while they were ignorant of their own, or that the musicians should tune the strings of the lyre while leaving the dispositions of their own souls discordant, that the mathematicians should gaze at the sun and the moon, but overlook matters close at hand, that the orators should make a fuss about justice in their speeches, but never practice it, or that the avaricious should cry out against money while inordinately fond of it. He used also to condemn those who praised honest men for being superior to money, while themselves envying the very rich. He was moved to anger that men should sacrifice to the gods to ensure health, and in the midst of the sacrifice should feast to the detriment of health. He was astonished that when slaves saw their masters were gluttons, they did not steal some of the viands. He would praise those who were about to marry and refrained, those who intending to go a voyage never set sail, those who thinking to engage in politics do no such thing, those also who purposing to rear a family do not do so, and those who make ready to live with potentates, yet never come near them after all. He used to say, moreover, that we ought to stretch out our hands to our friends with the fingers open and not closed. Menippus, in his Sale of Diogenes, tells how, when he was captured and put up for sale, he was asked what he could do. He replied, "Govern men," and he told the crier to give notice in case anybody wanted to purchase a master for himself. Having been forbidden to sit down, "It makes no difference," said he, "for in whatever position fishes lie, they still find purchasers." And he said he marveled that before we buy a jar or dish, we try whether it rings true, but if it is a man, are content merely to look at him. To Xeniades, who purchased him, he said, "You must obey me, although I am a slave, for if a physician or a steersman were in slavery, he would be obeyed." Eubulus, in his book entitled The Sale of Diogenes, tells us that this was how he trained the sons of Xeniades. After their other studies, he taught them to ride, to shoot with the bow, to sling stones, and to hurl javelins. Later, when they reached the wrestling school, he would not permit the master to give them full athletic training, but only so much as to heighten their color and keep them in good condition. The boys used to get by heart many passages from poets, historians, and the writings of Diogenes himself, and he would practice them in every short cut to a good memory. In the house, too, he taught them to wait upon themselves, and to be content with plain fare and water to drink. He used to make them crop their hair close, and to wear it unadorned, and to go lightly clad, barefoot, silent, and not looking about them in the streets. He would also take them out hunting. They, on their part, had a great regard for Diogenes, and made requests of their parents for him. The same Eubulus relates that he grew old in the house of Xeniades, and when he died was buried by his sons. There Xeniades once asked him how he wished to be buried, to which he replied, "On my face." "Why?" inquired the other. "Because," said he, "after a little time, down will be converted into up." This because the Macedonians had now got the supremacy, that is, had risen high from a humble position. Someone took him into a magnificent house and warned him not to expectorate, whereupon, having cleared his throat, he discharged the phlegm into the man's face, being unable, he said, to find a meaner receptacle. Others father this upon Aristippus. One day he shouted out for men, and when people collected, hit out at them with his stick, saying, "It was men I called for, not scoundrels." This is told by Hecato in the first book of his Anecdotes. Alexander is reported to have said, "Had I not been Alexander, I should have liked to be Diogenes." The word disabled, Diogenes held, ought to be applied not to the deaf or blind, but to those who have no wallet. One day he made his way with head half shaven into a party of young revelers, as Metrocles relates in his Anecdotes, and was roughly handled by them. Afterwards he entered on a tablet the names of those who had struck him, and went about with the tablet hung round his neck, till he had covered them with ridicule and brought universal blame and discredit upon them. He described himself as a hound, of the sort which all men praise, but no one, he added, of his admirers dared go out hunting along with him. When someone boasted that at the Pythian games he had vanquished men, Diogenes replied, "Nay, I defeat men, you defeat slaves." To those who said to him, "You are an old man, take a rest," "What," he replied, "if I were running in the stadium, ought I to slacken my pace when approaching the goal? Ought I not rather to put on speed?" Having been invited to a dinner, he declared that he wouldn't go, for, the last time he went, his host had not expressed a proper gratitude. He would walk upon snow barefoot and do the other things mentioned above. Not only so, he even attempted to eat meat raw, but could not manage to digest it. He once found Demosthenes the orator lunching at an inn, and, when he retired within, Diogenes said, "All the more you will be inside the tavern." When some strangers expressed a wish to see Demosthenes, he stretched out his middle finger and said, "There goes the demagogue of Athens." Someone dropped a loaf of bread and was ashamed to pick it up, whereupon Diogenes, wishing to read him a lesson, tied a rope to the neck of a wine jar and proceeded to drag it across the Ceramicus. He used to say that he followed the example of the trainers of choruses, for they too set the note a little high, to ensure that the rest should hit the right note. Most people, he would say, are so nearly mad that a finger makes all the difference. For if you go along with your middle finger stretched out, someone will think you mad, but if it's the little finger, he will not think so. Very valuable things, said he, were bartered for things of no value, and vice versa. At all events, a statue fetches 3,000 drachmas, while a quart of barley flour is sold for 2 copper coins. To Xeniades, who purchased him, he said, "Come, see that you obey orders." When he quoted the line, "Backward the streams flow to their founts," Diogenes asked, "If you had been ill and had purchased a doctor, would you then, instead of obeying him, have said, 'Backward the streams flow to their founts'?" Someone wanted to study philosophy under him. Diogenes gave him a tunny to carry and told him to follow him. And when for shame the man threw it away and departed, some time after, on meeting him, he laughed and said, "The friendship between you and me was broken by a tunny." The version given by Diocles, however, is as follows. Someone having said to him, "Lay your commands upon us, Diogenes," he took him away and gave him a cheese to carry, which cost half an obol. The other declined, whereupon he remarked, "The friendship between you and me is broken by a little cheese worth half an obol." One day, observing a child drinking out of his hands, he cast away the cup from his wallet with the words, "A child has beaten me in plainness of living." He also threw away his bowl when in like manner he saw a child who had broken his plate taking up his lentils with the hollow part of a morsel of bread. He used also to reason thus: all things belong to the gods. The wise are friends of the gods, and friends hold things in common. Therefore all things belong to the wise. One day he saw a woman kneeling before the gods in an ungraceful attitude, and wishing to free her of superstition, according to Zoilus of Perga, he came forward and said, "Are you not afraid, my good woman, that a god may be standing behind you? For all things are full of his presence, and you may be put to shame." He dedicated to Asclepius, a bruiser who, whenever people fell on their faces, used to run up to them and bruise them. All the curses of tragedy, he used to say, had lighted upon him. At all events, he was a homeless exile to his country dead, a wanderer who begs his daily bread. But he claimed that to fortune he could oppose courage, to convention nature, to passion reason. When he was sunning himself in the Craneum, Alexander came and stood over him and said, "Ask of me any boon you like." To which he replied, "Stand out of my light." Someone had been reading aloud for a very long time, and when he was near the end of the roll, pointed to a space with no writing on it. "Cheer up, my men," cried Diogenes, "there's land in sight." To one who by argument had proved conclusively that he had horns, he said, touching his forehead, "Well, I for my part don't see any." In like manner, when somebody declared that there is no such thing as motion, he got up and walked about. When someone was discoursing on celestial phenomena, "How many days," asked Diogenes, "were you in coming from the sky?" A eunuch of bad character had inscribed on his door the words, "Let nothing evil enter." How then, he asked, is the master of the house to get in? When he had anointed his feet with unguent, he declared that from his head the unguent passed into the air, but from his feet into his nostrils. The Athenians urged him to become initiated, and told him that in the other world those who have been initiated enjoy a special privilege. "It would be ludicrous," quoth he, "if Agesilaus and Epaminondas are to dwell in the mire, while certain folk of no account will live in the Isles of the Blessed because they have been initiated." When mice crept onto the table, he addressed them thus, "See now, even Diogenes keeps parasites." When Plato styled him a dog, "Quite true," he said, "for I come back again and again to those who have sold me." As he was leaving the public baths, somebody inquired if many men were bathing. He said no, but to another who asked if there was a great crowd of bathers, he said yes. Plato had defined man as an animal, biped and featherless, and was applauded. Diogenes plucked a fowl and brought it into the lecture room with the words, "Here is Plato's man," in consequence of which there was added to the definition, "having broad nails." To one who asked what was the proper time for lunch, he said, "If a rich man, when you will, if a poor man, when you can." At Megara, he saw the sheep protected by leather jackets, while the children went bare. "It's better," said he, "to be a Megarian's ram than his son." To one who had brandished a beam at him and then cried, "Look out," he replied, "What, are you intending to strike me again?" He used to call the demagogues the lackeys of the people, and the crowns awarded to them the efflorescence of fame. He lit a lamp in broad daylight and said, as he went about, "I am looking for a man." One day he got a thorough drenching where he stood, and when the bystanders pitied him, Plato said, if they really pitied him, they should move away, alluding to his vanity. When someone hit him a blow with his fist, "Heracles," said he, "how came I to forget to put on a helmet when I walked out?" Further, when Midias assaulted him and went on to say, "There are 3,000 drachmas to your credit," the next day he took a pair of boxing gauntlets, gave him a thrashing, and said, "There are 3,000 blows to your credit." When Lysias the druggist asked him if he believed in the gods, "How can I help believing in them," said he, "when I see a god-forsaken wretch like you?" Others give this retort to Theodorus. Seeing someone perform religious purification, he said, "Unhappy man, don't you know that you can no more get rid of errors of conduct by sprinklings than you can of mistakes in grammar?" He would rebuke men in general with regard to their prayers, declaring that they asked for those things which seemed to them to be good, not for such as are truly good. As for those who were excited over their dreams, he would say that they cared nothing for what they did in their waking hours, but kept their curiosity for the visions called up in their sleep. At Olympia, when the herald proclaimed Dioxippus to be victor over the men, Diogenes protested, "Nay, he is victorious over slaves, I over men." Still, he was loved by the Athenians. At all events, when a youngster broke up his tub, they gave the boy a flogging and presented Diogenes with another. Dionysius the Stoic says that after Chaironeia he was seized and dragged off to Philip, and being asked who he was, replied, "A spy upon your insatiable greed." For this he was admired and set free. Alexander, having on one occasion sent a letter to Antipater at Athens by a certain Athlios, Diogenes, who was present, said, "Graceless son of graceless sire to graceless wight by graceless squire." Perdiccas, having threatened to put him to death unless he came to him, "That's nothing wonderful," quoth he, "for a beetle or a tarantula would do the same." Instead of that, he would have expected the threat to be that Perdiccas would be quite happy to do without his company. He would often insist loudly that the gods had given to men the means of living easily, but this had been put out of sight, because we require honeyed cakes, unguents, and the like. Hence to a man whose shoes were being put on by his servant, he said, "You have not attained to full felicity, unless he wipes your nose as well, and that will come when you have lost the use of your hands." Once he saw the officials of a temple leading away someone who had stolen a bowl belonging to the treasurers, and said, "The great thieves are leading away the little thief." Noticing a lad one day throwing stones at a cross, gibbet, "Well done," he said, "you will hit your mark." When some boys clustered round him and said, "Take care he doesn't bite us," he answered, "Never fear, boys, a dog does not eat beetroot." To one who was proud of wearing a lion's skin, his words were, "Leave off dishonoring the habiliments of courage." When someone was extolling the good fortune of Callisthenes and saying what splendor he shared in the suite of Alexander, "Not so," said Diogenes, "but rather ill fortune, for he breakfasts and dines when Alexander thinks fit." Being short of money, he told his friends that he applied to them not for alms, but for repayment of his due. When behaving indecently in the marketplace, he wished it were as easy to relieve hunger by rubbing an empty stomach. Seeing a youth starting off to dine with satraps, he dragged him off, took him to his friends, and bade them keep strict watch over him. When a youth effeminately attired put a question to him, he declined to answer unless he pulled up his robe and showed whether he was man or woman. A youth was playing cottabos in the baths. Diogenes said to him, "The better you play, the worse it is for you." At a feast, certain people kept throwing all the bones to him as they would have done to a dog. Thereupon he played a dog's trick and drenched them. Rhetoricians and all who talked for reputation he used to call thrice human, meaning thereby thrice wretched. An ignorant rich man he used to call the sheep with the golden fleece. Seeing a notice on the house of a profligate, to be sold, he said, "I knew well that after such surfeiting you would throw up the owner." To a young man who complained of the number of people who annoyed him by their attentions, he said, "Cease to hang out a sign of invitation." Of a public bath which was dirty, he said, "When people have bathed here, where are they to go to get clean?" There was a stout musician whom everybody depreciated and Diogenes alone praised. When asked why, he said, "Because being so big, he yet sings to his lute and does not turn brigand." The musician, who was always deserted by his audience, he greeted with a "Hail, Chanticleer," and when asked why he so addressed him, replied, "Because your song makes everyone get up." A young man was delivering a set speech, when Diogenes, having filled the front fold of his dress with lupins, began to eat them, standing right opposite to him. Having thus drawn off the attention of the assemblage, he said he was greatly surprised that they should desert the orator to look at himself. A very superstitious person addressed him thus, "With one blow I will break your head, and I," said Diogenes, "by a sneeze from the left will make you tremble." Hegesias, having asked him to lend him one of his writings, he said, "You are a simpleton, Hegesias. You do not choose painted figs, but real ones, and yet you pass over the true training and would apply yourself to written rules." When someone reproached him with his exile, his reply was, "Nay, it was through that, you miserable fellow, that I came to be a philosopher." Again, when someone reminded him that the people of Sinope had sentenced him to exile, "And I them," said he, "to homestaying." Once he saw an Olympic victor tending sheep, and thus accosted him, "Too quickly, my good friend, have you left Olympia for Nemea." Being asked why athletes are so stupid, his answer was, "Because they are built up of pork and beef." He once begged alms of a statue, and, when asked why he did so, replied, "To get practice in being refused." In asking alms, as he did at first by reason of his poverty, he used this form, "If you have already given to anyone else, give to me also. If not, begin with me." On being asked by a tyrant what bronze is best for a statue, he replied, "That of which Harmodius and Aristogeiton were molded." Asked how Dionysius treated his friends, "Like purses," he replied. "So long as they are full, he hangs them up, and when they are empty, he throws them away." Someone lately wed had set up on his door the notice, "The son of Zeus, victorious Heracles, dwells here. Let nothing evil enter in." To which Diogenes added, "After war, alliance." The love of money he declared to be mother city of all evils. Seeing a spendthrift eating olives in a tavern, he said, "If you had breakfasted in this fashion, you would not so be dining." End of section 2. Section 3 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Section 2, Book 6, Chapter 2, Part 2. Diógenes, 404 to 323 BC, continued. Good men he called images of the gods, and loved the business of the idle. To the question what is wretched in life, he replied, an old man destitute. Being asked what creature's bite is the worst, he said, of those that are wild, a sycophant's, of those that are tame, a flatterer's. Upon seeing two centaurs very badly painted, he asked, which of these is Chiron, worse man? Ingratiating speech he compared to honey used to choke you. The stomach he called livelihood's Charybdis. Hearing a report that Didymon, the flute player, had been caught in adultery, his comment was, his name alone is sufficient to hang him. To the question why gold is pale, his reply was, because it has so many thieves plotting against it. On seeing a woman carried in a litter, he remarked that the cage was not in keeping with the quarry. One day, seeing a runaway slave sitting on the brink of a well, he said, take care, my lad, you don't fall in. Seeing a boy taking clothes at the baths, he asked, is it for a little unguent, or is it for a new cloak? Seeing some women hanged from an olive tree, he said, would that every tree bore similar fruit. On seeing a footpad, he accosted him thus, what makest thou here, my gallant? Comest thou perchance for plunder of the dead? Being asked whether he had any maid or boy to wait on him, he said no. If you should die, then, who will carry you out to burial? Whoever wants the house, he replied. Noticing a good-looking youth lying in an exposed position, he nudged him and cried, up, man, up, lest some foe thrust a dart into thy back. To one who was feasting lavishly, he said, short-lived thou'lt be, my son, by what thou buyest. As Plato was conversing about ideas and using the nouns tablehood and cuphood, he said, table and cup I see, but your tablehood and cuphood, Plato, I can nowise see. That's readily accounted for, said Plato, for you have the eyes to see the visible table and cup, but not the understanding by which ideal tablehood and cuphood are discerned. On being asked by somebody, what sort of a man do you consider Diogenes to be? A Socrates gone mad, said he. Being asked what was the right time to marry, Diogenes replied, for a young man not yet, for an old man never at all. Being asked what he would take to be soundly cuffed, he replied, a helmet. Seeing a youth dressing with elaborate care, he said, if it's for men, you're a fool, if for women, a knave. One day he detected a youth blushing. Courage, quoth he, that is the hue of virtue. One day, after listening to a couple of lawyers disputing, he condemned them both, saying that the one had no doubt stolen, but the other had not lost anything. To the question what wine he found pleasant to drink, he replied, that for which other people pay. When he was told that many people laughed at him, he made answer, but I am not laughed down. When someone declared that life is an evil, he corrected him, not life itself, but living ill. When he was advised to go in pursuit of his runaway slave, he replied, it would be absurd if Manes can live without Diogenes, but Diogenes cannot get on without Manes. When breakfasting on olives amongst which a cake had been inserted, he flung it away and addressed it thus, stranger, betake thee from the prince's path. And on another occasion thus, he lashed an olive. Being asked what kind of hound he was, he replied, when hungry, a Maltese, when full, a Molossian, two breeds which most people praise, though for fear of fatigue they do not venture out hunting with them. So neither can you live with me, because you are afraid of the discomforts. Being asked if the wise eat cakes, yes, he said, cakes of all kinds, just like other men. Being asked why people give to beggars but not to philosophers, he said, because they think they may one day be lame or blind, but never expect that they will turn to philosophy. He was begging of a miserly man who was slow to respond. So he said, my friend, it's for food that I'm asking, not for funeral expenses. Being reproached one day for having falsified the currency, he said, that was the time when I was such as you are now, but such as I am now, you will never be. To another who reproached him for the same offense, he made a more scurrilous repartee. On coming to Myndus and finding the gates large, though the city itself was very small, he cried, "Men of Myndus, bar your gates, lest the city should run away." Seeing a man who had been caught stealing purple, he said, "Fast gripped by purple death and forceful fate." When Craterus wanted him to come and visit him, "No," he replied, "I would rather live on a few grains of salt at Athens than enjoy sumptuous fare at Craterus's table." He went up to Anaximenes the rhetorician, who was fat, and said, "Let us beggars have something of your paunch. It will be a relief to you, and we shall get advantage." And when the same man was discoursing, Diogenes distracted his audience by producing some salt fish. This annoyed the lecturer, and Diogenes said, "An obel's worth of salt fish has broken up Anaximenes' lecture class." Being reproached for eating in the marketplace, "Well, it was in the marketplace," he said, "that I felt hungry." Some authors affirm that the following also belongs to him: that Plato saw him washing lettuces, came up to him, and quietly said to him, "Had you paid court to Dionysius, you wouldn't now be washing lettuces," and that he, with equal calmness, made answer, "If you had washed lettuces, you wouldn't have paid court to Dionysius." When someone said, "Most people laugh at you," his reply was, "And so very likely do the asses at them, but as they don't care for the asses, so neither do I care for them." One day observing a youth studying philosophy, he said, "Well done, philosophy, that thou divertest admirers of bodily charms to the real beauty of the soul." When someone expressed astonishment at the votive offerings in Samothrace, his comment was, "There would have been far more if those who were not saved had set up offerings." But others attribute this remark to Diogenes of Melos. To a handsome youth who was going out to dinner, he said, "You will come back a worse man." When he came back and said next day, "I went and am none the worse for it," Diogenes said, "Not worse man, Chiron, but lax man, Eurytion." He was asking alms of a bad-tempered man, who said, "Yes, if you can persuade me." "If I could have persuaded you," said Diogenes, "I would have persuaded you to hang yourself." He was returning from Lacedaemon to Athens, and on someone asking, "Whither and whence?" he replied, "From the men's apartments to the women's." He was returning from Olympia, and when somebody inquired whether there was a great crowd, "Yes," he said, "a great crowd, but few who could be called men." Libertines he compared to fig trees growing upon a cliff, whose fruit is not enjoyed by any man, but is eaten by ravens and vultures. When Phryne set up a golden statue of Aphrodite in Delphi, Diogenes is said to have written upon it, "From the licentiousness of Greece." Alexander once came and stood opposite him and said, "I am Alexander the great king." "And I," said he, "am Diogenes the Cynic." Being asked what he had done to be called a hound, he said, "I fawn on those who give me anything, I yelp at those who refuse, and I set my teeth in rascals." He was gathering figs, and was told by the keeper that not long before a man had hanged himself on that very fig tree. "Then," said he, "I will now purge it." Seeing an Olympian victor casting repeated glances at a courtesan, "See," he said, "yonder ram frenzied for battle, how he is held fast by the neck, fascinated by a common minx." Handsome courtesans he would compare to a deadly honeyed potion. He was breakfasting in the marketplace, and the bystanders gathered round him with cries of "Dog!" "It is you who are dogs," cried he, "when you stand round and watch me at my breakfast." When two cowards hid away from him, he called out, "Don't be afraid, a hound is not fond of beetroot." After seeing a stupid wrestler practicing as a doctor, he inquired of him, "What does this mean? Is it that you may now have your revenge on the rivals who formerly beat you?" Seeing the child of a courtesan throw stones at a crowd, he cried out, "Take care you don't hit your father." A boy having shown him a dagger that he had received from an admirer, Diogenes remarked, "A pretty blade with an ugly handle." When some people commended a person who had given him a gratuity, he broke in with, "You have no praise for me who was worthy to receive it." When someone asked that he might have back his cloak, "If it was a gift," replied Diogenes, "I possess it, while if it was a loan, I am using it." A supposititious son, having told him that he had gold in the pocket of his dress, "True," said he, "and therefore you sleep with it under your pillow." On being asked what he had gained from philosophy, he replied, "This at least, if nothing else, to be prepared for every fortune." Asked where he came from, he said, "I am a citizen of the world." Certain parents were sacrificing to the gods, that a son might be born to them. "But," said he, "do you not sacrifice to ensure what manner of man he shall turn out to be?" When asked for a subscription towards a club, he said to the president, "Despoil the rest, off Hector keep thy hands." The mistresses of kings he designated queens, for, said he, they make the kings do their bidding. When the Athenians gave Alexander the title of Dionysus, he said, "Me too you might make Serapis." Someone having reproached him for going into dirty places, his reply was that the sun too visits cesspools without being defiled. When he was dining in a temple, and in the course of the meal loaves not free from dirt were put on the table, he took them up and threw them away, declaring that nothing unclean ought to enter a temple. To the man who said to him, "You don't know anything, although you are a philosopher," he replied, "Even if I am but a pretender to wisdom, that in itself is philosophy." When someone brought a child to him and declared him to be highly gifted and of excellent character, "What need then," said he, "has he of me?" Those who say admirable things but fail to do them he compared to a harp, for the harp, like them, he said, has neither hearing nor perception. He was going into a theater, meeting face to face those who were coming out, and being asked why, "This," he said, "is what I practiced doing all my life." Seeing a young man behaving effeminately, "Are you not ashamed," he said, "that your own intention about yourself should be worse than nature's? For nature made you a man, but you are forcing yourself to play the woman." Observing a fool tuning a psaltery, "Are you not ashamed," said he, "to give this wood concordant sounds, while you fail to harmonize your soul with life?" To one who protested that he was ill-adapted for the study of philosophy, he said, "Why then do you live, if you do not care to live well?" To one who despised his father, "Are you not ashamed," he said, "to despise him to whom you owe it, that you can so pride yourself?" Noticing a handsome youth chattering in unseemly fashion, "Are you not ashamed," he said, "to draw a dagger of lead from an ivory scabbard?" Being reproached with drinking in a tavern, "Well," said he, "I also get my hair cut in a barber's shop." Being reproached with accepting a cloak from Antipater, he replied, "The gods' choice gifts are nowise to be spurned." When someone first shook a beam at him and then shouted, "Look out!" Diogenes struck the man with his staff and added, "Look out." To a man who was urgently pressing his suit to a courtesan, he said, "Why, hapless man, are you at such pains to gain your suit, when it would be better for you to lose it?" To one with perfumed hair, he said, "Beware lest the sweet scent on your head cause an ill odor in your life." He said that bad men obey their lusts as servants obey their masters. The question being asked why footmen are so called, he replied, "Because they have the feet of men, but souls such as you, my questioner, have." He asked a spendthrift for a mina. The man inquired why it was that he asked others for an obol, but him for a mina. "Because," said Diogenes, "I expect to receive from others again, but whether I shall ever get anything from you again lies on the knees of the gods." Being reproached with begging, when Plato did not beg, "Oh yes," says he does, but when he does so, he holds his head down close, that none may hear." Seeing a bad archer, he sat down beside the target with the words, "In order not to get hit." Lovers, he declared, derive their pleasures from their misfortune. Being asked whether death was an evil thing, he replied, "How can it be evil, when in its presence we are not aware of it?" When Alexander stood opposite him and asked, "Are you not afraid of me?" "Why, what are you?" said he, "a good thing or a bad?" Upon Alexander replying, "A good thing," "Who then," said Diogenes, "is afraid of the good?" Education, according to him, is a controlling grace to the young, consolation to the old, wealth to the poor, and ornament to the rich. When Didymus, who was a rake, was once treating a girl's eye, "Beware," says Diogenes, "lest the oculist, instead of curing the eye, should ruin the pupil." On somebody declaring that his own friends were plotting against him, Diogenes exclaimed, "What is to be done, then, if you have to treat friends and enemies alike?" Being asked what was the most beautiful thing in the world, he replied, "Freedom of speech." On entering a boys' school, he found there many statues of the Muses, but few pupils. "By the help of the gods," said he, "schoolmaster, you have plenty of pupils." It was his habit to do everything in public, the works of Demeter and of Aphrodite alike. He used to draw out the following arguments. If to breakfast be not absurd, neither is it absurd in the marketplace. But to breakfast is not absurd, therefore it is not absurd to breakfast in the marketplace. Behaving indecently in public, he wished it were as easy to banish hunger by rubbing the belly. Many other sayings are attributed to him, which it would take long to enumerate. He used to affirm that training was of two kinds, mental and bodily. The latter being that whereby, with constant exercise, perceptions are formed such as secure freedom of movement for virtuous deeds, and the one half of this training is incomplete without the other, good health and strength being just as much included among the essential things, whether for body or soul. And he would adduce indisputable evidence to show how easily from gymnastic training we arrive at virtue. For in the manual crafts and other arts it can be seen that the craftsmen develop extraordinary manual skill through practice. Again, take the case of flute players and of athletes. What surpassing skill they acquire by their own incessant toil, and if they had transferred their efforts to the training of the mind, how certainly their labors would not have been unprofitable or ineffective. Nothing in life, however, he maintained, has any chance of succeeding without strenuous practice, and this is capable of overcoming anything. Accordingly, instead of useless toils, men should choose such as nature recommends, whereby they might have lived happily. Yet such is their madness that they choose to be miserable. For even the despising of pleasure is itself most pleasurable when we are habituated to it. And just as those accustomed to a life of pleasure feel disgust when they pass over to the opposite experience, so those whose training has been of the opposite kind derive more pleasure from despising pleasure than from the pleasures themselves. This was the gist of his conversation, and it was plain that he acted accordingly, adulterating currency in very truth, allowing convention no such authority as he allowed to natural right, and asserting that the manner of life he lived was the same as that of Heracles when he preferred liberty to everything. He maintained that all things are the property of the wise, and employed such arguments as those cited above. All things belong to the gods are friends to the wise, and friends share all property in common. Therefore, all things are the property of the wise. Again, as to law, that it is impossible for society to exist without law. For without a city, no benefit can be derived from that which is civilized. But the city is civilized, and there is no advantage in law without a city. Therefore, law is something civilized. He would ridicule good birth and fame and all such distinctions, calling them showy ornaments of vice. The only true commonwealth was, he said, that which is as wide as the universe. He advocated community of wives, recognizing no other marriage than a union of the man who persuades with the woman who consents, and for this reason he thought sons too should be held in common. And he saw no impropriety either in stealing anything from a temple or in eating the flesh of any animal, nor even anything impious in touching human flesh, this, he said, being clear from the custom of some foreign nations. Moreover, according to right reason, as he put it, all elements are contained in all things and pervade everything, since not only is meat a constituent of bread, but bread of vegetables, and all other bodies also, by means of certain invisible passages and particles, find their way in and unite with all substances in the form of vapor. This he makes plain in the Thyestes, if the tragedies are really his, and not the work of his friend Philiscus of Aegina, or of Pasiphon, the son of Lucian, who, according to Phavorinus in his miscellaneous history, wrote them after the death of Diógenes. He held that we should neglect music, geometry, astronomy, and the like studies as useless and unnecessary. He became very ready also at repartee in verbal debates, as is evident from what has been said above. Further, when he was sold as a slave, he endured it most nobly. For on a voyage to Aegina he was captured by pirates under the command of Scerpolus, conveyed to Crete, and exposed for sale. When the auctioneer asked in what he was proficient, he replied, "In ruling men." Thereupon he pointed to a certain Corinthian with a fine purple border to his robe, the man named Xeniades above mentioned, and said, "Sell me to this man, he needs a master." Thus Xeniades came to buy him, and took him to Corinth, and set him over his own children, and entrusted his whole household to him. And he administered it in all respects in such a manner that Xeniades used to go about saying, "A good genius has entered my house." Cleomenes, in his work entitled Concerning Pedagogues, says that the friends of Diogenes wanted to ransom him, whereupon he called them simpletons. "For," said he, "lions are not the slaves of those who feed them, but rather those who feed them are at the mercy of the lions. For fear is the mark of the slave, whereas wild beasts make men afraid of them." The man had in fact a wonderful gift of persuasion, so that he could easily vanquish anyone he liked in argument. At all events, a certain Onesicritus of Aegina is said to have sent to Athens the one of his 2 sons named Androsthenes, and he, having become a pupil of Diogenes, stayed there. The father then sent the other also, the aforesaid Philiscus, who was the elder, in search of him, but Philiscus also was detained in the same way. When, thirdly, the father himself arrived, he was just as much attracted to the pursuit of philosophy as his sons, and joined the circle. So magical was the spell which the discourses of Diogenes exerted. Amongst his hearers was Phocion, surnamed the Honest, and Stilpo the Megarian, and many other men prominent in political life. Diogenes is said to have been nearly 90 years old when he died. Regarding his death, there are several different accounts. One is that he was seized with colic after eating an octopus raw, and so met his end. Another is that he died voluntarily by holding his breath. This account was followed by Curtius of Megalopolis, or of Crete, who, in his Meliambics, writes thus: "Not so he who aforetime was a citizen of Sinope, that famous one who carried a staff, doubled his cloak, and lived in the open air. But he soared aloft with his lip tightly pressed against his teeth, and holding his breath withal. For in truth he was rightly named Diogenes, a true-born son of Zeus, a hound of heaven." Another version is that, while trying to divide an octopus amongst the dogs, he was so severely bitten on the sinew of the foot that it caused his death. His friends, however, according to Antisthenes in his Successions of Philosophers, conjectured that it was due to the retention of his breath, for he happened to be living in the Cranium, the gymnasium in front of Corinth. When his friends came according to custom and found him wrapped up in his cloak, they thought that he must be asleep, although he was by no means of a drowsy or somnolent habit. They therefore drew aside his cloak and found that he was dead. This they supposed to have been his deliberate act in order to escape thenceforward from life. Hence, it is said, arose a quarrel among his disciples as to who should bury him. Nay, they even came to blows. But when their fathers and men of influence arrived, under their direction he was buried beside the gate leading to the isthmus. Over his grave they set up a pillar and a dog in Parian marble upon it. Subsequently, his fellow citizens honored him with bronze statues, on which these verses were inscribed: "Time makes even bronze grow old, but thy glory, Diogenes, all eternity will never destroy, since thou alone didst point out to mortals the lesson of self-sufficingness and the easiest path of life." We too have written on him in the procalusmatic meter: "Diogenes, come tell me what fate took you to the world below, a dog's savage tooth." But some say that when dying he left instructions that they should throw him out unburied, that every wild beast might feed on him, or thrust him into a ditch and sprinkle a little dust over him. But according to others, his instructions were that they should throw him into the Ilissus, in order that he might be useful to his brethren. Demetrius, in his work On Men of the Same Name, asserts that on the same day on which Alexander died in Babylon, Diogenes died in Corinth. He was an old man in the 113th Olympiad. The following writings are attributed to him: Dialogues, Cephalion, Ichthyus, Jackdaw, Portulus, the Athenian Demos, Republic, Art of Ethics, On Wealth, On Love, Theodorus, Hypsius, Aristarchus, On Death, Letters, 7 Tragedies, Helen, Thyestes, Heracles, Achilles, Medea, Chrysippus, Oedipus. Sosicrates, in the first book of his Successions, and Satyrus, in the 4th book of his Lives, allege that Diogenes left nothing in writing, and Satyrus adds that the sorry tragedies are by his friend Philiscus, the Aeginetan. Sotion, in his 7th book, declares that only the following are genuine works of Diogenes: On Virtue, On Good, On Love, A Mendicant, Ptolemaeus, Portulus, Cassandrus, Cephalion, Philiscus, Aristarchus, Sisyphus, Ganymedes, Anecdotes, Letters. There have been 5 men who were named Diogenes. The first, of Apollonia, a natural philosopher. The beginning of his treatise runs thus: "At the outset of every discourse, methinks, one should see to it that the basis laid down is unquestionable." The second, of Sicyon, who wrote an account of Peloponnesus. The third, our present subject. The fourth, a Stoic born at Seleucia, who is also called the Babylonian, because Seleucia is near Babylon. The fifth of Tarsus, author of a work on poetical problems which he attempts to solve. Now the philosopher is said by Athenodorus in the 8th book of his Walks to have always had a sleek appearance owing to his use of unguents. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sarah Clark. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2 by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 6, Chapter 3, Monomus. Monomus of Syracuse was a pupil of Diogenes, and according to Sosicrates, he was in the service of a certain Corinthian banker to whom Xeniades, the purchaser of Diogenes, made frequent visits, and by the account which he gave of his goodness in word and deed, excited in Monomus a passionate admiration of Diogenes. For he forthwith pretended to be mad, and proceeded to swing away the small change and all the money on the banker's table, until at length his master dismissed him, and he then straightway devoted himself to Diogenes. He often followed Crates the cynic as well, and embraced the like pursuits, whereupon his master, seeing him do this, was all the more persuaded that he was mad. He came to be a distinguished man, so much so that he is even mentioned by the comic poet Menander. At any rate, in one of his plays, The Groom, his words are, "One Monomus there was, a wise man, Philo, but not very famous." "He, you mean, who carried the scrip?" "Nay, not one scrip, but 3. Yet never a word, so help me Zeus, spake he to match the saying, Know thyself, nor such famed watchwords. Far beyond all these he went, your dusty mendicant, pronouncing wholly vain all man supposing." Monomus indeed showed himself a very grave moralist, so that he ever despised mere opinion, and sought only truth. He has left us, besides some trifles blended with covert earnestness, 2 books, On Impulses and an Exhortation to Philosophy. End of Section 4. Read by Sarah Clark, Philadelphia, September 3rd, 2024.
Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 6, Chapter 4, Onesicritus. Onesicritus some report to have been an Aeginetan, but Demetrius of Magnesia says that he was a native of Astipalaia. He, too, was one of the distinguished pupils of Diogenes. His career seems to have resembled that of Xenophon, for Xenophon joined the expedition of Cyrus, Onesicritus that of Alexander, and the former wrote the Cyropedia, or Education of Cyrus, while the latter has described how Alexander was educated. The one a laudation of Cyrus, the other of Alexander. And in their diction they are not unlike, except that Onesicritus, as is to be expected of an imitator, falls short of his model. Amongst other pupils of Diogenes were Menander, who was nicknamed Drymus, or Oakwood, a great admirer of Homer, Hegesias of Sinope, nicknamed Dog Collar, and Philiscus of Aegina, mentioned above. End of Section 5. Section 6 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yaron Bernstein. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 6, Chapter 5, Crates. Crates, son of Ascondus, was a Theban. He, too, was amongst the Cynic's famous pupils. Hippobotus, however, alleges that he was a pupil not of Diogenes, but of Bryson the Achaean. The following playful lines are attributed to him. There is a city Pera in the midst of wine-dark vapor, fair, fruitful, passing squalid, owning naught, into which sails nor fool nor parasite, nor glutton, save of sensual appetite, but thyme it bears, garlic, and figs and loaves. For which things' sake men fight not each with other, nor stand to arms for money or for fame. There is also his widely circulated day book, which runs as follows. Set down for the chief 10 minas, for the doctor 1 drachma, for the flatterer talents 5, for counsel smoke, for mercenary beauty a talent, for a philosopher 3 obols. He was known as the door opener, the caller to whom all doors fly open, from his habit of entering every house and admonishing those within. Here is another specimen of his composition. That much I have which I have learnt and thought, the noble lessons taught me by the Muses, but wealth amassed is prey to vanity. And again, he says that what he has gained from philosophy is a court of lupins and to care for no one. This too is quoted as his. Hunger stops love, or, if not hunger, time, or, failing both these means of help, a halter. He flourished in the 113th Olympiad. According to Antisthenes in his Successions, the first impulse to the Cynic philosophy was given to him when he saw Telephus in a certain tragedy carrying a little basket and altogether in a wretched plight. So he turned his property into money, for he belonged to a distinguished family, and, having thus collected about 200 talents, distributed that sum among his fellow citizens. And, it is added, so sturdy a philosopher did he become, that he is mentioned by the comic poet Philemon. At all events, the latter says, in summertime a thick cloak he would wear, to be like Crates, and in winter rags. Diocles relates how Diogenes persuaded Crates to give up his fields to sheep pasture and throw into the sea any money he had. In the home of Crates, Alexander is said to have lodged, as Philip once lived in Hipparchia's. Often, too, certain of his kinsmen would come to visit him and try to divert him from his purpose. These he would drive from him with his stick, and his resolution was unshaken. Demetrius of Magnesia tells a story that he entrusted a banker with a sum of money on condition that, if his sons prove ordinary men, he was to pay it to them, but if they became philosophers, then to distribute it among the people. For his sons would need nothing if they took to philosophy. Eratosthenes tells us that by Hipparchia, of whom we shall presently speak, he had a son born to him named Pasicles, and after he had ceased to be a cadet on service, Crates took him to a brothel and told him that was how his father had married. The marriage of intrigue and adultery, he said, belonged to tragedy, having exile or assassination as its reward, while the weddings of those who take up with courtesans are material for comedy, for as a result of extravagance and drunkenness, they bring about madness. This man had a brother named Pasicles, who was a disciple of Euclides. Favorinus, in the second book of his Memorabilia, tells a pleasant story of Crates, for he relates how, while making some request of the master of the gymnasium, he laid hold on his hips, and, when he demurred, said, "What, are not these hip joints yours as much as your knees?" It was, he used to say, impossible to find anybody wholly free from flaws. But, just as in a pomegranate, one of the seeds is always going bad. Having exasperated the musician Nicodromus, he was struck by him on the face, so he stuck a plaster on his forehead with these words on it, "Nicodromus's handiwork." He carried on a regular campaign of invective against the courtesans, habituating himself to meet their abuse. When Demetrius of Phalerum sent him loaves of bread and some wine, he reproached him, saying, "Oh, that the spring yielded bread as well as water." It is clear, then, that he was a water drinker. When the police inspectors found fault with him for wearing muslin, his answer was, "I'll show you that Theophrastus also wears muslin." This they would not believe, so he led them to a barber's shop and showed them Theophrastus being shaved. At Thebes, he was flogged by the master of the gymnasium, another version being that it was by Euthycrates, and at Corinth, and being dragged by the heels, he called out, as if it did not affect him, "Seized by the foot and dragged o'er heaven's high threshold." Diocles, however, says that it was by Menedemus of Eretria that he was thus dragged, for he being handsome, and being thought to be intimate with Asclepiades the Phleagian, Crates slapped him on the side with a brutal taunt, whereupon Menedemus, full of indignation, dragged him along, and he declaimed as above. Zeno of Citium, in his Anecdotes, relates that, in a fit of heedlessness, he sewed a sheepskin to his cloak. He was ugly to look at, and when performing his gymnastic exercise used to be laughed at. He was accustomed to say, raising his hands, "Take heart, Crates, for it is for the good of your eyes and of the rest of your body. You will see these men, who are laughing at you, tortured before long by disease, counting you happy, and reproaching themselves for their sluggishness." He used to say that we should study philosophy to the point of seeing, in generals, nothing but donkey drivers. Those who lived with flatterers he declared to be as defenseless as calves in the midst of wolves, for neither these nor those have any to protect them, but only such as plot against them. Perceiving that he was dying, he would chant over himself this charm: "You are going, dear hunchback, you are off to the house of Hades, bent crooked by old age," for his years had bowed him down. When Alexander inquired whether he would like his native city to be rebuilt, his answer was, "Why should it be? Perhaps another Alexander will destroy it again." Ignominy and poverty he declared to be his country, which fortune could never take captive. He was, he said, a fellow citizen of Diogenes, who defied all the plots of envy. Menander alludes to him in the Twin Sisters in the following lines: "Wearing a cloak you'll go about with me, as once with cynic Crates went his wife. His daughter too, as he himself declared, he gave in marriage for a month on trial." We come now to his pupils. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 6, Chapter 6, Metrocles. Metrocles of Maronea was the brother of Hipparchia. He had been formerly a pupil of Theophrastus the Peripatetic, and had been so far corrupted by weakness that, when he made a breach of good manners in the course of rehearsing a speech, it drove him to despair, and he shut himself up at home, intending to starve himself to death. On learning this, Crates came to visit him as he had been asked to do, and after advisedly making a meal of lupins, he tried to persuade him by argument as well that he had committed no crime, for a prodigy would have happened if he had not taken the natural means of relieving himself. At last, by reproducing the action, he succeeded in lifting him from his dejection, using for his consolation the likeness of the occurrences. From that time forward, Metrocles was his pupil, and became proficient in philosophy. Hecato, in the first book of his Anecdotes, tells us he burned his compositions with the words, "Phantoms are these of dreams, all the world below." Others say that when he set fire to his notes of Theophrastus's lectures, he added the line, "Come hither, Hephaestus, Thetis now needeth thee." He divided things into such as are procurable for money, like a house, and such as can be procured by time and trouble, like education. Wealth, he said, is harmful unless we put it to a worthy use. He died of old age, having choked himself. His disciples were Theombrotus and Cleomenes. Theombrotus had for his pupil Demetrius of Alexandria, while Cleomenes instructed Timarchus of Alexandria and Echecles of Ephesus. Not but what Echecles also heard Theombrotus, whose lectures were attended by Menedemus, of whom we shall speak presently. Menipus of Sinope also became renowned amongst them. End of section 7. Section 8 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 6, Chapter 7, Hipparchia. Hipparchia, too, sister of Metrocles, was captured by their doctrines. Both of them were born at Maronea. She fell in love with the discourses and the life of Crates, and would not pay attention to any of her suitors, their wealth, their high birth, or their beauty. But to her, Crates was everything. She used even to threaten her parents she would make away with herself, unless she were given in marriage to him. Crates therefore was implored by her parents to dissuade the girl, and did all he could, and at last, failing to persuade her, got up, took off his clothes before her face, and said, "This is the bridegroom, here are his possessions. Make your choice accordingly, for you will be no helpmeet of mine, unless you share my pursuits." The girl chose, and, adopting the same dress, went about with her husband, and lived with him in public, and went out to dinners with him. Accordingly, she appeared at the banquet given by Lysimachus, and there put down Theodorus, known as the atheist, by means of the following sophism. Any action which would not be called wrong if done by Theodorus would not be called wrong if done by Hipparchia. Now Theodorus does no wrong when he strikes himself, therefore neither does Hipparchia do wrong when she strikes Theodorus. He had no reply wherewith to meet the argument, but tried to strip her of her cloak. But Hipparchia showed no sign of alarm or of the perturbation natural in a woman. And when he said to her, "Is this she who, quitting woof and warp and comb and loom?" she replied, "It is I, Theodorus. But do you suppose that I have been ill-advised about myself, if instead of wasting further time upon the loom, I spent it in education?" These tales and countless others are told of the female philosopher. There is current a work of Crates entitled Epistles, containing excellent philosophy in a style which sometimes resembles that of Plato. He has also written tragedies, stamped with a very lofty kind of philosophy, as for example the following passage: "Not one tower hath my country, nor one roof, but wide as the whole earth, its citadel and home prepared for us to dwell therein." He died in old age and was buried in Boeotia. End of section 8. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 16th of August 2024.
Section 9 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yaron Bernstein. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 6, Chapter 8, Menipus. Menipus, also a Cynic, was by descent a Phoenician, a slave, as Achaicus in his treatise on ethics says. Diocles further informs us that his master was a citizen of Pontus, and was named Baton. But as avarice made him very resolute in begging, he succeeded in becoming a Theban. There is no seriousness in him, but his books overflow with laughter, much the same as those of his contemporary Meleager. Hermippus says that he lent out money by the day, and got a nickname from doing so, for he used to make loans on bottomry and take security, thus accumulating a large fortune. At last, however, he fell a victim to a plot, was robbed of all, and, in despair, ended his days by hanging himself. I have composed a trifle upon him. Maybe you know Menipus, Phoenician by birth, but a Cretan hound, a money-lender by the day, so he was called, at Thebes, when once on a time his house was broken into, and he lost his all, not understanding what it is to be a cynic, he hanged himself. Some authorities question the genuineness of the books attributed to him, alleging them to be by Dionysius and Zopyrus of Colophon, who, writing them for a joke, made them over to Menipus as a person able to dispose of them advantageously. There have been 6 men named Menipus, the first the man who wrote a history of the Lydians and abridged Xanthus, the second my present subject, the third a sophist of Stratonicia, a Carian by descent, the fourth a sculptor, the fifth and sixth painters, both mentioned by Apollodorus. However, the writings of Menipus the Cynic are 13 in number. Necromancy, wills, epistles artificially composed as if by the gods, replies to the physicists and mathematicians and grammarians, and a book about the birth of Epicurus and the school's reverence for the 20th day, besides other works. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius. Book 6, Chapter 9. Menedemus. Menedemus was a pupil of Colates of Lampsacus. According to Hippobotus, he had attained such a degree of audacity in wonder-working that he went about in the guise of a fury, saying that he had come from Hades to take cognizance of sins committed, and was going to return and report them to the powers down below. This was his attire: a gray tunic reaching to the feet, about it a crimson girdle, an Arcadian hat on his head, with the 12 signs of the zodiac inwrought in it, buskins of tragedy, and he wore a very long beard and carried an ashen staff in his hand. Such are the lives of the several cynics, but we will go on to append the doctrines which they held in common, if, that is, we decide that cynicism is really a philosophy, and not, as some maintain, just a way of life. They are content, then, like Ariston of Chios, to do away with the subjects of logic and physics, and to devote their whole attention to ethics. And what some assert of Socrates, Diocles records of Diogenes, representing him as saying, "We must inquire into whate'er of good or ill within our halls is wrought." They also dispense with the ordinary subjects of instruction. At least Antisthenes used to say that those who had attained discretion had better not study literature, lest they should be perverted by alien influences. So they get rid of geometry and music and all such studies. Anyhow, when somebody showed Diogenes a clock, he pronounced it a serviceable instrument to save one from being late for dinner. Again, to a man who gave a musical recital before him, he said, "By men's minds states are ordered well, and households, not by the lyre's twanged strings or flute's trilled notes." They hold further that life, according to virtue, is the end to be sought, as Antisthenes says in his Heracles, exactly like the Stoics. For indeed there is a certain close relationship between the two schools. Hence it has been said that cynicism is a short cut to virtue, and after the same pattern did Zeno of Citium live his life. They also hold that we should live frugally, eating food for nourishment only, and wearing a single garment. Wealth and fame and high birth they despise. Some, at all events, are vegetarians, and drink cold water only, and are content with any kind of shelter or tubs, like Diogenes, who used to say that it was the privilege of the gods to need nothing, and of godlike men to want but little. They hold, further, that virtue can be taught, as Antisthenes maintains in his Heracles, and, once acquired, cannot be lost, and that the wise man is worthy to be loved, impeccable, and a friend to his like, and that we should entrust nothing to fortune. Whatever is intermediate between virtue and vice, they, in agreement with Ariston of Chios, account indifferent. So much, then, for the Cynics. We must now pass on to the Stoics, whose founder was Zeno, a disciple of Crates. End of section 10. Recording by Deborah Beach Giordano.
Section 11 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 7, Chapter 1, Part 1. Zeno. Zeno, the son of Menesius, or Demius, was a native of Citium in Cyprus, a Greek city which had received Phoenician settlers. He had a wry neck, says Timotheus of Athens in his book On Lives. Moreover, Apollonius of Tyre says he was lean, fairly tall, and swarthy. Hence someone called him an Egyptian vine branch, according to Chrysippus in the first book of his Proverbs. He had thick legs. He was flabby and delicate. Hence Perseus, in his Convivial Reminiscences, relates that he declined most invitations to dinner. They say he was fond of eating green figs and of basking in the sun. He was a pupil of Crates, as stated above. Next they say he attended the lectures of Stilpo and Xenocrates for 10 years. So Timocrates says in his Dion, and Polemo as well. It is stated by Hecato and by Apollonius of Tyre in his first book on Zeno that he consulted the oracle to know what he should do to attain the best life, and that the god's response was that he should take on the complexion of the dead. Whereupon, perceiving what this meant, he studied ancient authors. Now, the way he came across Crates was this. He was shipwrecked on a voyage from Phoenicia to Piraeus with a cargo of purple. He went up into Athens and sat down in a bookseller's shop, being then a man of 30. As he went on reading the second book of Xenophon's Memorabilia, he was so pleased that he inquired where men like Socrates were to be found. Crates passed by in the nick of time, so the bookseller pointed to him and said, "Follow yonder man." From that day he became Crates's pupil, showing in other respects a strong bent for philosophy, though with too much native modesty to assimilate cynic shamelessness. Hence Crates, desirous of curing this defect in him, gave him a potful of lentil soup to carry through the Ceramicus, and when he saw that he was ashamed and tried to keep it out of sight, with a blow of his staff he broke the pot. As Zeno took to flight with the lentil soup flowing down his legs, "Why run away, my little Phoenician?" quoth Crates. "Nothing terrible has befallen you." For a certain space, then, he was instructed by Crates, and when at this time he had written his Republic, some said in jest that he had written it on Cynosura, i.e., on the dog's tail. Besides the Republic, he wrote the following works: Of Life According to Nature, of Impulse, or Human Nature, of Emotions, of Duty, of Law, of Greek Education, of Vision, of the whole world, of Signs, Pythagorean questions, Universals, on varieties of style, Homeric problems in 5 books, of the reading of poetry. There are also by him a handbook of rhetoric, solutions, 2 books of refutations, recollections of Crates, ethics. This is a list of his writings. But at last he left Crates, and the men above mentioned were his masters for 20 years. Hence he is reported to have said, "I made a prosperous voyage when I suffered shipwreck." But others attribute this saying of his to the time when he was under Crates. A different version of the story is that he was staying at Athens when he heard his ship was wrecked and said, "It is well done of thee, Fortune, thus to drive me to philosophy." But some say that he disposed of his cargo in Athens before he turned his attention to philosophy. He used then to discourse, pacing up and down in the painted colonnade, which is also called the colonnade or portico of Pisianax, but which received its name from the painting of Polygnotus, his object being to keep the spot clear of a concourse of idlers. It was the spot where in the time of the 30, 1,400 Athenian citizens had been put to death. Hither then people came henceforth to hear Zeno, and this is why they were known as men of the Stoa, or Stoics, and the same name was given to his followers, who had formerly been known as Zenonians. So it is stated by Epicurus in his letters. According to Eratosthenes, in his 8th book On the Old Comedy, the name of Stoic had formerly been applied to the poets who passed their time there, and they had made the name of Stoic still more famous. The people of Athens held Zeno in high honor, as is proved by their depositing with him the keys of the city walls, and their honoring him with a golden crown and a bronze statue. This last mark of respect was also shown to him by citizens of his native town, who deemed his statue an ornament to their city, and the men of Citium living in Sidon were also proud to claim him for their own. Antigonus, Gonatas, also favored him, and whenever he came to Athens would hear him lecture, and often invited him to come to his court. This offer he declined, but dispatched thither one of his friends, Perseus, the son of Demetrius and a native of Citium, who flourished in the 130th Olympiad, 260 to 256 B.C., at which time Zeno was already an old man. According to Apollonius of Tyre in his work upon Zeno, the letter of Antigonus was couched in the following terms: King Antigonus, to Zeno the philosopher, greeting. While in fortune and fame I deem myself your superior, in reason and education I own myself inferior, as well as in the perfect happiness which you have attained. Wherefore I have decided to ask you to pay me a visit, being persuaded that you will not refuse the request. By all means, then, do your best to hold conference with me, understanding clearly that you will not be the instructor of myself alone, but of all the Macedonians taken together. For it is obvious that whoever instructs the ruler of Macedonia and guides him in the paths of virtue will also be training his subjects to be good men. As is the ruler, such, for the most part, it may be expected that his subjects will become. And Zeno's reply is as follows. Zeno, to King Antigonus, greeting. I welcome your love of learning, insofar as you cleave to that true education which tends to advantage, and not to that popular counterfeit of it, which serves only to corrupt morals. But if anyone has yearned for philosophy, turning away from much vaunted pleasure, which renders effeminate the souls of some of the young, it is evident that not by nature only, but also by the bent of his will he is inclined to nobility of character. But if a noble nature be aided by moderate exercise, and further receive ungrudging instruction, it easily comes to acquire virtue and perfection. But I am constrained by bodily weakness, due to old age, for I am 80 years old, and for that reason I am unable to join you. But I send you certain companions of my studies, whose mental powers are not inferior to mine, while their bodily strength is far greater. And if you associate with these, you will in no way fall short of the conditions necessary to perfect happiness. So he sent Perseus and Philonides the Theban. And Epicurus, in his letter to his brother Aristobulus, mentions them both as living with Antigonus. I have thought it well to append the decree also, which the Athenians passed concerning him. It reads as follows. In the archonship of Archenides, in the 5th prytany of the tribe Achamantus, on the 21st day of my Macterion, at the 23rd plenary assembly of the prytany, one of the presidents, Hippo, the son of Cratistoteles, of the deme Hippateion, and his co-presidents, put the question to the vote. Thraso, the son of Thraso, of the deme Anakia, moved, where Zeno of Citium, son of Mnesius, has for many years been devoted to philosophy in the city, and has continued to be a man of worth in all other respects, exhorting to virtue and temperance those of the youth who come to him to be taught, directing them to what is best, affording to all in his own conduct a pattern for imitation in perfect consistency with his teaching, it has seemed good to the people, and may it turn out well, to bestow praise upon Zeno of Citium, the son of Nasius, and to crown him with a golden crown according to the law, for his goodness and temperance, and to build him a tomb in the Ceramicus at the public cost, and that for the making of the crown and the building of the tomb, the people shall now elect 5 commissioners from all Athenians, and the Secretary of State shall inscribe this decree on 2 stone pillars, and it shall be lawful for him to set up one in the Academy and the other in the Lyceum, and that the magistrate presiding over the administration shall apportion the expense incurred upon the pillars, that all may know that the Athenian people honor the good, both in their life and after their death. Thraso of the deme Anicia, Philocles of Piraeus, Phaedrus of Anaphlistus, Medon of Acarnae, Micithus of Sipyletus, and Dion of Paeania have been elected commissioners for the making of the crown and the building. These are the terms of the decree. Antigonus of Carystus tells us that he never denied that he was a citizen of Citium, for when he was one of those who contributed to the restoration of the baths, and his name was inscribed upon the pillar as Zeno the philosopher, he requested that the words of Citium should be added. He made a hollow lid for a flask, and used to carry about money in it, in order that there might be provision at hand for the necessities of his master Crates. It is said that he had more than 1,000 talents when he came to Greece, and that he lent this money on bottomry. He used to eat little loaves and honey, and to drink a little wine of good bouquet. He rarely employed men servants. Once or twice, indeed, he might have a young girl to wait on him in order not to seem a misogynist. He shared the same house with Persius, and when the latter brought in a little flute player, he lost no time in leading her straight to Persius. They tell us he readily adapted himself to circumstances, so much so that King Antigonus often broke in on him with a noisy party, and once took him along with other revelers to Aristocles the musician. Zeno, however, in a little while gave them the slip. He disliked, they say, to be brought too near to people, so that he would take the end seat of a couch, thus saving himself at any rate from 1/2 of such inconvenience. Nor indeed would he walk about with more than 2 or 3. He would occasionally ask the bystanders for coppers, in order that, for fear of being asked to give, people might desist from mobbing him, as Cleanthes says in his work on bronze. When several persons stood about him in the colonnade, he pointed to the wooden railing at the top round the altar and said, "This was once open to all, but because it was found to be a hindrance, it was railed off. If you then will take yourselves off out of the way, you will be the less annoyance to us." When Demochares, the son of Laches, greeted him and told him he had only to speak or write for anything he wanted to Antigonus, who would be sure to grant all his requests, Zeno, after hearing this, would have nothing more to do with him. After Zeno's death, Antigonus is reported to have said, "What an audience I have lost." Hence, too, he employed Thraso as his agent to request the Athenians to bury Zeno in the Ceramicus. And when asked why he admired him, "Because," said he, "the many ample gifts I offered him never made him conceited, nor yet appear poor-spirited." His bent was towards inquiry, and he was an exact reasoner on all subjects. Hence the words of Timon in his Sidle. "A Phoenician too I saw, a pampered old woman ensconced in gloomy pride, longing for all things. But the meshes of her subtle web have perished, and she had no more intelligence than a banjo." He used to dispute very carefully with Philo, the logician, and study along with him. Hence Zeno, who was the junior, had as great an admiration for Philo as his master Diodorus. And he had about him certain ragged, dirty fellows, as Timon says in these lines, "The while he got together a crowd of ignorant serfs, who surpassed all men in beggary, and were the emptiest of townsfolk." Zeno himself was sour, and of a frowning countenance. He was very niggardly, too, clinging to meanness unworthy of a Greek, on the plea of economy. If he pitched into anyone, he would do it concisely, and not effusively, keeping him rather at arm's length. I mean, for example, his remark upon the fop showing himself off, when he was slowly picking his way across a watercourse. With good reason, quoth Zeno, he looks askance at the mud, for he can't see his face in it. When a certain cynic declared he had no oil in his flask, and begged some of him, Zeno refused to give him any. However, as the man went away, Zeno bade him consider which of the two was the more impudent. Being enamored of Craemonides, as he and Cleanthes were sitting beside the youth, he got up, and upon Cleanthes expressing surprise, "Good physicians tell us," said he, "that the best cure for inflammation is repose." When, of two reclining next to each other over the wine, the one who was neighbor to Zeno kicked the guest below him, Zeno himself nudged the man with his knee, and upon the man turning round, inquired, "How do you think your neighbor liked what you did to him?" To a lover of boys, he remarked, "Just as schoolmasters lose their common sense by spending all their time with boys, so it is with people like you." He used to say that the very exact expressions used by those who avoided solecisms were like the coins struck by Alexander. They were beautiful in appearance, and well rounded like the coins, but none the better on that account. Words of the opposite kind he would compare to the Attic tetradrachmas, which, though struck carelessly and inartistically, nevertheless outweighed the ornate phrases. When his pupil Ariston discoursed at length in an uninspired manner, sometimes in a headstrong and overconfident way, "Your father," said he, "must have been drunk when he begat you." Hence he would call him a chatterbox, being himself concise in speech. There was a gourmand so greedy that he left nothing for his table companions. A large fish having been served, Zeno took it up as if he were about to eat the whole. When the other looked at him, "What do you suppose," said he, "those who live with you feel every day, if you cannot put up with my gourmandise in this single instance?" A youth was putting a question with more curiosity than became his years, whereupon Zeno led him to a mirror, and bade him look in it, after which he inquired if he thought it became anyone who looked like that to ask such questions. Someone said that he did not, in general, agree with Antisthenes, whereupon Zeno produced that author's essay on Sophocles, and asked him if he thought it had any excellence, to which the reply was that he did not know. "Then are you not ashamed," quoth he, "to pick out and mention anything wrong said by Antisthenes, while you suppress his good things without giving them a thought?" Someone having said that he thought the chain arguments of the philosophers seemed brief and curt, Zeno replied, "You are quite right. Indeed, the very syllables ought, if possible, to be clipped." Someone remarked to him about Polemo that his discourse was different from the subject he announced. He replied with a frown, "Well, what value would you have set upon what was given out?" He said that when conversing, we ought to be earnest, and like actors we should have a loud voice and great strength, but we ought not to open the mouth too wide, which is what your senseless chatterbox does. Telling periods, he said, unlike the works of good craftsmen, should need no pause for the contemplation of their excellences. On the contrary, the hearer should be so absorbed in the discourse itself as to have no leisure even to take notes. Once, when a young man was talking a good deal, he said, "Your ears have slid down and merged in your tongue." To the fair youth, who gave it as his opinion that the wise man would not fall in love, his reply was, "Then who can be more hapless than you fair youths?" He used to say that even of philosophers the greater number were in most things unwise, while about small and casual things they were quite ignorant. And he used to cite the saying of Caphisius, who, when one of his pupils was endeavoring to blow the flute lustily, gave him a slap, and told him that to play well does not depend on loudness, though playing loudly may follow upon playing well. And to a youth who was talking somewhat saucily, His rejoinder was, "I would rather not tell you what I am thinking, my lad." A Rhodian, who was handsome and rich, but nothing more, insisted on joining his class. But so unwelcome was this pupil that first of all Zeno made him sit on the benches that were dusty, that he might soil his cloak, and then he consigned him to the place where the beggars sat, that he might rub shoulders with their rags. So at last the young man went away. Nothing, he declared, was more unbecoming than arrogance, especially in the young. He used also to say that it was not the words and expressions that we ought to remember, but we should exercise our mind in disposing to advantage of what we hear, instead of, as it were, tasting a well-cooked dish or well-dressed meal. The young, he thought, should behave with perfect propriety in walk, gait, and dress, and he used continually to quote the lines of Euripides about Capaneus. Large means had he, yet not the haughtiness that springs from wealth, nor cherished prouder thoughts of vain ambition than the poorest man. Again, he would say that if we want to master the sciences, there is nothing so fatal as conceit. And again, there is nothing we stand so much in need of as time. To the question, "Who is a friend?" his answer was, "A second self, alter ego." We are told that he was once chastising a slave for stealing, and when the latter pleaded that it was his fate to steal, "Yes, and to be beaten too," said Zeno. Beauty he called the flower of chastity, while according to others it was chastity which he called the flower of beauty. Once, when he saw the slave of one of his acquaintance marked with wheals, "I see," said he, "the imprints of your anger." To one who had been drenched with unguent, "Who is this," quoth he, "who smells of woman?" When Dionysius the renegade asked, "Why am I the only pupil you do not correct?" the reply was, "Because I mistrust you." To a stripling who was talking nonsense, his words were, "The reason why we have 2 ears and only 1 mouth is that we may listen the more and talk the less." One day at a banquet, he was reclining in silence and was asked the reason, whereupon he bade his critic carry word to the king that there was one present who knew how to hold his tongue. Now those who inquired of him were ambassadors from King Ptolemy, and they wanted to know what message they should take back from him to the king. On being asked how he felt about abuse, he replied, "As an envoy feels who is dismissed without an answer." Apollonius of Tyre tells us how, when Crates laid hold on him by the cloak to drag him from Stilpo, Zeno said, "The right way to seize a philosopher, Crates, is by the ears. Persuade me then, and drag me off by them. But if you use violence, my body will be with you, but my mind with Stilpo." According to Hippobotus, he foregathered with Diodorus, with whom he worked hard at dialectic. And when he was already making progress, he would enter Palamo's school. So far from all self-conceit was he. In consequence, Palamo is said to have addressed him thus, "You slip in, Zeno, by the garden door. I'm quite aware of it. You filch my doctrines and give them a Phoenician make-up." A dialectician once showed him 7 logical forms concerned with the sophism known as the Reaper, and Zeno asked him how much he wanted for them. Being told 100 drachmas, he promptly paid 200. To such lengths would he go in his love of learning. They say, too, that he first introduced the word duty and wrote a treatise on the subject. It is said, moreover, that he corrected Hesiod's lines thus, "He is best of all men who follows good advice. Good, too, is he who finds out all things for himself." The reason he gave for this was that the man capable of giving a proper hearing to what is said and profiting by it was superior to him who discovers everything himself. For the one had merely a right apprehension, the other, in obeying good counsel, superadded conduct. When he was asked why he, though so austere, relaxed at a drinking party, he said, "Lupins, too, are bitter, but when they are soaked become sweet." Hecato, too, in the second book of his Anecdotes, says that he indulged freely at such gatherings, and he would say, "Better to trip with the feet than the tongue." Well-being is attained by little and little, and nevertheless it is no little thing itself. Others attribute this to Socrates. He showed the utmost endurance and the greatest frugality. The food he used required no fire to dress, and the cloak he wore was thin. Hence it was said of him, "The cold of winter and the ceaseless rain come powerless against him, weak the dart of the fierce summer sun, or racking pain to bend that iron frame. He stands apart, unspoiled by public feast and jollity. Patient, unwearied night and day doth he cling to his studies of philosophy." Nay more, the comic poets by their very jests at his expense praised him without intending it. Thus Philemon says in a play, Philosophers, "This man adopts a new philosophy. He teaches to go hungry, yet he gets disciples. One sole loaf of bread his food, his best dessert, dried figs, water his drink." Others attribute these lines to Poseidippus. By this time he had almost become a proverb. At all events, "more temperate than Zeno the philosopher" was a current saying about him. Poseidippus also writes in his Men Transported, "So that for 10 whole days more temperate than Zeno's self he seemed." And in very truth, in this species of virtue and in dignity he surpassed all mankind, aye, and in happiness, for he was 98 when he died, and had enjoyed good health without an ailment to the last. Persius, however, in his ethical lectures, makes him die at the age of 72, having come to Athens at the age of 22. But Apollonius says that he presided over the school for 58 years. The manner of his death was as follows. As he was leaving the school, he tripped and fell, breaking a toe. Striking the ground with his fist, he quoted the line from the Niobe, I come, why dost thou call for me?" and died on the spot through holding his breath. End of section 11. Read by Laura Gibbs. Section 12 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2 by Diógenes Laércius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks, Section 12. Book 7, Chapter 1, Part 2, Zeno, continued. The Athenians buried him in the Ceramicus, and honored him in the decrees already cited above, adding their testimony of his goodness. Here is the epitaph composed for him by Antipater of Sidon. Here lies great Zeno, dear to Citium, who scaled high Olympus, though he piled not Pelion on Ossa, nor toiled at the labors of Heracles. But this was the path he found out to the stars, the way of temperance alone. Here too is another by Xenodotus the Stoic, a pupil of Diogenes. Thou madest self-sufficiency thy rule, eschewing haughty wealth, O godlike Zeno, with aspect grave and hoary brow serene. A manly doctrine thine, and by thy prudence with much toil thou didst found a great new school, chaste parent of unfearing liberty. And if thy native country was Phoenicia, what need to slight thee? Came not Cadmus thence, who gave to Greece her books and art of writing? And Athenaeus, the epigrammatist, speaks of all the Stoics in common as follows. O ye who've learnt the doctrines of the Porch, and have committed to your books divine the best of human learning, teaching men that the mind's virtue is the only good. She only it is who keeps the lives of men and cities safer than high gates and walls. But those who place their happiness in pleasure are led by the least worthy of the Muses. We have ourselves mentioned the manner of Zeno's death in the Panmetros, a collection of poems in various meters. The story goes that Zeno of Citium, after enduring many hardships by reason of old age, was set free, some say by ceasing to take food. Others say that once when he had tripped, he beat with his hand upon the earth and cried, "I come of my own accord. Why then call me?" For there are some who hold this to have been the manner of his death. So much then concerning his death. Demetrius the Magnesian, in his work on men of the same name, says of him, his father, Mnaseas, being a merchant, often went to Athens and brought away many books about Socrates for Zeno while still a boy. Hence he had been well trained even before he left his native place. And thus it came about that on his arrival at Athens he attached himself to Crates. And it seems, he adds, that when the rest were at a loss how to express their views, Zeno framed a definition of the end. They say that he was in the habit of swearing by capers, just as Socrates used to swear by the dog. Some there are, and among them Cassius the skeptic and his disciples, who accuse Zeno at length. Their first count is that, in the beginning of his Republic, he pronounced the ordinary education useless. The next is that he applies to all men who are not virtuous the opprobrious epithets of foemen, enemies, slaves, and aliens to one another, parents to children, brothers to brothers, friends to friends. Again, in the Republic, making an invidious contrast, he declares the good alone to be true citizens or friends or kindred or free men. And accordingly, in the view of the Stoics, parents and children are enemies, not being wise. Again, it is objected in the Republic he lays down community of wives, and at line 200 prohibits the building of temples, law courts, and gymnasia in cities. While as regards a currency, he writes that we should not think it need be introduced, either for purposes of exchange or for traveling abroad. Further, he bids men and women wear the same dress and keep no part of the body entirely covered. That the Republic is the work of Zeno is attested by Chrysippus in his De Republica. And he discussed amatory subjects in the beginning of that book of his, which is entitled The Art of Love. Moreover, he writes much the same in his interludes. So much for the criticisms to be found not only in Cassius, but in Isidorus of Pergamum, the rhetorician. Isidorus likewise affirms that the passages disapproved by the school were expunged from his works by Athenodorus the Stoic, who was in charge of the Pergamene library, and that afterwards, when Athenodorus was detected and compromised, they were replaced. So much concerning the passages in his writings, which are regarded as spurious. There have been 8 persons of the name of Zeno. First, the Eleatic, of whom more hereafter. The second, our present subject. The third, a Rhodian, who wrote a local history in 1 volume. The fourth, a historian, who wrote about the expedition of Pyrrhus into Italy and Sicily, and besides that, an epitome of the political history of Rome and Carthage. The fifth, a pupil of Chrysippus, who left few writings but many disciples. The sixth, a physician of the school of Herophilus, a competent practitioner, though a poor writer. The seventh, a grammarian, who besides other writings has left behind him epigrams. The eighth, a Sidonian by birth and an Epicurean philosopher, lucid both in thinking and in style. Of the many disciples of Zeno, the following are the most famous. Persius, son of Demetrius of Citium, whom some call a pupil and others one of the household, one of those sent him by Antigonus to act as secretary. He had been tutor to Antigonus's son Halcyoneus, and Antigonus once, wishing to make trial of him, caused some false news to be brought to him that his estate had been ravaged by the enemy, and as his countenance fell, "Do you see," said he, that wealth is not a matter of indifference? The following works are by Persius: of kingship, the Spartan constitution, of marriage, of impiety, Thyestes, of love, exhortations, interludes, 4 books of anecdotes, memorabilia, a reply to Plato's laws in 7 books. Ariston, the son of Miltiades and a native of Chios, who introduced the doctrine of things morally indifferent. Herullus of Carthage, who affirmed knowledge to be the end. Dionysius, who became a renegade to the doctrine of pleasure, for owing to the severity of his ophthalmia, he had no longer the nerve to call pain a thing indifferent. His native place was Heraclea. Sphyrus of Bosporus. Cleanthes, son of Phanius of Assos, his successor in the school. Him Zeno used to compare to hard waxen tablets, which are difficult to write upon, but retain the characters written upon them. Sphyrus also became the pupil of Cleanthes after Zeno's death, and we shall have occasion to mention him in the Life of Cleanthes. And furthermore, the following, according to Hippobotus, were pupils of Zeno: Philonides of Thebes, Callippus of Corinth, Posidonius of Alexandria, Athenodorus of Soli, and Zeno of Sidon. I have decided to give a general account of all the Stoic doctrines in the Life of Zeno, because he was the founder of the school. I have already given a list of his numerous writings, in which he has spoken as has no other of the Stoics, and his tenets in general are as follows. In accordance with my usual practice, a summary statement must suffice. Philosophic doctrine, say the Stoics, falls into 3 parts, one physical, another ethical, and the third logical. Zeno of Citium was the first to make this division in his Exposition of Doctrine, and Chrysippus too did so in the first book of his Exposition of Doctrine, and the first book of his Physics. And so too Apollodorus and Silius in the first part of their introductions to Stoic doctrine, as also Eudromus in his elementary treatise on ethics, Diogenes the Babylonian, and Posidonius. These parts are called by Apollodorus heads of commonplace, by Chrysippus and Eudromus specific divisions, by others generic divisions. Philosophy, they say, is like an animal, logic corresponding to the bones and sinews, ethics to the fleshy parts, physics to the soul. Another simile they use is that of an egg. The shell is logic, next comes the white, ethics, and the yolk in the center is physics. Or, again, they liken philosophy to a fertile field, logic being the encircling fence, ethics the crop, physics the soil or the trees. Or, again, to a city strongly walled and governed by reason. No single part, some Stoics declare, is independent of any other part, but all blend together. Nor was it usual to teach them separately. Others, however, start their course with logic, go on to physics, and finish with ethics. And among those who so do are Zeno, in his treatise on exposition, Chrysippus, Archidemus, and Eudromus. Diogenes of Ptolemais, it is true, begins with ethics, but Apollodorus puts ethics second, while Panaetius and Posidonius begin with physics, as stated by Phanius, the pupil of Posidonius, in the first book of his Lectures of Posidonius. Cleanthes makes not 3, but 6 parts: dialectic, rhetoric, ethics, politics, physics, theology. But others say that these are divisions not of philosophic exposition, but of philosophy itself. So, for instance, Zeno of Tarsus. Some divide the logical part of the system into the 2 sciences of rhetoric and dialectic, while some would add that which deals with definitions, and another part concerning canons or criteria. Some, however, dispense with the part about definitions. Now, the part which deals with canons or criteria they admit as a means for the discovery of truth, since in the course of it they explain the different kinds of perceptions that we have. And similarly, the part about definitions is accepted as a means of recognizing truth, inasmuch as things are apprehended by means of general notions. Further, by rhetoric, they understand the science of speaking well on matters set forth by plain narrative, and by dialectic, that of correctly discussing subjects by question and answer. Hence their alternative definition of it as the science of statements, true, false, and neither true nor false. Rhetoric itself, they say, has three divisions: deliberative, forensic, and panegyric. Rhetoric, according to them, may be divided into invention of arguments, their expression in words, their arrangement and delivery, and a rhetorical speech into introduction, narrative, replies to opponents, and peroration. Dialectic, they hold, falls under two heads: subjects of discourse and language. And the subjects fall under the following headings: presentations and the various products to which they give rise, propositions enunciated and their constituent subjects and predicates, and similar terms, whether direct or reversed, genera and species, arguments too, moods, syllogisms, and fallacies, whether due to the subject matter or to the language, these including both false and true and negative arguments, sorites, and the like, whether defective, insoluble, or conclusive, and the fallacies, known as the veiled or horned, no man, and the mowers. The second main head mentioned above as belonging to dialectic is that of language, wherein are included written language and the parts of speech, with a discussion of errors in syntax and in single words, poetical diction, verbal ambiguities, euphony and music, and, according to some writers, chapters on terms, divisions, and style. The study of syllogisms they declare to be of the greatest service, as showing us what is capable of yielding demonstration, and this contributes much to the formation of correct judgments, and their arrangement and retention in memory give a scientific character to our conception of things. An argument is in itself a whole, containing premises and conclusion, and an inference or syllogism is an inferential argument composed of these. Demonstration is an argument inferring by means of what is better apprehended something less clearly apprehended. A presentation or mental impression is an imprint on the soul, the name having been appropriately borrowed from the imprint made by the seal upon the wax. There are two species of presentation, the one apprehending a real object, the other not. The former, which they take to be the test of reality, is defined as that which proceeds from a real object, agrees with that object itself, and has been imprinted, seal fashion, and stamped upon the mind. The latter, or non-apprehending, that which does not proceed from any real object, or, if it does, fails to agree with the reality itself, not being clear or distinct. Dialectic, they said, is indispensable, and is itself a virtue, embracing other particular virtues under it. Freedom from precipitancy is a knowledge when to give or withhold the mind's assent to impressions. By wariness, they mean a strong presumption against what at the moment seems probable, so as not to be taken in by it. Irrefutability is strength in argument, so as not to be brought over by it to the opposite side. Earnestness, or absence of frivolity, is a habit of referring presentations to right reason. Knowledge itself they define either as unerring apprehension, or as a habit or state which, in reception of presentations, cannot be shaken by argument. Without the study of dialectic, they say, the wise man cannot guard himself in argument so as never to fall, for it enables him to distinguish between truth and falsehood, and to discriminate what is merely plausible and what is ambiguously expressed, and without it he cannot methodically put questions and give answers. Over-hastiness in assertion affects the actual course of events, so that, unless we have our perceptions well trained, we are liable to fall into unseemly conduct and heedlessness. And in no other way will the wise man approve himself acute, nimble-witted, and generally skillful in argument. For it belongs to the same person to converse well and to argue well, to put questions to the purpose and to respond to the questions put. And all these qualifications are qualifications belonging to the skilled dialectician. Such is, summarily stated, the substance of their logical teaching. And in order to give it also in detail, let me now cite as much of it as comes within the scope of their introductory handbook. I will quote verbatim what Diocles the Magnesian says in his Synopsis of Philosophers. These are his words. Begin quote. The Stoics agree to put in the forefront the doctrine of presentation and sensation, inasmuch as the standard by which the truth of things is tested is generically a presentation. And again, the theory of assent and that of apprehension and thought, which precedes all the rest, cannot be stated apart from presentation. For presentation comes first, then thought, which is capable of expressing itself, puts into the form of a proposition that which the subject receives from a presentation. End quote. There is a difference between the process and the outcome of presentation. The latter is a semblance in the mind such as may occur in sleep, while the former is the act of imprinting something on the soul, that is, a process of change, as is set forth by Chrysippus in the second book of his treatise of the soul, De Anima. For, says he, we must not take impression in the literal sense of the stamp of a seal, because it is impossible to suppose that a number of such impressions should be in one and the same spot, at one and the same time. The presentation meant is that which comes from a real object, agrees with that object, and has been stamped, imprinted, and pressed seal fashion on the soul, as would not be the case if it came from an unreal object. According to them, some presentations are data of sense, and others are not. The former are the impressions conveyed through one or more sense organs, while the latter, which are not data of sense, are those received through the mind itself, as is the case with incorporeal things, and all the other presentations which are received by reason. Of sensuous impressions, some are from real objects and are accompanied by yielding and assent on our part, but there are also presentations that are appearances and no more, purporting, as it were, to come from real objects. Another division of presentations is into rational and irrational, the former being those of rational creatures, the latter those of the irrational. Those which are rational are processes of thought, while those which are irrational have no name. Again, some of our impressions are scientific, others unscientific. At all events, a statue is viewed in a totally different way by the trained eye of a sculptor and by an ordinary man. The Stoics apply the term sense or sensation, aesthesis, to three things. 1. The current passing from the principal part of the soul to the senses. 2. Apprehension by means of the senses. 3. The apparatus of the sense organs in which some persons are deficient. Moreover, the activity of the sense organs is itself also called sensation. According to them, it is by sense that we apprehend black and white, rough and smooth, whereas it is by reason that we apprehend the conclusions of demonstration, for instance, the existence of gods and their providence. General notions, indeed, are gained in the following ways: some by direct contact, some by resemblance, some by analogy, some by transposition, some by composition, and some by contrariety. By incidence or direct contact have come our notions of sensible things. By resemblance, notions whose origin is something before us, as the notion of Socrates, which we get from his bust, while under notions derived from analogy come those which we get 1. By way of enlargement, like that of Tydeus or the Cyclops, or 2. By way of diminution, like that of the pygmy. And thus, too, the center of the earth was originally conceived on the analogy of smaller spheres. Of notions obtained by transposition, creatures with eyes on the chest would be an instance, while the centaur exemplifies those reached by composition, and death those due to contrariety. Furthermore, there are notions which imply a sort of transition to the realm of the imperceptible, such as those of space and of the meaning of terms. The notions of justice and goodness come by nature. Again, privation originates notions, for instance that of the man without hands. Such are their tenets concerning presentation, sensation, and thought. The standard of truth they declare to be the apprehending presentation, i.e., that which comes from a real object, according to Chrysippus in the 12th book of his Physics, and to Antipater and Apollodorus. Boethus, on the other hand, admits a plurality of standards, namely intelligence, sense perception, appetency, and knowledge, while Chrysippus, in the first book of his Exposition of Doctrine, contradicts himself and declares that sensation and preconception are the only standards, preconception being a general notion which comes by the gift of nature, an innate conception of universals or general concepts. Again, certain others of the older Stoics make right reason the standard, and so does Posidonius in his treatise on the standard. In their theory of dialectic, most of them see fit to take as their starting point the topic of voice. Now, voice is a percussion of the air, or the proper object of the sense of hearing, as Diogenes the Babylonian says in his handbook on voice. While the voice or cry of an animal is just a percussion of air brought about by natural impulse, man's voice is articulate, and, as Diogenes puts it, an utterance of reason, having the quality of coming to maturity at the age of 14. Furthermore, voice, according to the Stoics, is something corporeal. I may cite for this Archidemus in his treatise on voice, Diogenes, Antipater, and Chrysippus in the 2nd book of his Physics. For whatever produces an effect is body, and voice, as it proceeds from those who utter it to those who hear it, does produce an effect. Reduced to writing, what was voice becomes a verbal expression, as day, so says Diogenes. A statement or proposition is speech that issues from the mind and signifies something, e.g., it is day. Dialectic, dialektos, means a variety of speech which is stamped on one part of the Greek world as distinct from another, or on the Greeks as distinct from other races. Or again, it means a form peculiar to some particular region. That is to say, it has a certain linguistic quality. E.g., in Attic, the word for sea is not thalassa, but thalata. In Ionic, day is not hemera, but hemere. Elements of language are the 4 and 20 letters. Letters, however, has 3 meanings. 1. The particular sound or element of speech. 2. Its written symbol or character. 3. Its name, as alpha is the name of the sound A. 7 of the letters are vowels: A, E, long E, I, O, U, long O, and 6 are mutes: B, G, D, K, P, T. There's a difference between voice and speech, because while voice may include mere noise, speech is always articulate. Speech again differs from a sentence or statement because the latter always signifies something, whereas a spoken word, as for example, blittery, may be unintelligible, which a sentence never is. And to frame a sentence is more than mere utterance, for while vocal sounds are uttered, things are meant, that is, are matters of discourse. These are, as stated by Diógenes in his treatise on language and by Chrysippus, 5 parts of speech: proper name, common noun, verb, conjunction, article. To these, Antipater in his work on words and their meaning adds another part, the mean. A common noun, or appellative, is defined by Diógenes as part of a sentence signifying a common quality, e.g., man, horse, whereas a name is a part of speech expressing a quality peculiar to an individual, e.g., Diogenes, Socrates. A verb is, according to Diogenes, a part of speech signifying an isolated predicate, or, as others define it, an undeclined part of a sentence, signifying something that can be attached to one or more subjects, e.g., I write, I speak. A conjunction is an indeclinable part of speech, binding the various parts of a statement together, and an article is a declinable part of speech, distinguishing the genders and numbers of nouns, e.g., ha, he, ta, hoi, hi, ta. There are 5 excellences of speech: pure Greek, lucidity, conciseness, appropriateness, distinction. By good Greek is meant language faultless in point of grammar and free from careless vulgarity. Lucidity is a style which presents the thought in a way easily understood. Conciseness, a style that employs no more words than are necessary for setting forth the subject in hand. Appropriateness lies in a style akin to the subject. Distinction in the avoidance of colloquialism. Among vices of style, barbarism is violation of the usage of Greeks of good standing, while there is solecism when the sentence has an incongruous construction. Posidonius, in his treatise on style, defines a poetical phrase as one that is metrical or rhythmical, thus mechanically avoiding the character of prose. An example of such rhythmical phrase is, O mightiest earth, O sky, God's canopy. And if such poetical phraseology is significant and includes a portrayal or representation of things human and divine, it is poetry. A term is, as stated by Antipater in his first book On Terms, a word which, when a sentence is analyzed, is uttered with complete meaning. Or, according to Chrysippus in his book On Definitions, is a rendering back one's own. Delineation is a statement which brings one to a knowledge of the subject in outline, or it may be called a definition, which embodies the force of the definition proper in a simpler form. Genus, in logic, is the comprehension in one of a number of inseparable objects of thought, e.g., animal, for this includes all particular animals. A notion or object of thought is a presentation to the intellect, which, though not really substance nor attribute, is quasi-substance or quasi-attribute. Thus, an image of a horse may rise before the mind, although there is no horse present. Species is that which is comprehended under genus. Thus, man is included under animal. The highest or most universal genus is that which, being itself a genus, has no genus above, namely reality, or the real. and the lowest and most particular species is that which, being itself a species, has no species below it, e.g., Socrates. Division of a genus means dissection of it into its proximate species. Thus, animals are either rational or irrational, dichotomy. Contrary division dissects the genus into species by contrary qualities, for example, by means of negation, as when all things that are divided into good and not good. Subdivision is division applied to a previous division. For instance, after saying, of things that are, some are good, some are not good, we proceed, and of the not good, some are bad. Some are neither good nor bad, morally indifferent. Partition in logic is, according to Crinus, classification or distribution of a genus under heads. For instance, of goods, some are mental, others bodily. Verbal ambiguity arises when a word properly, rightfully, and in accordance with fixed usage denotes two or more different things, so that at one and the same time we may take it in several distinct senses, e.g. in Greek, whereby the same verbal expression may be meant in the one case that a house has 3 times fallen, in the other that a dancing girl has fallen. Posidonius defines dialectic as the science dealing with truth, falsehood, and that which is neither true nor false, whereas Chrysippus takes its subject to be signs and things signified. Such then is the gist of what the Stoics say in their theory of language. End of section 12. Read by Laura Gibbs. Section 13 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laércio, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Section 13, Book 7, Chapter 1, Part 3, Zeno, continued. To the department dealing with things as such, and things signified, is assigned the doctrine of expressions, including those which are complete in themselves, as well as judgments and syllogisms, and that of defective expressions, comprising predicates both direct and reversed. By verbal expression, they mean that of which the content corresponds to some rational presentation. Of such expressions, the Stoics say that some are complete in themselves and others defective. Those are defective, the enunciation of which is unfinished, as e.g. writes, for we inquire, who? Whereas in those that are complete in themselves, the enunciation is finished, as Socrates writes. And so, under the head of defective expressions, arranged all predicates, while under those complete in themselves fall judgments, syllogisms, questions, and inquiries. A predicate is, according to the followers of Apollodorus, what is said of something. In other words, a thing associated with one or more subjects. Or, again, it may be defined as a defective expression, which has to be joined on to a nominative case in order to yield a judgment. Of predicates, some are adjectival, and so have personal subjects, as e.g. to sail through rocks. Again, some predicates are direct, some reversed, some neither. Now, direct predicates are those that are constructed with one of the oblique cases, as hears, sees, converses, while reversed are those constructed with the passive voice, as I am heard, I am seen. Neutral are such as correspond to neither of these, as thinks, walks. Reflexive predicates are those among the passive which, although in form reversed, are yet active operations, as he cuts his own hair. For here the agent includes himself in the sphere of his action. The oblique cases are genitive, dative, and accusative. A judgment is that which is either true or false, or a thing complete in itself, capable of being denied in and by itself, as Chrysippus says in his dialectical definitions. A judgment is that which in and by itself can be denied or affirmed, e.g., it is day, Dion is walking. The Greek word for judgment, axioma, is derived from the verb axion, as signifying acceptance or rejection. For when you say, it is day, you seem to accept the fact that it is day. Now, if it really is day, the judgment before us is true, but if not, it is false. There is a difference between judgment, interrogation, and inquiry, as also between imperative, adjurative, optative, hypothetical, vocative, whether to that which these terms are applied be a thing or a judgment. For a judgment is that which, when we set it forth in speech, becomes an assertion, and is either false or true. An interrogation is a thing complete in itself, like a judgment, but demanding an answer, e.g., is it day? And this is so far neither true nor false. Thus, it is day is a judgment. Is it day? An interrogation. An inquiry is something to which we cannot reply by signs, as you can nod yes to an interrogation, but you must express the answer in words. He lives in this or that place. An imperative is something which conveys a command, e.g., go thou to the waters of Inachus. An adjurative utterance is something ... The text is missing in the Greek. A vocative utterance is something the use of which implies that you are addressing someone. For example, most glorious son of Atreus, Agamemnon, lord of men. A quasi-proposition is that which, having the enunciation of a judgment, yet in consequence of the intensified tone or emotion of one of its parts, falls outside the class of judgments proper, e.g., yea, fair indeed the Parthenon, how like to Priam's sons the cowherd is. There is also, differing from a proposition or judgment, what may be called a timid suggestion, the expression of which leaves one at a loss, e.g., can it be that pain and life are in some sort akin? Interrogations, inquiries, and the like are neither true nor false, whereas judgments, or propositions, are always either true or false. The followers of Chrysippus, Archidemus, Athenodorus, Antipater, and Crinis, divide propositions into simple and not simple. Simple are those that consist of one or more propositions which are not ambiguous, as, it is day. Not simple are those that consist of one or more ambiguous propositions. They may, that is, consist either of a single ambiguous proposition, e.g., if it is day, or of more than one proposition, e.g., if it is day, it is light. With simple propositions are classed those of negation, denial, privation, affirmation, the definitive, and the indefinitive. With those that are not simple, the hypothetical, the inferential, the coupled or complex, the disjunctive, the causal, and that which indicates more or less. An example of a negative proposition is, it is not day. Of the negative proposition, one species is the double negative. By double negative is meant the negation of a negation, e.g., it is not day. Now this presupposes that it is day. A denial contains a negative part or particle and a predication, such as this, no one is walking. A privative proposition is one that contains a privative particle reversing the effect of a judgment, as, for example, this man is unkind. An affirmative or assertory proposition is one that consists of a noun in the nominative case and a predicate, as Dion is walking. A definitive proposition is one that consists of a demonstrative in the nominative case and a predicate, as this man is walking. An indefinitive proposition is one that consists of an indefinite word or words and a predicate, e.g., someone is walking, or there's someone walking. He is in motion. Of propositions that are not simple, the hypothetical, according to Chrysippus in his Dialectics, and Diogenes in his Art of Dialectic, is one that is formed by means of the conditional conjunction if. Now, this conjunction promises that the second of two things follows consequentially upon the first, as, for instance, if it is day, it is light. An inferential proposition, according to Chrynis in his Art of Dialectic, is one which is introduced by the conjunction since, and consists of an initial proposition and a conclusion. For example, since it is daytime, it is light. This conjunction guarantees both that the second thing follows from the first, and that the first is really a fact. A coupled proposition is one which is put together by certain coupling conjunctions, e.g., it is daytime and it is light. A disjunctive proposition is one which is constituted such by the disjunctive conjunction either, as, e.g., either it is day or it is night. This conjunction guarantees that one or other of the alternatives is false. A causal proposition is constructed by means of the conjunction because, e.g., because it is day, it is light. For the first clause is, as it were, the cause of the second. A proposition which indicates more or less is one that is formed by the word signifying rather and the word than in between the clauses, as, for example, it is rather daytime than night. Opposite in character to the foregoing is a proposition which declares what is less the fact, as, e.g., it is less or not so much night as day. Further, among propositions there are some which in respect of truth and falsehood stand opposed to one another, of which the one is the negative of the other, as, e.g., the propositions it is day and it is not day. A hypothetical proposition is therefore true if the contradictory of its conclusion is incompatible with its premise, e.g., if it is day, it is light. This is true. For the statement it is not light, contradicting the conclusion, is incompatible with the premise it is day. On the other hand, a hypothetical proposition is false if the contradictory of its conclusion does not conflict with the premise, e.g., if it is day, Dion is walking. For the statement Dion is not walking does not conflict with the premise it is day. An inferential proposition is true if, starting from a true premise, it also has a consequent conclusion, as, e.g., since it is day, the sun is above the horizon. But it is false if it starts from a false premise, or has an inconsequent conclusion, as, e.g., since it is night, Dion is walking, if this be said in daytime. A causal proposition is true if its conclusion really follows from a premise itself true, though the premise does not follow conversely from the conclusion, as, e.g., because it is day, it is light, where from the it is day, the it is light duly follows, though from the statement it is light, it would not follow that it is day. But a causal proposition is false if it either starts from a false premise, or has an inconsequent conclusion, or has a premise that does not correspond with the conclusion, as, e.g., because it is night, Dion is walking. A probable judgment is one which induces to assent, e.g., whoever gave birth to anything is that thing's mother. This, however, is not necessarily true, for the hen is not mother of an egg. Again, some things are possible, others impossible, and some things are necessary, others are not necessary. A proposition is possible which admits of being true, there being nothing in external circumstances to prevent it being true, e.g., Diocles is alive. Impossible is one which does not admit of being true, as, e.g., the earth flies. That is necessary which, besides being true, does not admit of being false, or while it may admit of being false, is prevented from being false by circumstances external to itself, as virtue is beneficial. Not necessary is that which, while true, yet is capable of being false if there are no external conditions to prevent, e.g., Dion is walking. A reasonable proposition is one which has to start with more chances of being true than not, e.g., I shall be alive tomorrow. And there are other shades of difference in propositions and grades of transition from true to false and conversions of their terms, which we now go on to describe broadly. An argument, according to the followers of Crinus, consists of a major premise, a minor premise, and a conclusion, such as, for example, this: if it is day, it is light. But it is day, therefore it is light. Here the sentence, if it is day, it is light, is the major premise. The clause, it is day, is the minor premise, and therefore it is light is the conclusion. A mood is a sort of outline of an argument, like the following: if the first, then the second, but the first is, therefore the second is. Symbolical argument is a combination of full argument and mood, e.g., if Plato is alive, he breathes, but the first is true, therefore the second is true. This mode of argument was introduced in order that when dealing with long, complex arguments, we should not have to repeat the minor premise, if it be long, and then state the conclusion, but may arrive at the conclusion as concisely as possible. If A, then B. Of arguments, some are conclusive, others inconclusive. Inconclusive are such that the contradictory of the conclusion is not incompatible with combination of the premises, as in the following: if it is day, it is light, but it is day, therefore Dion walks. Of conclusive, some are denoted by the common name of the whole class, conclusive proper. Others are called syllogistic. The syllogistic are such as either do not admit of, or are reducible to, such as do not admit of immediate proof in respect of one or more of the premises, e.g., if Dion walks, then Dion is in motion. But Dion is walking, therefore Dion is in motion. Conclusive specifically are those which draw conclusions, but not by syllogism, e.g., the statement, it is both day and night, is false. Now it is day, therefore it is not night. Arguments not syllogistic are those which plausibly resemble syllogistic arguments, but are not cogent proof, e.g., if Dion is a horse, he is an animal, but Dion is not a horse, therefore he is not an animal. Further, arguments may be divided into true and false. The former draw their conclusions by means of true premises, e.g., if virtue does good, vice does harm, but virtue does good, therefore vice does harm. Those are false which have error in the premises, or are inconclusive, e.g., if it is day, it is light, but it is day, therefore Dion is alive. Arguments may also be divided into possible and impossible, necessary and not necessary. Further, there are statements which are indemonstrable because they do not need demonstration. They are employed in the construction of every argument. As to the number of these, authorities differ. Chrysippus makes them 5. These are assumed alike in reasoning specifically conclusive, and in syllogisms both categorical and hypothetical. The first kind of indemonstrable statement is that in which the whole argument is constructed of a hypothetical proposition and the clause with which the hypothetical proposition begins, while the final clause is the conclusion, as e.g., if the first, then the second, but the first is, therefore the second is. The second is that which employs a hypothetical proposition and the contradictory of the consequent, while the conclusion is the contradictory of the antecedent, e.g., if it is day, it is light, but it is night, therefore it is not day. Here the minor premise is the contradictory of the consequent, the conclusion the contradictory of the antecedent. The third kind of indemonstrable employs a conjunction of negative propositions for major premise and one of the conjoined propositions for minor premise, concluding thence the contradictory of the remaining proposition. E.g., it is not the case that Plato is both dead and alive, but he is dead. Therefore, Plato is not alive. The fourth kind employs a disjunctive proposition and one of the two alternatives in the disjunction as premises, and its conclusion is the contradictory of the other alternative, e.g., either A or B, but A is, therefore B is not. The fifth kind is that in which the argument as a whole is constructed of a disjunctive proposition and the contradictory of one of the alternatives in the disjunction, its conclusion being the other alternative, e.g., either it is day or it is night, but it is not night, therefore it is day. From a truth follows, according to the Stoics, as e.g., it is light from it is day, and from a falsehood, as it is dark from it is night, if this latter be untrue. Also, a truth may follow from a falsehood, e.g., from the earth flies, will follow the earth exists, whereas from a truth no falsehood will follow, for from the existence of the earth it does not follow that the earth flies aloft. There are also certain insoluble arguments, the veiled men, the concealed, sorites, horned folk, the nobodies. The veiled is as follows, ... It cannot be that if 2 is few, 3 is not so likewise, nor that if 2 or 3 are few, 4 is not so, and so on up to 10. But 2 is few, therefore so also is 10. ... The nobody argument is an argument whose major premise consists of an indefinite and a definite clause, followed by a minor premise and conclusion. For example, if anyone is here, he is not in Rhodes, but there is someone here. Therefore, there is not anyone in Rhodes. ... Such then is the logic of the Stoics, by which they seek to establish their point that the wise man is the true dialectician. For all things, they say, are discerned by means of logical study, including whatever falls within the province of physics, and again whatever belongs to that of ethics. For else, say they, as regards statement and reasoning, physics and ethics could not tell how to express themselves. Or, again, concerning the proper use of terms, how the laws have defined various actions. Moreover, of the two kinds of common sense inquiry included under virtue, one considers the nature of each particular thing, the other asks what it is called. Thus much for their logic. The ethical branch of philosophy they divide as follows: 1. The topic of impulse. 2. The topic of things good and evil. 3. That of the passions. 4. That of virtue. 5. that of the end. 6. That of primary value and of actions. 7. That of duties or the befitting. And 8. Of inducements to act or refrain from acting. The foregoing is the subdivision adopted by Chrysippus, Archidemus, Zeno of Tarsus, Apollodorus, Diogenes, Antipater, and Posidonius, and their disciples. Zeno of Citium and Cleanthes treated the subject somewhat less elaborately, as might be expected in an older generation. They, however, did subdivide logic and physics, as well as ethics. An animal's first impulse, say the Stoics, is to self-preservation, because nature from the outset endears it to itself, as Chrysippus affirms in the first book of his work on Ends. His words are, "The dearest thing to every animal is its own constitution and its consciousness thereof." For it was not likely that nature should estrange the living thing from itself, or that she should leave the creature she has made without either estrangement from or affection for its own constitution. We are forced then to conclude that nature, in constituting the animal, made it near and dear to itself, for so it comes to repel all that is injurious and give free access to all that is serviceable or akin to it. As for the assertion made by some people that pleasure is the object to which the first impulse of animals is directed, it is shown by the Stoics to be false. For pleasure, if it is really felt, they declare to be a byproduct, which never comes until nature by itself has sought and found the means suitable to the animal's existence or constitution. It is an aftermath, comparable to the condition of animals thriving and plants in full bloom. And nature, they say, made no difference originally between plants and animals, for she regulates the life of plants too, in their case without impulse and sensation, just as also certain processes go on of a vegetative kind in us. But when in the case of animals impulse has been superadded, whereby they are enabled to go in quest of their proper aliment, for them, say the Stoics, nature's rule is to follow the direction of impulse. But when reason, by way of a more perfect leadership, has been bestowed on the beings we call rational, for them, life according to reason rightly becomes the natural life, for reason supervenes to shape impulse scientifically. This is why Zeno was the first, in his treatise on the nature of man, to designate as the end life in agreement with nature, or living agreeably to nature, which is the same as a virtuous life, virtue being the goal towards which nature guides us. So too Cleanthes in his treatise on pleasure, as also Posidonius and Hecato in his work on Ends. Again, living virtuously is equivalent to living in accordance with experience of the actual course of nature, as Chrysippus says in the first book of his De Finibus. For our individual natures are parts of the nature of the whole universe, and this is why the end may be defined as life in accordance with nature, or, in other words, in accordance with our own human nature, as well as that of the universe, a life in which we refrain from every action forbidden by the law common to all things, that is to say, the right reason, which pervades all things, and is identical with this Zeus, Lord and ruler of all that is. And this very thing constitutes the virtue of the happy man, and the smooth current of life, when all actions promote the harmony of the spirit dwelling in the individual man with the will of him who orders the universe. Diogenes then expressly declares the end to be to act with good reason in the selection of what is natural. Archidemus says the end is to live in the performance of all befitting actions. By the nature with which our life ought to be in accord, Chrysippus understands both universal nature and, more particularly, the nature of man, whereas Cleanthes takes the nature of the universe alone as that which should be followed, without adding the nature of the individual. And virtue, he holds, is a harmonious disposition, choice-worthy for its own sake, and not from hope or fear or any external motive. Moreover, it is in virtue that happiness consists, for virtue is the state of mind which tends to make the whole of life harmonious. When a rational being is perverted, this is due to the deceptiveness of external pursuits, or sometimes to the influence of associates, for the starting points of nature are never perverse. Virtue, in the first place, is in one sense the perfection of anything in general, say, of a statue. Again, it may be non-intellectual, like health, or intellectual, like prudence. For Hecato says in his first book on the virtues that some are scientific and based upon theory, namely, those which have a structure of theoretical principles, such as prudence and justice. Others are non-intellectual, those that are regarded as coextensive and parallel with the former, like health and strength. For health is found to attend upon and be coextensive with the intellectual virtue of temperance, just as strength is a result of the building of an arch. These are called non-intellectual because they do not require the mind's assent. They supervene and they incur even in bad men. For instance, health, courage. The proof, says Posidonius in the first book of his treatise on ethics, that virtue really exists is the fact that Socrates, Diogenes, and Antisthenes and their followers made moral progress. And for the existence of vice as a fundamental fact, the proof is that it is the opposite of virtue. That it, virtue, can be taught is laid down by Chrysippus in the first book of his work on the end, by Cleanthes, by Posidonius in his Protreptica, and by Hecato. That it can be taught is clear from the case of bad men becoming good. Panaetius, however, divides virtue into two kinds, theoretical and practical. Others make a threefold division of it into logical, physical, and ethical, while by the school of Posidonius 4 types are recognized, and more than 4 by Cleanthes, Chrysippus, Antipater, and their followers. Apollophanes, for his part, counts but 1, namely, practical wisdom. Amongst the virtues, some are primary, some are subordinate to these. The following are the primary: wisdom, courage, justice, temperance. Particular virtues are magnanimity, continence, endurance, presence of mind, good counsel. And wisdom they define as the knowledge of things good and evil, and of what is neither good nor evil. Courage as knowledge of what we ought to choose, what we ought to beware of, and what is indifferent. Justice, ... Magnanimity as the knowledge or habit of mind which makes one superior to anything that happens, whether good or evil equally. Continence as a disposition never overcome in that which concerns right reason, or a habit which no pleasures can get the better of. Endurance as a knowledge or habit which suggests what we are to hold fast to, what not, and what is indifferent. Presence of mind as a habit prompt to find out what is meet to be done at any moment. Good counsel as knowledge by which we see what to do and how to do it, if we would consult our own interests. Similarly, of vices, some are primary, others subordinate, e.g. folly, cowardice, injustice, profligacy are accounted primary, but incontinence, stupidity, ill-advisedness, subordinate. Further, they hold that the vices are forms of ignorance of those things whereof the corresponding virtues are the knowledge. End of section 13. Read by Laura Gibbs. Section 14 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diogenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 7, Chapter 1, Part 4, Zeno, continued. Good, in general, is that from which some advantage comes, and more particularly, what is either identical with or not distinct from benefit. Whence it follows that virtue itself, and whatever partakes of virtue, is called good in these three senses, viz., as being 1, the source from which benefit results, or 2, that in respect of which benefit results, e.g., the virtuous act, or 3, that by the agency of which benefit results, e.g., the good man who partakes in virtue. Another particular definition of good which they give is, quote, the natural perfection of a rational being qua rational, end quote. To this answers virtue, and as being partakers in virtue, virtuous acts and good men, as also its supervening accessories, joy and gladness and the like. So with evils, either they are vices, folly, cowardice, injustice, and the like, or things which partake of vice, including vicious acts and wicked persons, as well as their accompaniments, despair, moroseness, and the like. Again, some goods are goods of the mind, and others external, while some are neither mental nor external. The former include the virtues and virtuous acts. External goods are such as having a good country or a good friend, and the prosperity of such. Whereas to be good and happy oneself is of the class of goods neither mental nor external. Similarly of things evil, some are mental evils, namely vices and vicious actions. Others are outward evils, as to have a foolish country or a foolish friend, and the unhappiness of such. Other evils, again, are neither mental nor outward, e.g., to be yourself bad and unhappy. Again, goods are either of the nature of ends, or they are the means to these ends, or they are at the same time end and means. A friend and the advantages derived from him are means to good, whereas confidence, high spirit, liberty, delight, gladness, freedom from pain, and every virtuous act are of the nature of ends. The virtues, they say, are goods of the nature at once of ends and of means. On the one hand, insofar as they cause happiness, they are means, and on the other hand, insofar as they make it complete, and so are themselves part of it, they are ends. Similarly of evils, some are of the nature of ends, and some of means, while others are at once both means and ends. Your enemy and the harm he does you are means. Consternation, abasement, slavery, gloom, despair, excess of grief, and every vicious action are of the nature of ends. Vices are evils, both as ends and as means, since insofar as they cause misery, they are means, but insofar as they make it complete, so that they become part of it, they are ends. Of mental goods, some are habits, others are dispositions, while others again are neither the one nor the other. The virtues are dispositions, while accomplishments or avocations are matters of habit, and activities as such, or exercise of faculty, neither the one nor the other. And in general, there are some mixed goods, e.g., to be happy in one's children, or in one's old age. But knowledge is a pure good. Again, some goods are permanent, like the virtues, others transitory, like joy and walking exercise. All good, they say, is expedient, binding, profitable, useful, serviceable, beautiful, beneficial, desirable, and just or right. It is expedient because it brings about things of such a kind that by their occurrence we are benefited. It is binding because it causes unity where unity is needed. Profitable because it defrays what is expended on it, so that the return yields a balance of benefit on the transaction. It is useful because it secures the use of benefit. It is serviceable because the utility it affords is worthy of all praise. It is beautiful because the good is proportionate to the use made of it. Beneficial because by its inherent nature it benefits. Choice-worthy because it is such that to choose it is reasonable. It is also just or right inasmuch as it is in harmony with law and tends to draw men together. The reason why they characterize the perfect good as beautiful is that it has in full all the factors required by nature, or has perfect proportion. Of the beautiful there are, say they, 4 species, namely, what is just, courageous, orderly, and wise. For it is under these forms that fair deeds are accomplished. Similarly, there are 4 species of the base, or ugly, namely, what is unjust, cowardly, disorderly, and unwise. By the beautiful is meant properly, and in a unique sense, that good which renders its possessors praiseworthy, or, briefly, good which is worthy of praise. Though in another sense it signifies a good aptitude for one's proper function, while in yet another sense the beautiful is that which lends new grace to anything, as when we say of the wise man that he alone is good and beautiful. And they say that only the morally beautiful is good. So Hecato in his treatise on goods, Book 3, and Chrysippus in his work on the morally beautiful. They hold, that is, that virtue, and whatever partakes of virtue, consists in this, which is equivalent to saying that all that is good is beautiful, or that the term good has equal force with the term beautiful, which comes to the same thing. Quote, "Since a thing is good, it is beautiful. Now it is beautiful, therefore it is good." End quote. They hold that all goods are equal, and that all good is desirable in the highest degree, and admits of no lowering or heightening of intensity. Of things that are, some, they say, are good, some are evil, and some neither good nor evil, that is, morally indifferent. Goods comprise the virtues of prudence, justice, courage, temperance, and the rest, while the opposites of these are evils, namely, folly, injustice, and the rest. Neutral, neither good nor evil, that is, are all those things which neither benefit nor harm a man, such as life, health, pleasure, beauty, strength, wealth, fair fame, and noble birth, and their opposites, death, disease, pain, ugliness, weakness, poverty, ignominy, low birth, and the like. This Hecato affirms in his De Fine, Book 7, and also Apollodorus in his Ethics, and Chrysippus. For, say they, such things as life, health, and pleasure are not in themselves goods, but are morally indifferent, though falling under the species or subdivision, things preferred. For as the property of hot is to warm, not to cool, so the property of good is to benefit, not to injure. But wealth and health do no more benefit than injury. Therefore, neither wealth nor health is good. Further, they say that that is not good of which both good and bad use can be made. But of wealth and health, both good and bad use can be made. Therefore, wealth and health are not goods. On the other hand, Posidonius maintains that these things too are among goods. Hecato, in the 9th book of his treatise on goods, and Chrysippus, in his work on pleasure, deny that pleasure is a good either. For some pleasures are disgraceful, and nothing disgraceful is good. To benefit is to set in motion or sustain in accordance with virtue, whereas to harm is to set in motion or sustain in accordance with vice. The term indifferent has two meanings. In the first, it denotes the things which do not contribute either to happiness or to misery, as wealth, fame, health, strength, and the like. For it is possible to be happy without having these, although, if they are used in a certain way, such use of them tends to happiness or misery. In quite another sense, those things are said to be indifferent which are without the power of stirring inclination or aversion, e.g., the fact that the number of hairs on one's head is odd or even, or whether you hold out your finger straight or bent. But it was not in this sense that the things mentioned above were termed indifferent, they being quite capable of exciting inclination or aversion. Hence, of these latter, some are taken by preference, others are rejected, whereas indifference, in the other sense, affords no ground for either choosing or avoiding. Of things indifferent, as they express it, some are preferred, others rejected. Such as have value, they say, are preferred, while such as have negative instead of positive value are rejected. Value they define as first, any contribution to harmonious living, such as attaches to every good. Secondly, some faculty or use which indirectly contributes to the life according to nature, which is as much to say, quote, any assistance brought by wealth or health towards living a natural life, end quote. Thirdly, value is the full equivalent of an appraiser, as fixed by an expert acquainted with the facts, as when it is said that wheat exchanges for so much barley, with a mule thrown in. Thus things of the preferred class are those which have positive value, e.g., amongst mental qualities, natural ability, skill, moral improvement, and the like. Among bodily qualities, life, health, strength, good condition, soundness of organs, beauty, and so forth. And in the sphere of external things, wealth, fame, noble birth, and the like. To the class of things rejected belong, of mental qualities, lack of ability, want of skill, and the like. Among bodily qualities, death, disease, weakness, being out of condition, mutilation, ugliness, and the like. In the sphere of external things, poverty, ignominy, low birth, and so forth. But again, there are things belonging to neither class. Such are not preferred, neither are they rejected. Again, of things preferred, some are preferred for their own sake, some for the sake of something else, and others again both for their own sake and for the sake of something else. To the first of these classes belong natural ability, moral improvement, and the like. To the second, wealth, noble birth, and the like. To the last, strength, perfect faculties, soundness of bodily organs. Things are preferred for their own sake because they accord with nature, not for their own sake, but for the sake of something else, because they secure not a few utilities, and similarly with the class of things rejected under the contrary heads. Furthermore, the term duty is applied to that for which, when done, a reasonable defense can be adduced, e.g., harmony in the tenor of life's process, which indeed pervades the growth of plants and animals. For even in plants and animals, they hold, you may discern fitness of behavior. Zeno was the first to use this term kateikon of conduct. Etymologically, it is derived from katatinas heikein, i.e., reaching as far as, being up to, or incumbent on so-and-so. And it is an action, in itself, adapted to nature's arrangements. For of the acts done at the prompting of impulse, some, they observe, are fit and meet, others the reverse, while there is a third class which is neither the one nor the other. Befitting acts are all those which reason prevails with us to do, and this is the case with honoring one's parents, brothers, and country, and intercourse with friends. Unbefitting or contrary to duty are all acts that reason deprecates, e.g., to neglect one's parents, to be indifferent to one's brothers, not to agree with friends, to disregard the interests of one's country, and so forth. Acts which fall under neither of the foregoing classes are those which reason neither urges us to do nor forbids, such as picking up a twig, holding a stile or a scraper, and the like. Again, some duties are incumbent unconditionally, others in certain circumstances. Unconditional duties are the following: to take proper care of health and one's organs of sense and things of that sort. Duties imposed by circumstances are such as maiming oneself and sacrifice of property. And so likewise with acts which are violations of duty. Another division is into duties which are always incumbent and those which are not. To live in accordance with virtue is always a duty, whereas dialectic by question and answer, or walking exercise, and the like, are not at all times incumbent. The same may be said of the violations of duty, and in things intermediate also there are duties, as that boys should obey the attendants who have charge of them. According to the Stoics, there is an eightfold division of the soul: the five senses, the faculty of speech, the intellectual faculty, which is the mind itself, and the generative faculty, being all parts of the soul. Now, from falsehood there results perversion, which extends to the mind, and from this perversion arise many passions or emotions, which are causes of instability. Passion or emotion is defined by Zeno as an irrational and unnatural movement in the soul, or, again, as impulse in excess. The main or most universal emotions, according to Hecato in his treatise On the Passions, Book 2, and Zeno in his treatise with the same title, constitute four great classes: grief, fear, desire or craving, pleasure. They hold the emotions to be judgments, as is stated by Chrysippus in his treatise On the Passions, avarice being a supposition that money is good, while the case is similar with drunkenness and profligacy and all the other emotions. And grief, or pain, they hold to be an irrational mental contraction. Its species are pity, envy, jealousy, rivalry, heaviness, annoyance, distress, anguish, distraction. Pity is grief felt at undeserved suffering. Envy, grief at others' prosperity. Jealousy, grief at the possession by another of that which one desires for oneself. Rivalry, pain at the possession by another of what one has oneself. Heaviness or vexation is grief which weighs us down. Annoyance, that which coops us up and straightens us for want of room. Distress, a pain brought on by anxious thought that lasts and increases. Anguish, painful grief. Distraction, irrational grief, rasping and hindering us from viewing the situation as a whole. Fear is an expectation of evil. Under fear are ranged the following emotions: terror, nervous shrinking, shame, consternation, panic, mental agony. Terror is a fear which produces fright. Shame is fear of disgrace. Nervous shrinking is a fear that one will have to act. Consternation is fear due to a presentation of some unusual occurrence. Panic is fear with pressure exercised by sound. Mental agony is fear felt when some issue is still in suspense. Desire or craving is irrational appetency, and under it are ranged the following states: want, hatred, contentiousness, anger, love, wrath, resentment. Want, then, is a craving when it is balked, and as it were cut off from its object, but kept at full stretch and attracted towards it in vain. Hatred is a growing and lasting desire or craving that it should go ill with somebody. Contentiousness is a craving or desire connected with partisanship. Anger, a craving or desire to punish one who is thought to have done you an undeserved injury. The passion of love is a craving from which good men are free, for it is an effort to win affection due to the visible presence of beauty. Wrath is anger which has long rankled and has become malicious, waiting for its opportunity, as is illustrated by the lines, quote, "Even though for the one day he swallows his anger, yet doth he still keep his displeasure thereafter in his heart till he accomplish it." End quote. Resentment is anger in an early stage. Pleasure is an irrational elation at the accruing of what seems to be choice-worthy, and under it are ranged ravishment, malevolent joy, delight, transport. Ravishment is pleasure which charms the ear. Malevolent joy is pleasure at another's ills. Delight is the mind's propulsion to weakness, its name in Greek, terpsis, being akin to trepsis, or turning. To be in transports of delight is the melting away of virtue. And as there are said to be certain infirmities in the body, as for instance gout and arthritic disorders, so too there is in the soul love of fame, love of pleasure, and the like. By infirmity is meant disease accompanied by weakness, and by disease is meant a fond imagining of something that seems desirable. And as in the body there are tendencies to certain maladies, such as colds and diarrhea, so it is with the soul. There are tendencies like enviousness, pitifulness, quarrelsomeness, and the like. Also, they say that there are 3 emotional states which are good, namely joy, caution, and wishing. Joy, the counterpart of pleasure, is rational elation. Caution, the counterpart of fear, rational avoidance. For though the wise man will never feel fear, he will yet use caution. And they make wishing the counterpart of desire or craving, inasmuch as it is rational appetency. And accordingly, as under the primary passions are classed certain others subordinate to them, so too is it with the primary elpathies, or good emotional states. Thus, under wishing, they bring well-wishing or benevolence, friendliness, respect, affection. Under caution, reverence and modesty. Under joy, delight, mirth, cheerfulness. Now they say that the wise man is passionless, because he is not prone to fall into such infirmity. But they add that in another sense, the term apathy is applied to the bad man, when, that is, it means that he is callous and relentless. Further, the wise man is said to be free from vanity, for he is indifferent to good or evil report. However, he is not alone in this, there being another who is also free from vanity, he who is ranged among the rash, and that is the bad man. Again, they tell us that all good men are austere or harsh because they neither have dealings with pleasure themselves nor tolerate those who have. The term harsh is applied, however, to others as well, and in much the same sense as a wine is said to be harsh when it is employed medicinally and not for drinking at all. Again, the good are genuinely in earnest and vigilant for their own improvement, using a manner of life which banishes evil out of sight and makes what good there is in things appear. At the same time, they are free from pretense, for they have stripped off all pretense or make-up, whether in voice or in look. Free too are they from all business cares, declining to do anything which conflicts with duty. They will take wine, but not get drunk. Nay, more, they will not be liable to madness either. Not but what there will at times occur to the good man strange impressions due to melancholy or delirium, ideas not determined by the principle of what is choice-worthy, but contrary to nature. Nor indeed will the wise man ever feel grief, seeing that grief is irrational contraction of the soul, as Apollodorus says in his Ethics. They are also, it is declared, godlike, for they have a something divine within them, whereas the bad man is godless. And yet of this word, godless or ungodly, there are two senses, one in which it is the opposite of the term godly, the other denoting the man who ignores the divine altogether. In this latter sense, as they note, the term does not apply to every bad man. The good, it is added, are also worshippers of God, for they have acquaintance with the rites of the gods, and piety is the knowledge of how to serve the gods. Further, they will sacrifice to the gods, and they keep themselves pure, for they avoid all acts that are offenses against the gods, and the gods think highly of them, for they are holy and just in what concerns the gods. The wise, too, are the only priests, for they have made sacrifices their study, as also the building of temples, purifications, and all the other matters appertaining to the gods. The Stoics approve also of honoring parents and brothers in the second place next after the gods. They further maintain that parental affection for children is natural to the good, but not to the bad. It is one of their tenets that sins are all equal. So Chrysippus in the 4th book of his Ethical Questions, as well as Persius and Zeno. For if one truth is not more true than another, neither is one falsehood more false than another, and in the same way one deceit is not more so than another, nor sin than sin. For he who is 100 furlongs from Canopus, and he who is only 1 furlong away, are equally not in Canopus. And so too he who commits the greater sin, and he who commits the less, are equally not in the path of right conduct. But Heraclides of Tarsus, who was the disciple of Antipater of Tarsus, and Athenodorus, both assert that sins are not equal. Again, the Stoics say that the wise man will take part in politics if nothing hinders him. So, for instance, Chrysippus in the 1st book of his work on various types of life, since thus he will restrain vice and promote virtue. Also, they maintain he will marry, as Zeno says in his Republic, and beget children. Moreover, they say that the wise man will never form mere opinions, that is to say, he will never give assent to anything that is false, that he will also play the cynic, cynicism being a shortcut to virtue, as Apollodorus calls it in his Ethics, that he will even turn cannibal under stress of circumstances. They declare that he alone is free, and bad men are slaves, freedom being power of independent action, whereas slavery is privation of the same. Though indeed there is also a second form of slavery consisting in subordination, and a third which implies possession of the slave as well as his subordination, the correlative of such servitude being lordship, and this too is evil. Moreover, according to them, not only are the wise free, they are also kings, kingship being irresponsible rule, which none but the wise can maintain. So Chrysippus in his treatise vindicating Zeno's use of terminology. For he holds that knowledge of good and evil is a necessary attribute of the ruler, and that no bad man is acquainted with this science. Similarly, the wise and good alone are fit to be magistrates, judges, or orators, whereas among the bad there is not one so qualified. Furthermore, the wise are infallible, not being liable to error. They are also without offense, for they do no hurt to others or to themselves. At the same time, they are not pitiful and make no allowance for anyone. They never relax the penalties fixed by the laws, since indulgence and pity and even equitable consideration are marks of a weak mind, which affects kindness in place of chastising. Nor do they deem punishments too severe. Again, they say that the wise man never wonders at any of the things which appear extraordinary, such as Charon's mephitic caverns, ebbings of the tide, hot springs, or fiery eruptions. Nor yet, they go on to say, will the wise man live in solitude, for he is naturally made for society and action. He will, however, submit to training to augment his powers of bodily endurance. And the wise man, they say, will offer prayers and ask for good things from the gods. So Posidonius in the first book of his treatise on duties, and Hecato in his third book on paradoxes. Friendship, they declare, exists only between the wise and good, by reason of their likeness to one another. And by friendship, they mean a common use of all that has to do with life, wherein we treat our friends as we should ourselves. They argue that a friend is worth having for his own sake, and that it is a good thing to have many friends. But among the bad there is, they hold, no such thing as friendship, and thus no bad man has a friend. Another of their tenets is that the unwise are all mad, inasmuch as they are not wise, but do what they do from that madness which is the equivalent of their folly. Furthermore, the wise man does all things well, just as we say that Ismenias plays all airs on the flute well. Also, everything belongs to the wise, for the law, they say, has conferred upon them a perfect right to all things. It is true that certain things are said to belong to the bad, just as what has been dishonestly acquired may be said, in one sense, to belong to the state, in another sense to those who are enjoying it. They hold that the virtues involve one another, and that the possessor of one is the possessor of all, inasmuch as they have common principles, as Chrysippus says in the first book of his work on virtues, Apollodorus in his Physics according to the early school, and Hecato in the third book of his treatise on virtues. For if a man be possessed of virtue, he is at once able to discover and to put into practice what he ought to do. Now, such rules of conduct comprise rules for choosing, enduring, staying, and distributing, so that if a man does some things by intelligent choice, some things with fortitude, some things by way of just distribution, and some steadily, he is at once wise, courageous, just, and temperate. And each of the virtues has a particular subject with which it deals, as, for instance, courage is concerned with things that must be endured, practical wisdom with acts to be done, acts from which one must abstain, and those which fall under neither head. Similarly, each of the other virtues is concerned with its own proper sphere. To wisdom are subordinate good counsel and understanding, to temperance good discipline and orderliness, to justice equality and fair-mindedness, to courage constancy and vigor. It is a tenet of theirs that between virtue and vice there is nothing intermediate, whereas according to the Peripatetics there is, namely, the state of moral improvement. For, say the Stoics, just as a stick must be either straight or crooked, so a man must be either just or unjust. Nor again are there degrees of justice and injustice, and the same rule applies to the other virtues. Further, while Chrysippus holds that virtue can be lost, Cleanthes maintains that it cannot. According to the former, it may be lost in consequence of drunkenness or melancholy. The latter takes it to be inalienable, owing to the certainty of our mental apprehension. And virtue in itself they hold to be worthy of choice for its own sake. At all events, we are ashamed of bad conduct, as if we knew that nothing is really good but the morally beautiful. Moreover, they hold that it is in itself sufficient to ensure well-being. Thus Zeno and Chrysippus in the first book of his treatise on virtue, and Hecato in the second book of his treatise on goods, quote, For if magnanimity by itself alone can raise us far above everything, and if magnanimity is but a part of virtue, then too virtue as a whole will be sufficient in itself for well-being, despising all things that seem troublesome." End quote. Panaetius, however, and Posidonius deny that virtue is self-sufficing. On the contrary, health is necessary, and some means of living and strength. End of section 14, read by Laura Gibbs. Section 15 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 7, Chapter 1, Part 5, Zeno, continued. Another tenet of theirs is the perpetual exercise of virtue, as held by Cleanthes and his followers. For virtue can never be lost, and the good man is always exercising his mind, which is perfect. Again, they say that justice, as well as law and right reason, exist by nature and not by convention. So Chrysippus in his work on the morally beautiful. Neither do they think that the divergence of opinion between philosophers is any reason for abandoning the study of philosophy, since at that rate we should have to give up life altogether. So Posidonius in his exhortations. Chrysippus allows that the ordinary Greek education is serviceable. It is their doctrine that there can be no question of right as between man and the lower animals, because of their unlikeness. Thus Chrysippus, in the first book of his treatise on justice, and Posidonius in the first book of his De Officio. Further, they say that the wise man will feel affection for the youths, who, by their countenance, show a natural endowment for virtue. So Zeno in his Republic, Chrysippus in Book 1 of his work on modes of life, and Apollodorus in his Ethics. Their definition of love is an effort toward friendliness due to visible beauty appearing, its sole end being friendship, not bodily enjoyment. At all events, they allege that Thrasonides, although he had his mistress in his power, abstained from her because she hated him, by which it is shown, they think, that love depends upon regard, as Chrysippus says in his treatise of love, and is not sent by the gods. And beauty they describe as the bloom or flower of virtue. Of the three kinds of life, the contemplative, the practical, and the rational, they declare that we ought to choose the last, for that a rational being is expressly produced by nature for contemplation and for action. They tell us that the wise man will, for reasonable cause, make his own exit from life, on his country's behalf, or for the sake of his friends, or if he suffer intolerable pain, mutilation, or incurable disease. It is also their doctrine that amongst the wise there should be a community of wives, with free choice of partners, as Zeno says in his Republic, and Chrysippus in his treatise on government. And not only they, but also Diogenes the Cynic and Plato. Under such circumstances, we shall feel paternal affection for all the children alike, and there will be an end of the jealousies arising from adultery. The best form of government they hold to be a mixture of democracy, kingship, and aristocracy, or the rule of the best. Such then are the statements they make in their ethical doctrines, with much more besides, together with their proper proofs. Let this, however, suffice for a statement of them in a summary and elementary form. Their physical doctrine they divide into sections: 1. About bodies, 2. About principles, 3. About elements, 4. About the gods, 5. About bounding surfaces and space, whether filled or empty. This is a division into species, but the generic division is into 3 parts, dealing with 1. The universe, 2. The elements, 3. the subject of causation. The part dealing with the universe admits, they say, of division into two, for with one aspect of it the mathematicians also are concerned, insofar as they treat questions relating to the fixed stars and the planets, e.g., whether the sun is or is not just so large as it appears to be, and the same about the moon, the question of their revolutions, and other inquiries of the same sort. But there is another aspect or field of cosmological inquiry which belongs to the physicists alone. This includes such questions as what the substance of the universe is, whether the sun and the stars are made up of form and matter, whether the world has had a beginning in time or not, whether it is animate or inanimate, whether it is destructible or indestructible, whether it is governed by providence, and all the rest. The part concerned with causation, again, is itself subdivided into two, and in one of its aspects, medical inquiries have a share in it, insofar as it involves investigation of the ruling principle of the soul and the phenomena of soul, seeds, and the like, whereas the other part is claimed by the mathematicians also, e.g., how vision is to be explained, what causes the image on the mirror, what is the origin of clouds, thunder, rainbows, halos, comets, and the like. They hold that there are two principles in the universe, the active principle and the passive. The passive principle, then, is a substance without quality, i.e., matter, whereas the active is the reason inherent in this substance, that is, God. For he is everlasting, and is the artificer of each several thing throughout the whole extent of matter. This doctrine is laid down by Zeno of Citium in his treatise On Existence, Cleanthes in his work On Atoms, Chrysippus in the first book of his Physics towards the end, Archidemus in his treatise On Elements, and Posidonius in the second book of his Physical Exposition. There is a difference, according to them, between principles and elements, the former being without generation or destruction, whereas the elements are destroyed when all things are resolved into fire. Moreover, the principles are incorporeal and destitute of form, while the elements have been endowed with form. Body is defined by Apollodorus in his Physics as that which is extended in three dimensions, length, breadth, and depth. This is also called solid body. But surface is the extremity of a solid body, or that which has length and breadth only, without depth. That surface exists not only in our thought, but also in reality, is maintained by Posidonius in the third book of his Celestial Phenomena. A line is the extremity of a surface, or length without breadth, or that which has length alone. A point is the extremity of a line, the smallest possible mark or dot. God is one, and the same with reason, fate, and Zeus. He is also called by many other names. In the beginning he was by himself. He transformed the whole of substance through air into water, and just as in animal generation the seed has a moist vehicle, so in cosmic moisture God, who is the seminal reason of the universe, remains behind in the moisture as such an agent, adapting matter to himself with a view to the next stage of creation. Thereupon he created first of all the four elements: fire, water, air, and earth. They are discussed by Zeno in his treatise On the Whole, by Chrysippus in the first book of his Physics, and by Archidemus in a work On Elements. An element is defined as that form from which particular things first come to be at their birth, and into which they are finally resolved. The four elements together constitute unqualified substance or matter. Fire is the hot element, water the moist, air the cold, earth the dry. Not but what the quality of dryness is also found in the air. Fire has the uppermost place. It is also called ether, and in it the sphere of the fixed stars is first created. Then comes the sphere of the planets. Next to that, the air, then the water, and lowest of all, the earth, which is at the center of all things. The term universe, or cosmos, is used by them in three senses. One, of God himself, the individual being whose quality is derived from the whole of substance. He is indestructible and ingenerable, being the artificer of this orderly arrangement, who, at stated periods of time, absorbs into himself the whole of substance, and again creates it from himself. 2. Again, they give the name of cosmos to the orderly arrangement of the heavenly bodies in itself as such. And 3, in the third place, to that whole of which these two are parts. Again, the cosmos is defined as the individual being qualifying the whole of substance. Or, in the words of Posidonius in his elementary treatise on celestial phenomena, a system made up of heaven and earth and the natures in them. Or, again, as a system constituted by gods and men and all things created for their sake. By heaven is meant the extreme circumference or ring in which the deity has his seat. The world, in their view, is ordered by reason and providence. So says Chrysippus in the 5th book of his treatise on Providence, and Posidonius in his work on the Gods, Book 3. Inasmuch as reason pervades every part of it, just as does the soul in us. Only there is a difference of degree. In some parts there is more of it, in others less. For through some parts it passes as a hold or containing force, as is the case with our bones and sinews, while through others it passes as intelligence, as in the ruling part of the soul. Thus then the whole world is a living being, endowed with soul and reason, and having ether for its ruling principle. So says Antipater of Tyre in the 8th book of his treatise on the cosmos. Chrysippus in the 1st book of his work on Providence, and Posidonius in his work on the Gods, say that the heaven, but Cleanthes that the sun, is the ruling power of the world. Chrysippus, however, in the course of the same work, gives a somewhat different account, namely, that it is the purer part of the ether, the same which they declare to be preeminently God, and always to have, as it were in sensible fashion, pervaded all that is in the air, all animals and plants, and also the earth itself, as a principle of cohesion. The world, they say, is one and finite, having a spherical shape, such a shape being the most suitable for motion, as Posidonius says in the 5th book of his Physical Discourse, and the disciples of Antipater in their works on the cosmos. Outside of the world is diffused the infinite void, which is incorporeal. By incorporeal is meant that which, though capable of being occupied by body, is not so occupied. The world has no empty space within it, but forms one united whole. This is a necessary result of the sympathy and tension which binds together things in heaven and earth. Chrysippus discusses the void in his work on Void, and in the 1st book of his Physical Sciences. So too Apollophanes in his Physics, Apollodorus, and Posidonius in his Physical Discourse, Book 2. But these, it is added, i.e. sympathy and tension, are likewise bodies. Time, too, is incorporeal, being the measure of the world's motion. And time past and time future are infinite, but time present is finite. They hold that the world must come to an end, inasmuch as it had a beginning, on the analogy of those things which are understood by the senses. And that of which the parts are perishable is perishable as a whole. Now, the parts of the world are perishable, seeing that they are transformed one into the other. Therefore, the world itself is doomed to perish. Moreover, anything is destructible if it admits of deterioration. Therefore, the world is so, for it is first evaporated, and again dissolved into water. The world, they hold, comes into being when its substance has first been converted from fire through air into moisture, and then the coarser part of the moisture has condensed as earth, while that whose particles are fine has been turned into air, and this process of rarefaction goes on increasing till it generates fire. Thereupon, out of these elements, animals and plants and all other natural kinds are formed by their mixture. The generation and the destruction of the world are discussed by Zeno in his treatise On the Whole, by Chrysippus in the first book of his Physics, by Posidonius in the first book of his work on the Cosmos, by Cleanthes, and by Antipater in his 10th book on the Cosmos. Panaetius, however, maintained that the world is indestructible. The doctrine that the world is a living being, rational, animate, and intelligent, is laid down by Chrysippus in the first book of his treatise on Providence, by Apollodorus in his Physics, and by Posidonius. It is a living thing in the sense of an animate substance endowed with sensation, for animal is better than non-animal, and nothing is better than the world. Ergo, the world is a living being. And it is endowed with soul, as is clear from our several souls being each a fragment of it. Boethus, however, denies that the world is a living thing. The unity of the world is maintained by Zeno in his treatise On the Whole, by Chrysippus, by Apollodorus in his Physics, and by Posidonius in the first book of his Physical Discourse. By the totality of things, the all is meant, according to Apollodorus, 1. The world, and in another sense, 2. The system composed of the world and the void outside it. The world, then, is finite, the void infinite. Of the stars, some are fixed, and are carried round with the whole heaven. Others, the wandering stars or planets, have their special motions. The sun travels in an oblique path through the zodiac. Similarly, the moon travels in a spiral path. The sun is pure fire, so Posidonius in the 7th book of his Celestial Phenomena, and it is larger than the earth, as the same author says in the 6th book of his Physical Discourse. Moreover, it is spherical in shape like the world itself, according to this same author and his school. That it is fire is proved by its producing all the effects of fire. That it is larger than the earth by the fact that all the earth is illuminated by it, nay more, the heaven beside. The fact, too, that the earth casts a conical shadow proves that the sun is greater than it, and it is because of its great size that it is seen from every part of the earth. The moon, however, is of a more earthly composition, since it is nearer to the earth. These fiery bodies and the stars generally derive their nutriment, the sun from the wide ocean, being a fiery kindling, though intelligent, the moon from fresh waters with an admixture of air close to the earth as it is. Thus Posidonius, in the 6th book of his Physics, the other heavenly bodies being nourished from the earth. They hold that the stars are spherical in shape, and that the earth too is so, and is at rest, and that the moon does not shine by her own light, but by the borrowed light of the sun, when he shines upon her. An eclipse of the sun takes place when the moon passes in front of it on the side towards us, as shown by Zeno with a diagram in his treatise On the Whole. For the moon is seen approaching at conjunctions and occulting it, and then again receding from it. This can best be observed when they are mirrored in a basin of water. The moon is eclipsed when she falls into the earth's shadow, for which reason it is only at the full moon that an eclipse happens, and not always then, although she is in opposition to the sun every month, because the moon moves in an oblique orbit, diverging in latitude relatively to the orbit of the sun, and she accordingly goes farther to the north or to the south. When, however, the moon's motion in latitude has brought her into the sun's path through the zodiac, and she thus comes diametrically opposite to the sun, there is an eclipse. Now the moon is in latitude right on the zodiac when she is in the constellations of Cancer, Scorpio, Aries, and Taurus. So Posidonius and his followers tell us. The deity, say they, is a living being, immortal, rational, perfect or intelligent in happiness, admitting nothing evil into him, taking providential care of the world and all that therein is, but he is not of human shape. He is, however, the artificer of the universe, and, as it were, the father of all, both in general and in that particular part of him which is all-pervading, and which is called many names according to its various powers. They give him the name Dia, because all things are due to him, Dia. Zeus, Zena, insofar as he is the cause of life, Zain, or pervades all life. The name Athena is given because the ruling part of the divinity extends to the ether. The name Hera marks its extension to the air. He is called Hephaestus, since it spreads to the creative fire. Poseidon, since it stretches to the sea. Demeter, since it reaches to the earth. Similarly, men have given the deity his other titles, fastening, as best they can, on some one or other of his peculiar attributes. The substance of God is declared by Zeno to be the whole world and the heaven, as well as by Chrysippus in his first book of the Gods, and by Posidonius in his first book with the same title. Again, Antipater, in the 7th book of his work on the cosmos, says that the substance of God is akin to air, while Boethus, in his work on nature, speaks of the sphere of the fixed stars as the substance of God. Now, the term nature is used by them to mean sometimes that which holds the world together, sometimes that which causes terrestrial things to spring up. Nature is defined as a force moving of itself, producing and preserving in being its offspring in accordance with seminal principles within definite periods, and effecting results homogeneous with their sources. Nature, they hold, aims both at utility and at pleasure, as is clear from the analogy of human craftsmanship. That all things happen by fate or destiny is maintained by Chrysippus in his treatise De Fato, by Posidonius in his De Fato Book 2, by Zeno and by Boethus in his De Fato Book 1. Fate is defined as an endless chain of causation, whereby things are, or as the reason or formula by which the world goes on. What is more, they say that divination in all its forms is a real and substantial fact, if there is really providence, and they prove it to be actually a science on the basis of certain results. So Zeno, Chrysippus in the 2nd book of his De Divinatione, Athenodorus, and Posidonius in the 2nd book of his Physical Discourse, and the 5th book of his De Divinatione. But Panaetius denies that divination has any real existence. The primary matter they make the substratum of all things. So Chrysippus in the 1st book of his Physics, and Zeno. By matter is meant that out of which anything whatsoever is produced. Both substance and matter are terms used in a twofold sense according as they signify 1, universal, or 2, particular substance or matter. The former neither increases nor diminishes, while the matter of particular things both increases and diminishes. Body, according to them, is substance which is finite. So Antipater in his 2nd book on substance, and Apollodorus in his Physics. Matter can also be acted upon, as the same author says, for if it were immutable, the things which are produced would never have been produced out of it. Hence the further doctrine that matter is divisible ad infinitum. Chrysippus says that the division is not ad infinitum, but itself infinite, for there is nothing infinitely small to which the division can extend. but nevertheless the division goes on without ceasing. Hence again their explanation of the mixture of two substances is, according to Chrysippus in the third book of his Physics, that they permeate each other through and through, and that the particles of the one do not merely surround those of the other or lie beside them. Thus, if a little drop of wine be thrown into the sea, it will be equally diffused over the whole sea for a while, and then will be blended with it. Also, they hold that there are daimons, who are in sympathy with mankind and watch over human affairs. They believe too in heroes, that is, the souls of the righteous that have survived their bodies. Of the changes which go on in the air, they describe winter as the cooling of the air above the earth due to the sun's departure to a distance from the earth, spring as the right temperature of the air consequent upon his approach to us, summer as the heating of the air above the earth when he travels to the north, while autumn they attribute to the receding of the sun from us. As for the winds, they are streams of air, differently named according to the localities from which they blow, and the cause of their production is the sun through the evaporation of the clouds. The rainbow is explained as the reflection of the sun's rays from watery clouds, or, as Posidonius says in his Meteorology, an image of a segment of the sun or moon in a cloud suffused with dew, which is hollow and visible without intermission, the image showing itself as if in a mirror in the form of a circular arch. Comets, bearded stars, and meteors are fires which arise when dense air is carried up to the region of ether. A shooting star is the sudden kindling of a mass of fire in rapid motion through the air, which leaves a trail behind it presenting an appearance of length. Rain is the transformation of cloud into water, when moisture drawn up by the sun from land or sea has been only partially evaporated. If this is cooled down, it is called hoarfrost. Hail is frozen cloud, crumbled by a wind, while snow is moist matter from a cloud which has congealed. So Posidonius in the 8th book of his Physical Discourse. Lightning is a kindling of clouds from being rubbed together or being rent by wind, as Zeno says in his treatise on the whole. Thunder, the noise these clouds make when they rub against each other or burst. Thunderbolt is the term used when the fire is violently kindled and hurled to the ground with great force, as the clouds grind against each other or are torn by the wind. Others say that it is a compression of fiery air descending with great force. A typhoon is a great and violent thunderstorm, whirlwind-like, or a whirlwind of smoke from a cloud that is burst. A prester is a cloud rent all round by the force of fire and wind. Earthquakes, say they, happen when the wind finds its way into or is imprisoned in the hollow parts of the earth, so Posidonius in his 8th book, and some of them are tremblings, others openings of the earth, others again lateral displacements, and yet others vertical displacements. They maintain that the parts of the world are arranged thus. The earth is in the middle, answering to a center. Next comes the water, which is shaped like a sphere all around it, concentric with the earth, so that the earth is in water. After the water comes a spherical layer of air. There are 5 celestial circles. First, the Arctic Circle, which is always visible. Second, the Summer Tropic. Third, the Circle of the Equinox. Fourth, the Winter Tropic. And fifth, the Antarctic, which is invisible to us. They are called parallel because they do not incline towards one another, yet they are described around the same center. The zodiac is an oblique circle as it crosses the parallel circles, and there are 5 terrestrial zones. First, the northern zone, which is beyond the Arctic Circle, uninhabitable because of the cold. Second, a temperate zone. A third, uninhabitable because of great heats, called the torrid zone. Fourth, a counter-temperate zone. Fifth, the southern zone, uninhabitable because of its cold. Nature, in their view, is an artistically working fire going on its way to create, which is equivalent to a fiery, creative, or fashioning breath. And the soul is a nature capable of perception. And they regard it as the breath of life, congenital with us, from which they infer, first, that it is a body, and secondly, that it survives death. Yet it is perishable, though the soul of the universe, of which the individual souls of animals are parts, is indestructible. Zeno of Citium and Antipater, in their treatises De Anima and Posidonius, define the soul as a warm breath, for by this we become animate, and this enables us to move. Cleanthes, indeed, holds that all souls continue to exist until the general conflagration, but Chrysippus says that only the souls of the wise do so. They count 8 parts of the soul: the 5 senses, the generative power in us, our power of speech, and that of reasoning. They hold that we see when the light between the visual organ and the object stretches in the form of a cone. So Chrysippus in the 2nd book of his Physics, and Apollodorus. The apex of the cone in the air is at the eye, the base at the object seen. Thus the thing seen is reported to us by the medium of the air, stretching out towards it, as if by a stick. We hear when the air between the sonant body and the organ of hearing suffers concussion, a vibration which spreads spherically and then forms waves and strikes upon the ears, just as the water in a reservoir forms wavy circles when a stone is thrown into it. Sleep is caused, they say, by the slackening of the tension in our senses, which affects the ruling part of the soul. They consider that the passions are caused by the variations of the vital breath. Semen is by them defined as that which is capable of generating offspring like the parent, and the human semen, which is emitted by a human parent in a moist vehicle, is mingled with parts of the soul, blended in the same ratio in which they are present in the parent. Chrysippus, in the 2nd book of his Physics, declares it to be in substance identical with vital breath or spirit. This, he thinks, can be seen from the seeds cast into the earth, which, if kept till they are old, do not germinate, plainly because their fertility has evaporated. Spherus and his followers also maintain that semen derives its origin from the whole of the body. At all events, every part of the body can be reproduced from it. That of the female is according to them sterile, being, as Spherus says, without tension, scanty, and watery. By ruling part of the soul is meant that which is most truly soul proper, in which arise presentations and impulses, and from which issues rational speech, and it has its seat in the heart. Such is the summary of their physics, which I have deemed adequate, my aim being to preserve a due proportion in my work. But the points on which certain of the Stoics differed from the rest are the following. End of section 15. Read by Laura Gibbs.
Section 16 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Zamorican. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 7, Chapter 2, Ariston, circa 320 to 250 BC. Ariston the Bald of Chios, who is also called the Siren, declared the end of action to be a life of perfect indifference to everything which is neither virtue nor vice, recognizing no distinction whatever in things indifferent, but treating them all alike. The wise man he compared to a good actor, who, if called upon to take the part of a Thersites or of an Agamemnon, will impersonate them both becomingly. He wished to discard both logic and physics, saying that physics was beyond our reach and logic did not concern us. All that did concern us was ethics. Dialectical reasonings, he said, are like spiders' webs, which, though they seem to display some artistic workmanship, are yet of no use. He would not admit a plurality of virtues with Zeno, nor again with the Megarians one single virtue called by many names, but he treated virtue in accordance with the category of relative modes. Teaching this sort of philosophy, and lecturing in the Kynosarges, he acquired such influence as to be called the founder of a sect. At any rate, Miltiades and Diphilus were denominated Aristonians. He was a plausible speaker and suited the taste of the general public. Hence Timon's verse about him, one who from wily Ariston's line boasts his descent. After meeting Polemo, says Diocles of Magnesia, while Zeno was suffering from a protracted illness, he recanted his views. The Stoic doctrine to which he attached most importance was the wise man's refusal to hold mere opinions. And against this doctrine Perseus was contending when he induced one of a pair of twins to deposit a certain sum with Ariston, and afterwards got the other to reclaim it. Ariston, being thus reduced to perplexity, was refuted. He was at variance with Arcesilaus, and one day when he saw an abortion in the shape of a bull with a uterus, he said, "Alas, here Arcesilaus has had given into his hand an argument against the evidence of the senses." When some academic alleged that he had no certainty of anything, Ariston said, "Do you not even see your neighbour sitting by you?" And when the other answered, "No," he rejoined, "Who can have blinded you? Who robbed you of luminous eyesight?" The books attributed to him are as follows: Exhortations, 2 books, of Zeno's Doctrines, Dialogues, Lectures, 6 books, Dissertations on Philosophy, 7 books, Dissertations on Love, Commonplaces on Vainglory, Notebooks, 25 volumes, Memorabilia, 3 books, Anecdotes, 11 books, Against the Rhetoricians, An Answer to the Counterpleas of Alexinus, Against the Dialecticians, 3 books, Letters to Cleanthes, 4 books. Panetius and Sosicrates consider the letters to be alone genuine. All the other works named they attribute to Ariston the Peripatetic. The story goes that being bald, he had a sunstroke and so came to his end. I have composed a trifling poem upon him in limping iambics as follows. Wherefore, Ariston, when old and bald, did you let the sun roast your forehead? Thus, seeking warmth more than was reasonable, you lit unwillingly upon the chill reality of death. There was also another Ariston, a native of Elis, a third, a musician of Athens, a fourth, a tragic poet, a fifth, of Halae, author of treatises on rhetoric, a sixth, a peripatetic philosopher of Alexandria. End of section 16. Section 17 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Zamorican. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 7, Chapter 3, Perillus, Floruit circa 260 BC. Perillus of Carthage declared the end of action to be knowledge, that is, so to live always as to make the scientific life the standard in all things and not to be misled by ignorance. Knowledge he defined as a habit of mind, not to be upset by argument in the acceptance of presentations. Sometimes he used to say there was no single end of action, but it shifted according to varying circumstances and objects, as the same bronze might become a statue of either Alexander or of Socrates. He made a distinction between end in chief and subordinate end. Even the unwise may aim at the latter, but only the wise seek the true end of life. Everything that lies between virtue and vice he pronounced indifferent. His writings, though they do not occupy much space, are full of vigour and contain some controversial passages in reply to Zeno. He is said to have had many admirers when a boy, and as Zeno wished to drive them away, he compelled Perillus to have his head shaved, which disgusted them. His books are the following: Of Training, Of the Passions, Concerning Opinion or Belief, The Legislator, The Obstetrician, The Challenger, The Teacher, The Reviser, The Controller, Hermes, Medea, Dialogues, Ethical Themes, End of section 17.
Section 18 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sarah Clark. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2 by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 7, Chapter 4, Dionysius. Dionysius, the renegade, declared that pleasure was the end of action. This under the trying circumstance of an attack of ophthalmia. For so violent was his suffering that he could not bring himself to call pain a thing indifferent. He was the son of Theophantus and a native of Heraclea. At first, as Diocles relates, he was a pupil of his fellow townsman Heraclides, next of Alexinus and Mendedemus, and lastly of Zeno. At the outset of his career, he was fond of literature and tried his hand at all kinds of poetry. Afterwards, he took Aratus for his model, whom he strove to imitate. When he fell away from Zeno, he went over to the Cyrenaics, and used to frequent houses of ill fame and indulge in all other excesses without disguise. After living till he was nearly 80 years of age, he committed suicide by starving himself. The following works are attributed to him. Of Apathy, 2 books. On Training, 2 books. Of Pleasure, 4 books. Of Wealth, Popularity, and Revenge. How to Live Amongst Men. Of Prosperity. Of Ancient Kings. Of Those Who Are Praised. Of the Customs of Barbarians. These 3, then, are the heterodox Stoics. The legitimate successor to Zeno, however, was Cleanthes, of whom we have now to speak. End of Section 8. Read by Sarah Clark, Philadelphia, September 5th, 2024. Section 19 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 7, Chapter 5, Cleanthes. Cleanthes, son of Phineus, was a native of Assos. This man, says Antisthenes in his Successions of Philosophers, was at first a pugilist. He arrived in Athens, as some people say, with 4 drachmas only, and meeting with Zeno, he studied philosophy right nobly and adhered to the same doctrines throughout. He was renowned for his industry, being indeed driven by extreme poverty to work for a living. Thus, while by night he used to draw water in gardens, by day he exercised himself in arguments. Hence the nickname Phreanteles, or well-lifter, was given him. He is said to have been brought into court to answer the inquiry how so sturdy a fellow as he made his living, and then to have been acquitted on producing as his witnesses the gardener in whose garden he drew water, and the woman who'd sold the meal which he used to crush. The Areopagites were satisfied and voted him a donation of 10 minas, which Zeno forbade him to accept. We are also told that Antigonus made him a present of 3,000 drachmas. Once, as he was conducting some youths to a public spectacle, the wind blew his cloak aside and disclosed the fact that he wore no shirt, whereupon he was applauded by the Athenians, as is stated by Demetrius of Magnesia in his work On Men of the Same Name. This then also increased the admiration felt for him. There is another story that Antigonus, when attending his lectures, inquired of him why he drew water, and received the reply, "Is drawing water all I do? What? Do I not dig? What? Do I not water the garden, or undertake any other labor for the love of philosophy?" For Zeno used to discipline him to this, and bid him return an obol from his wages. And one day he produced a handful of small coin before his acquaintance and said, Cleanthes could even maintain a second Cleanthes if he liked, whereas those who possess the means to keep themselves yet seek to live at the expense of others, and that too though they have plenty of time to spare from their studies. Hence Cleanthes was called a second Heracles. He had industry, but no natural aptitude for physics, and he was extraordinarily slow. On which account Timon describes him thus: "Who is this that like a bellwether ranges over the ranks of men, a dullard, lover of verse, hailing from Assos, a mass of rock, unventuresome?" And he used to put up with jibes from his fellow pupils, and did not mind being called the ass, telling them that he alone was strong enough to carry the load of Zeno. Once, when he was reproached with cowardice, he replied, "That's why I so seldom go wrong." Again, when extolling his own manner of life above that of the wealthy, he used to say that, while they were playing at ball, he was at work digging hard and barren ground. He would often find fault with himself, too. And one day when Ariston heard him doing this and asked, "Who is it you're scolding so?" he, laughing, said, "An old man with gray hairs and no wits." To some who declared that Arcecilius did not do what he ought, his reply was, "No more of this. Do not censure him. For if by his words he does away with duty, he maintains it at all events by his deeds." And Arcecilius rejoined, "I am not to be won by flattery." Whereupon Cleanthes said, "True, but my flattery consists in alleging that your theory is incompatible with your practice." When someone inquired of him what lesson he ought to give his son, Cleanthes in reply quoted words from the Electra: "Silence, silence, light be thy step." A Lacedaemonian having declared that toil was a good thing, he was overjoyed and said, "Thou art of gentle blood, dear child." Dicit autem hecato in sententius eum, cum adolescens quidam formosus dixisset, si pulsans ventrum ventrisat, pulsans coxe coxisat, dixissi tibi habeas, adolescens coxisationis, nimpe vocabula cae conveniunt, analogia non semper etiam significatione conveniunt. Once in conversation with a youth, he put the question, "Do you see?" And when the youth nodded assent, he went on, "Why then don't I see that you see?" He was present in the theatre when Sosistratus uttered the verse, "Driven by Cleanthes' folly like dumb herds," and he remained unmoved in the same attitude, at which the audience were so astonished that they applauded him and drove Sosistratus off the stage. Afterwards, when the poet apologized for the insult, he accepted the apology, saying that, when Dionysus and Heracles were ridiculed by the poets without getting angry, it would be absurd for him to be annoyed at casual abuse. He used to say that the Peripatetics were in the same case as liars, which, although they gave forth sweet sounds, never hear themselves. It is said that when he laid it down as Zeno's opinion that a man's character could be known from his looks, certain witty young men brought before him a rake with hands horny from toil in the country, and requested him to state what the man's character was. Cleanthes was perplexed and ordered the man to go away, but then, as he was making off, he sneezed. "I have it!" cried Cleanthes. "He is effeminate." To the solitary man who talked to himself, he remarked, "You are not talking to a bad man." When someone twitted him on his old age, his reply was, "I too am ready to depart. But when again I consider that I am in all points in good health, and that I can still write and read, I am content to wait." We are told that he wrote down Zeno's lectures on oyster shells and the blade bones of oxen through lack of money to buy paper. Such was he, and yet, although Zeno had many other eminent disciples, he was able to succeed him in the headship of the school. He has left some very fine writings, which are as follows: of time, of Zeno's natural philosophy, 2 books. Interpretations of Heraclitus, 4 books. De Sensu, of art, a reply to Democritus, a reply to Aristarchus, a reply to Heraclitus, of impulse, 2 books. Antiquities, of the gods, of giants, of marriage, on Homer, of duty, 3 books, of good counsel, of gratitude, an exhortation, of the virtues, of natural ability, of Gorgippus, of envy, of love, of freedom, the art of love, of honor, of fame, the statesman, of deliberation, of laws, of litigation, of education, of logic, 3 books, of the end, of beauty, of conduct, of knowledge, of kingship, of friendship, on the banquet, on the thesis that virtue is the same in man and in woman, on the wise man turning sophist, of usages, lectures, 2 books, of pleasure, on property, on insoluble problems, of dialectic, of moods or tropes, of predicates. This, then, is the list of his works. His end was as follows. He had severe inflammation of the gums, and by the advice of his doctors, he abstained from food for 2 whole days. As it happened, this treatment succeeded, so that the doctors were for allowing him to resume his usual diet. To this, however, he would not consent, but declaring that he had already got too far on the road, he went on fasting the rest of his days until his death at the same age as Zeno, according to some authorities, having spent 19 years as Zeno's pupil. My lighter verse on him runs thus. I praise Cleanthes, but praise Hades more, who could not bear to see him grown so old, so gave him rest at last among the dead, who'd drawn such load of water while alive. End of section 19. Read by Sarah Clark, Philadelphia, September 5th, 2024.
Section 20 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Zamorican. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2 by Diógenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 7, Chapter 6. Sphaerus. Floruit circa 220 BC. Amongst those who after the death of Zeno became pupils of Cleanthes was Sphaerus of Bosporus, as already mentioned. After making considerable progress in his studies, he went to Alexandria to the court of King Ptolemy Philopater. One day, when a discussion had arisen on the question whether the wise man could stoop to hold opinion, and Sphaerus had maintained that this was impossible, the king, wishing to refute him, ordered some waxen pomegranates to be put on the table. Sphaerus was taken in, and the king cried out, "You have given your assent to a presentation which is false." But Sphaerus was ready with a neat answer. "I assented not to the proposition that they are pomegranates, but to another, that they are good grounds for thinking them to be pomegranates. Certainty of presentation and reasonable probability are 2 totally different things." Nesistratus, having accused him of denying that Ptolemy was a king, his reply was, "Being of such quality as he is, Ptolemy is indeed a king." The books that he wrote were as follows. Of the Cosmos, 2 books. of elements, of seed, of fortune, of minimal parts, against atoms and images, of organs of sense, a course of 5 lectures on Heraclitus, on the right arrangement of ethical doctrine, of duty, of impulse, of the passions, 2 books, of kingship, of the Spartan constitution, of Lycurgus and Socrates, 3 books, of law, on divination, dialogues on love, of the school of Eretria, of similars, of terms, of habit, of contradictions, 3 books, of discourse, of wealth, of fame, of death, handbook of dialectic, 2 books, of predicates, of ambiguous terms, letters. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laércio, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 7, Chapter 7, Chrysippus, circa 282 to 206 BC. Chrysippus, the son of Apollonius, came either from Soli or from Tarsus, as Alexander relates in his Successions. He was a pupil of Cleanthes. Before this he used to practice as a long-distance runner, but afterwards he came to hear Zeno, or, as Diocles and most people say, Cleanthes, and then, while Cleanthes was still living, withdrew from his school and attained exceptional eminence as a philosopher. He had good natural parts, and showed the greatest acuteness in every branch of the subject. So much so that he differed on most points from Zeno, and from Cleanthes as well, to whom he often used to say that all he wanted was to be told what the doctrines were. He would find out the proofs for himself. Nevertheless, whenever he had contended against Cleanthes, he would afterwards feel remorse, so that he constantly came out with the lines, "Blessed in all else am I, save only where I touch Cleanthes, there I am ill-fortuned." So renowned was he for dialectic, that most people thought, if the gods took to dialectic, they would adopt no other system than that of Chrysippus. He had abundance of matter, but in style he was not successful. In industry he surpassed every one, as the list of his writings shows, for there are more than 705 of them. He increased their number by arguing repeatedly on the same subject, setting down anything that occurred to him, making many corrections, and citing numerous authorities. So much so that in one of his treatises he copied out nearly the whole of Euripides' Medea, and someone who had taken up the volume, being asked what he was reading, replied, "The Medea of Chrysippus." Apollodorus of Athens, in his collection of doctrines, wishing to show that what Epicurus wrote with force and originality unaided by quotations was far greater in amount than the books of Chrysippus, says, to quote his exact words, "If one were to strip the books of Chrysippus of all extraneous quotations, his pages would be left bare." So much for Apollodorus. Of Chrysippus, the old woman who sat beside him used to say, according to Diocles, that he wrote 500 lines a day. Hecato says that he came to the study of philosophy because the property which he had inherited from his father had been confiscated to the king's treasury. In person he was insignificant, as is shown by the statue in Ceramicus, which is almost hidden by an equestrian statue hard by. And this is why Carneades called him Chrysippus, or horse-hidden. Once when somebody reproached him for not going with the multitude to hear Ariston, he rejoined, "If I had followed the multitude, I should not have studied philosophy." When some dialectician got up and attacked Cleanthes, proposing sophistical fallacies to him, Chrysippus called to him, "Cease to distract your elder from matters of importance. Propound such quibbles to us juniors." Again, when somebody who had a question to ask was steadily conversing with him in private, and then upon seeing a crowd approaching began to be more contentious, he said, "Ah, brother mine, thine eye is growing wild. To madness fast thou art changing, sane but now." At wine parties he used to behave quietly, though he was unsteady on his legs, which caused the woman slave to say, "As for Chrysippus, only his legs get tipsy." His opinion of himself was so high that when someone inquired, "To whom shall I entrust my son?" he replied, "To me, for if I had dreamt of there being anyone better than myself, I should myself be studying with him." Hence it is said, the application to him of the line, "He alone has understanding, the others flit shadow-like around," and "But for Chrysippus there had been no porch." At last, however, so we are told by Sotion in his 8th book, he joined Aristoteles and Lacydes and studied philosophy under them in the academy. And this explains his arguing at one time against, and at another in support of, ordinary experience, and his use of the method of the academy when treating of magnitudes and numbers. On one occasion, as Hermippus relates, when he had his school in Odium, he was invited by his pupils to a sacrificial feast. Thereafter he had taken a draught of sweet wine unmixed with water. He was seized with dizziness and departed this life 5 days afterwards, having reached the age of 73 years in the 143rd Olympiad. This is the date given by Apollodorus in his chronology. I have toyed with the subject in the following verses. Chrysippus turned giddy after gulping down a draught of Bacchus. He spared not the porch, nor his country, nor his own life, but fared straight to the house of Hades. Another account is that his death was caused by a violent fit of laughter, for after an ass had eaten up his figs, he cried out to the old woman, "Now give the ass a drink of pure wine to wash down the figs," and thereupon he laughed so heartily that he died. He appears to have been a very arrogant man. At any rate, of all his many writings he dedicated none to any of the kings, and he was satisfied with one old woman's judgment, says Demetrius in his work called Men of the Same Name. When Ptolemy wrote to Cleanthes requesting him to come himself or else to send someone to his court, Sepphoris undertook the journey, while Chrysippus declined to go. On the other hand, he sent for his sister's sons, Aristocreon and Philocrates, and educated them. Demetrius above mentioned is also our authority for the statement that Chrysippus was the first who ventured to hold a lecture class in the open air in the Lyceum. There was another Chrysippus, a native of Cnidus, a physician, to whom Erasistratus says that he was under great obligation, and another besides, a son of the former court physician to Ptolemy, who on a false charge was dragged about and castigated with the lash. And yet another was a pupil of Erasistratus, and another the author of a work on agriculture. To return to the philosopher, he used to propound arguments such as the following: "He who divulges the mysteries to the uninitiated is guilty of impiety." Now the Hierophant certainly does reveal the mysteries to the uninitiated, ergo he is guilty of impiety. Or again, "What is not in the city is not in the house either. Now there is no well in the city, ergo there is none in the house either." Yet another, "There is a certain head, and that head you have not. Now this being so, there is a head which you have not, therefore you are without a head." Again,
If anyone is in Megara, he is not in Athens. Now there is a man in Megara, therefore there is not a man in Athens. Again, if you say something, it passes through your lips. Now you say wagon, consequently a wagon passes through your lips. And further, if you never lost something, you will have it still. But you never lost horns, ergo you have horns. Others attribute this to Eubulides. There are people who run Chrysippus down as having written much in a tone that is gross and indecent. For in his work on the ancient natural philosophers, at line 600 or thereabouts, he interprets the story of Hera and Zeus coarsely, with details which no one would soil his lips by repeating. Indeed, his interpretations of the story is condemned as most indecent. He may be commending physical doctrine, but the language used is more appropriate to streetwalkers than to deities, and it is moreover not even mentioned by bibliographers who wrote on the title of books. What Chrysippus makes of it is not to be found in Polemo or Hypocrates, no, nor even in Antigonus. It is his own invention. Again, in his Republic, he permits marriage with mothers and daughters and sons. He says the same in his work on things for their own sake not desirable, right at the outset. In the third book of his treatise on justice, at about line 1000, he permits eating of the corpses of the dead. And in the second book of his On the Means of Livelihood, where he professes to be considering a priori how the wise man is to get his living, occur the words, "And yet what reason is there that he should provide a living? For if it be to support life, life itself is after all a thing indifferent. If it be for pleasure, pleasure too is a thing indifferent. While if it be for virtue, virtue in itself is sufficient to constitute happiness. The modes of getting a livelihood are also ludicrous, as, example, maintenance by a king, for he will have to be humored, or by friends, for friendship will then be purchasable for money, or living by wisdom, for so wisdom will become mercenary. These are the objections urged against him. As the reputation of his writings stands so high, I have decided to make a separate catalogue of them, arranged according to the class of subject treated, and they are as follows. 1. Logic. Logical theses. The Philosopher's Inquiries. Dialectical definitions addressed to Metrodorus, 6 books. On the terms used in dialectic, addressed to Zeno, 1 book. Art of dialectic, addressed to Aristogoras, 1 book. Probable hypothetical judgments, addressed to Dioscorides, 4 books. 2. Logic dealing with the subject matter, first series. Of judgments, 1 book. Of judgments which are not simple, 1 book. Of the complex judgment, addressed to Athenades, 2 books. Of negative judgments addressed to Aristogoras, 3 books. Of affirmative judgments addressed to Athenodorus, 1 book. Of judgments expressed by means of privation, addressed to Thereus, 1 book. Of indefinite judgments addressed to Dion, 3 books. On the variety of indefinite judgments, 4 books. On temporal judgments, 2 books. On judgments in the perfect tense, 2 books. Of a true disjunctive judgment addressed to Gorgipides, 1 book. Of a true hypothetical judgment addressed to Gorgipides, 4 books. Choosing from alternatives addressed to Gorgipides, 1 book. A contribution to the subject of consequence, 1 book. On the argument which employs 3 terms, also addressed to Gorgipides, 1 book. On judgments of possibility addressed to Clitus, 4 books. A reply to the work of Philo on meanings, 1 book. On the question, what are false judgments, 1 book. Third series, of imperatives, 2 books. Of asking questions, 2 books. Of inquiry, 4 books. Epitome of interrogation and inquiry, 1 book. Epitome of reply, 1 book. Of investigation, 2 books. Of answering questions, 4 books. 4th series. Of predicates addressed to Metrodorus, 10 books. Of nominatives and oblique cases addressed to Philarius, 1 book. Of hypothetical syllogisms addressed to Apollonides, 1 book. A work addressed to Silas on predicates, 4 books. 5th series. Of the 5 cases, 1 book. Of enunciations classified according to subject matter, 1 book. Of modification of significance addressed to Stysagoras, 2 books. Of proper nouns, 2 books. 3. Logic as concerned with words or phrases and the sentence. 1st series. Of singular and plural expressions, 6 books. On single words addressed to Sisogenes and Alexander, 5 books. Of anomalous words and phrases addressed to Dion, 4 books. Of Socrates' argument as applied to uttered words, 3 books. Of solecisms, 1 book. On solecistic sentences addressed to Dionysus, 1 book. Sentences violating ordinary usage, 1 book. Diction, addressed to Dionysus, 1 book. 2nd series. Of the elements of speech on words spoken, 5 books. Of the arrangement of words spoken, 4 books. Of the arrangement and elements of sentences addressed to Philip, 3 books. Of the elements of speech addressed to Nicias, 1 book. Of the relative term, 1 book. 3rd series. Against those who reject division, 2 books. On ambiguous forms of speech addressed to Apollos, 4 books. On figurative ambiguities, 1 book. Of ambiguity in the moods of the hypothetical syllogism, 2 books. A reply to the work of Pantheodes on ambiguities, 2 books. Introduction to the study of ambiguities, 5 books. Epitome of the work on ambiguities addressed to Epicrates, 1 book. Materials collected for the introduction to the study of ambiguities, 2 books. 4. Logic as concerned with syllogism and moods, 1st series. Handbook of Arguments and Moods addressed to Dioscurides, 5 books. Of syllogisms, 3 books. Of the construction of moods addressed to Stysagoras, 2 books. Comparison of the judgments expressed in the moods, 1 book. Of reciprocal and hypothetical syllogisms, 1 book. To Agathon, or of the problems that remain, 1 book. On the question of what premises are capable of demonstrating a given conclusion with the aid of one or more subsidiary premises, 1 book. Of inferences addressed to Aristagoras, 1 book. How the same syllogism may be drawn up in several moods, 1 book. Reply to the objections brought against drawing out the same argument syllogistically and without a syllogism, 2 books. Reply to the objections against the analyses of syllogisms, 3 books. Reply to Philo's work on moods, addressed to Timostratus, 1 book. Collected logical writings addressed to Timocritus and Philomanthus, a criticism of their works on moods and syllogisms, 1 book. 2nd series. On conclusive arguments addressed to Zeno, 1 book. On the primary indemonstrable syllogisms addressed to Zeno, 1 book. On the analysis of syllogisms, 1 book. Of redundant arguments addressed to Silas, 2 books. Of the rules for syllogisms, 1 book. Of introductory or elementary syllogisms addressed to Zeno, 1 book. Of the introductory moods addressed to Zeno, 3 books. Of the syllogisms under false figures, 5 books. Syllogistic arguments by resolution in indemonstrable arguments, 1 book. Inquiries into the moods addressed to Zeno and Philomathus, 1 book. This appears to be spurious. 3rd series. On variable arguments addressed to Athenades, 1 book. This also is spurious. Variable Arguments Concerning the Mean, 3 books, spurious. A Reply to Ammonaeus, Disjunctive Syllogisms, 1 book. 4th series, On Hypotheses, addressed to Meleager, 3 books. Hypothetical Syllogisms upon the Laws, again addressed to Meleager, 1 book. Hypothetical Syllogisms to serve as introduction, 2 books. Hypothetical Syllogism consisting of theorems, 2 books. Solutions of the Hypothetical Arguments of Hedylus, 2 books. Solutions of the Hypothetical Arguments of Alexander, 3 books, spurious. On Explanatory Symbols addressed to Laodamas, 1 book. 5th series, Introductions to Mentian's Argument addressed to Aristocreon, 1 book. Arguments of the Mentian's Type to serve as introduction, 1 book. Of the Mentian's Argument addressed to Aristocreon, 6 books. 6th series, Reply to Those Who Hold That Propositions May Be at Once False and True, 1 book. To Those Who Solve the Mentians by Dissecting It, addressed to Aristocreon, 2 books. Proofs Showing That Indefinite Arguments Ought Not to Be Dissected, 1 book. Reply to Objections Urged Against Those Who Condemn the Dissection of Indefinite Arguments, addressed to Psilus, 3 books. Solution in the Style of the Ancients, addressed to Dioscurides, 1 book. On the Solution of the Mentians, addressed to Aristocreon, 3 books. Solutions of Hypothetical Arguments of Hedylus, addressed to Aristocreon and Apollos, 1 book. 7th series, To Those Who Maintain That the Premises of the Mentians Are False, 1 book. Of the Skeptic Who Denies, addressed to Aristocreon, 2 books. Negative Arguments to Serve as Logical Exercises, 1 book. Of the Argument from Small Increments, addressed to Stesagoras, 2 books. Of the Arguments affecting ordinary suppositions and on those who are inactive or silent, addressed to Onator, 2 books. Of the Fallacy of the Veiled Person, addressed to Aristobulus, 2 books. On the Puzzle of the Man Who Escapes Detection, addressed to Athenades, 1 book. 8th series, Of the Nobody Puzzle, addressed to Menecrates, 8 books. Of the Arguments Derived from the Indeterminate and the Determined, addressed to Psilus, 2 books. Of the Nobody Argument, addressed to Epicrates, 1 book. 9th series, Of Sophisms, addressed to Heraclides and Paulus, 2 books. Of Dialectical Puzzles, addressed to Dioscurides, 5 books. Reply to the Method of Arcesilas, dedicated to Spherus, 1 book.
10th series, Attack Upon Common Sense, addressed to Metrodorus, 6 books. Defense of Common Sense, addressed to Gorgipides, 7 books. 5. Under Logic. 39 investigations outside the range of the 4 above-mentioned main divisions dealing with isolated logical investigations, not included in separate wholes of the subjects enumerated. The total of logical writings is 311. 1. Ethics dealing with the classification of ethical conceptions. First series, Outline of Ethical Theory, addressed to Theoporus, 1 book. Ethical Theses, 1 book. Probable Premises for Ethical Doctrines, addressed to Philomathus, 3 books. Definitions of the Good or Virtuous, addressed to Metrodorus, 2 books. Definitions of the Bad or Vicious, addressed to Metrodorus, 2 books. Definitions of the Morally Intermediate, addressed to Metrodorus, 2 books. Definitions of the Generic Notions in Ethics, addressed to Metrodorus, 7 books. Definitions concerning the other branches of science, addressed to Metrodorus, 2 books. 2nd series, Of Similes, addressed to Aristocles, 3 books. Of Definitions, addressed to Metrodorus, 7 books. 3rd series, Of the Objections Wrongly Urged against the Definitions, addressed to Laodamas, 7 books. Probabilities in support of the definitions, addressed to Dioscurides, 2 books. Of species and genera addressed to Gorgipetes, 2 books. Of classifications, 1 book. Of contraries addressed to Dionysius, 2 books. Probable arguments relative to classifications, genera and species, and the treatment of contraries, 1 book. 4th species, of etymological matters addressed to Diocles, 7 books. Points of etymology addressed to Diocles, 4 books. 5th series, of proverbs addressed to Zenodotus, 2 books. Of poems addressed to Philomontes, 1 book. On the right way of reading poetry, 2 books. A reply to critics addressed to Diodorus, 1 book. 2. Ethics dealing with the common view and the sciences and virtues thence arising. 1st series, Against the touching up of paintings addressed to Timaeus, 1 book. How it is we name each thing and form a conception of it, 1 book. Of conceptions addressed to Laodamus, 2 books. Of opinion or assumption addressed to Pythonics, 3 books. Proofs that the wise man shall not hold opinions, 1 book. Of apprehensions of knowledge and of ignorance, 4 books. Of reason, 2 books. Of the use of reason addressed to Liptines. 2nd series, that the ancients rightly admitted dialectic as well as demonstration addressed to Zeno, 2 books. Of dialectic addressed to Aristocreon, 4 books. Of the objections urged against dialecticians, 3 books. Of rhetoric addressed to Discordies, 4 books. 3rd series, of formed state or habit of mind addressed to Cleon, 3 books. Of art and the inartistic addressed to Aristocreon, 4 books. Of the difference between the virtues addressed to Diodorus, 4 books. Of the characters of the several virtues, 1 book. Of virtues addressed to Paulus, 2 books. 3. Ethics dealing with things good and evil, 1st series. Of the good or morally beautiful and pleasure addressed to Aristocreon, 10 books. Proofs that pleasure is not the end in chief of action, 4 books. Proofs that pleasure is not a good, 4 books. Of the arguments commonly used on behalf of pleasure. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Section 22, Book 8, Chapter 1, Pythagoras, circa 582 to 500 BC. Having now completed our account of the philosophy of Ionia, starting with Thales, as well as of its chief representatives, let us proceed to examine the philosophy of Italy, which was started by Pythagoras, son of the gem engraver Mnesarchus, and, according to Hermippus, a Samian, or, according to Aristoxenus, a Tyrrhenian from one of those islands which the Athenians held after clearing them of their Tyrrhenian inhabitants. Some indeed say that he was descended through Erythrophro, Hippasus, and Marmachus from Cleonymus, who was exiled from Phlius, and that as Marmachus lived in Samos, so Pythagoras was called a Samian. From Samos he went, it is said, to Lesbos, with an introduction to Pherecydes from his uncle Zoilus. He had 3 silver flagons made, and took them as presents to each of the priests of Egypt. He had brothers, of whom Eunomus was the elder, and Tyrrhenus the second. He also had a slave, Zamolxus, who was worshipped, so says Herodotus, by the Getans as Kronos. He was a pupil, as already stated, of Pherecydes of Syros, after whose death he went to Samos to be the pupil of Hermodamus, Creophilus's descendant, a man already advanced in years. While still young, so eager was he for knowledge, he left his own country and had himself initiated into all the mysteries and rites not only of Greece, but also of foreign countries. Now he was in Egypt when Polycrates sent him a letter of introduction to Amasis. He learnt the Egyptian language. So we learn from Antiphon in his book on men of outstanding merit. And he also journeyed among the Chaldeans and Magi. Then, while in Crete, he went down into the cave of Ida with Epimenides. He also entered the Egyptian sanctuaries and was told their secret lore concerning the gods. After that, he returned to Samos to find his country under the tyranny of Polycrates. So he sailed away to Croton in Italy, and there he laid down a constitution for the Italian Greeks, and he and his followers were held in great estimation, for, being nearly 300 in number, so well did they govern the state that its constitution was in effect a true aristocracy, government by the best. This is what Heraclides of Pontus tells us he used to say about himself, that he had once been Aethalides, and was accounted to be Hermes' son. And Hermes told him he might choose any gift he liked, except immortality. So he asked to retain through life and through death a memory of his experiences. Hence, in life, he could recall everything. And when he died, he still kept the same memories. Afterwards, in course of time, his soul entered into Euphorbus, and he was wounded by Menelaus. Now Euphorbus used to say that he had once been Aethalides and obtained this gift from Hermes. And then he told of the wanderings of his soul, how it migrated hither and thither, into how many plants and animals it had come, and all that it underwent in Hades, and all that the other souls there have to endure. When Euphorbus died, his soul passed into Hermotimus, and he also, wishing to authenticate the story, went up to the temple of Apollo at Branchidae, where he identified the shield which Menelaus, on his voyage home from Troy, had dedicated to Apollo, so he said, the shield being now so rotten through and through that the ivory facing only was left. When Hermotimus died, he became Pyrrhus, a fisherman of Delos, and again he remembered everything, how he was first Aethalides, then Euphorbus, then Hermotimus, and then Pyrrhus. But when Pyrrhus died, he became Pythagoras, and still remembered all the facts mentioned. There are some who insist, absurdly enough, that Pythagoras left no writings whatever. At all events, Heraclitus, the physicist, almost shouts in our ear, Pythagoras, son of Mnesarchus, practiced inquiry beyond all other men, and in this selection of his writings made himself a wisdom of his own, showing much learning, but poor workmanship. The occasion of this remark was the opening words of Pythagoras's treatise on nature, namely, "Nay, I swear by the air I breathe, I swear by the water I drink, I will never suffer censure on account of this work." Pythagoras, in fact, wrote 3 books, on education, on statesmanship, and on nature. But the book which passes as the work of Pythagoras is by Lysis of Tarentum, a Pythagorean who fled to Thebes and taught Epaminondas. Heraclides, the son of Serapion, in his Epitome of Sotion, says that he also wrote a poem on the universe. And secondly, the sacred poem, which begins, "Young men, come, reverence and quietude, all these my words." Thirdly, on the soul. Fourthly, of piety. Fifthly, Hielothales, the father of Epicharmus of Cos. Sixthly, Croton, and other works as well. The same authority says that the poem On the Mysteries was written by Hippasus to defame Pythagoras, and that many others written by Aston of Croton were ascribed to Pythagoras. Aristoxenus says that Pythagoras got most of his moral doctrines from the Delphic priestess, the Mystoclea. According to Ion of Chios and his Triagme, he ascribed some poems of his own making to Orpheus. They further attribute to him the Scopiads, which begins thus, "Be not shameless before any man." Sosicrates, in his Successions of Philosophers, says that when Laon, the tyrant of Phlius, asked him who he was, he said, "A philosopher," and that he compared life to the great games, where some went to compete for the prize, and others went with wares to sell, but the best as spectators. For similarly, in life, some grow up with servile natures, greedy for fame and gain, but the philosopher seeks for truth. Thus much for this part of the subject. The contents in general of the aforesaid 3 treatises of Pythagoras are as follows. He forbids us to pray for ourselves, because we do not know what will help us. Drinking he calls, in a word, a snare, and he discountenances all excess, saying that no one should go beyond due proportion either in drinking or in eating. Of sexual indulgence, too, he says, keep to the winter for sexual pleasures. In summer, abstain. They are less harmful in autumn and spring, but they are always harmful and not conducive to health. Asked once when a man should consort with a woman, he replied, "When you want to lose what strength you have." He divides man's life into 4 quarters thus: 20 years a boy, 20 years a youth, 20 years a young man, 20 years an old man. And these 4 periods correspond to the 4 seasons: the boy to spring, the youth to summer, the young man to autumn, and the old man to winter. Meaning by youth, one not yet grown up, and by a young man, a man of mature age. According to Timaeus, he was the first to say, "Friends have all things in common," and "Friendship is equality." Indeed, his disciples did put all their possessions into one common stock. For 5 whole years they had to keep silence, merely listening to his discourses without seeing him, until they passed an examination, and thenceforward they were admitted to his house and allowed to see him. They would never use coffins of cypress, because the scepter of Zeus was made from it. So we are informed by Hermippus in his 2nd book on Pythagoras. Indeed, his bearing is said to have been most dignified, and his disciples held the opinion about him that he was Apollo, come down from the far north. There is a story that once, when he was disrobed, his thigh was seen to be of gold. And when he crossed the river Nessus, quite a number of people said they heard it welcome him. According to Timaeus, in the 10th book of his history, he remarked that the consorts of men bore divine names, being called first virgins, then brides, and then mothers. He it was who brought geometry to perfection, while it was Moirus who first discovered the beginnings of the elements of geometry. Anticylides, in his 2nd book on Alexander, affirms this, and further, that Pythagoras spent most of his time upon the arithmetical aspect of geometry. He also discovered the musical intervals on the monochord. Nor did he neglect even medicine. We are told by Apollodorus the calculator that he offered a sacrifice of oxen on finding that in a right-angled triangle, the square on the hypotenuse is equal to the squares on the sides containing the right angle. And there is an epigram running as follows: What time Pythagoras that famed figure found, for which the noble offering he brought. He is also said to have been the first to diet athletes on meat, trying first with Eurymenes, so we learn from Favorinus in the 3rd book of his Memorabilia, whereas in former times they had trained on dried figs, on butter, and even on wheat meal, as we are told by the same Favorinus in the 8th book of his Miscellaneous History. Some say it was a certain trainer named Pythagoras who instituted this diet, and not our Pythagoras, who forbade even the killing, let alone the eating, of animals which share with us the privilege of having a soul. This was the excuse put forward, but his real reason for forbidding animal diet was to practice people and accustom them to simplicity of life, so that they could live on things easily procurable, spreading their tables with uncooked foods and drinking pure water only, for this was the way to a healthy body and a keen mind. Of course, the only altar at which he worshipped was that of Apollo, the giver of life, behind the altar of horns at Delos, for thereon were placed flour and meal and cakes without the use of fire, and there was no animal victim, as we are told by Aristotle in his Constitution of Delos. He was the first, they say, to declare that the soul, bound now in this creature, now in that, thus goes on a round ordained of necessity. He too, according to Aristoxenus the musician, was the first to introduce weights and measures into Greece. It was he who first declared that the evening and morning stars are the same, as Parmenides maintains. So greatly was he admired that his disciples used to be called prophets to declare the voice of God. Besides which, he himself says in a written work that after 207 years in Hades, he has returned to the land of the living. Thus it was that they remained his staunch adherents, and men came to hear his words from afar, among them Lucanians, Pausetians, Messapians, and Romans. Down to the time of Philolaus, it was not possible to acquire knowledge of any Pythagorean doctrine, and Philolaus alone brought out 3 celebrated books, which Plato sent 100 minas to purchase. Not less than 600 persons went to his evening lectures, and those who were privileged to see him wrote to their friends congratulating themselves on a great piece of good fortune. Moreover, the Metapontines named his house the Temple of Demeter, and his porch the Museum. So we learn from Favorinus in his Miscellaneous History. And the rest of the Pythagoreans used to say that not all his doctrines were for all men to hear, our authority for this being Aristoxenus in the 10th book of his Rules of Pedagogy, where we are also told that one of the schools, Xenophilus by name, asked by someone how he could best educate his son, replied, by making him the citizen of a well-governed state. Throughout Italy, Pythagoras made many into good men and true, men too of note, like the lawgivers Seleucus and Charondas, for he had a great gift for friendship, and especially when he found his own watchwords adopted by anyone, he would immediately take to that man and make a friend of him. The following were his watchwords or precepts: Don't stir the fire with a knife. Don't step over the beam of a balance. Don't sit down on your bushel. Don't eat your heart. Don't help a man off with a load, but help him on. Always roll your bedclothes up. Don't put God's image on the circle of a ring. Don't leave the pan's imprint on the ashes. Don't wipe up a mess with a torch. Don't commit a nuisance towards the sun. Don't walk the highway. Don't shake hands too eagerly. Don't have swallows under your roof. Don't keep birds with hooked claws. Don't make water on, nor stand upon, your nail and hair trimmings. Turn the sharp blade away. When you go abroad, don't turn round at the frontier. This is what they meant. Don't stir the fire with a knife. Don't stir the passions or the swelling pride of the great. Don't step over the beam of a balance. Don't overstep the bounds of equity and justice. Don't sit down on your bushel. Have the same care of today and the future, a bushel being the day's ration. By not eating your heart, he meant not wasting your life in troubles and pains. By saying, do not turn around when you go abroad, he meant to advise those who were departing this life not to set their heart's desire on living, nor to be too much attracted by the pleasures of this life. The explanations of the rest are similar, and would take too long to set out. Above all, he forbade as food red mullet and blacktail, and he enjoined abstinence from the hearts of animals and from beans, and sometimes, according to Aristotle, even from paunch and gurnard. Some say that he contented himself with just some honey or a honeycomb or bread, never touching wine in the daytime, and with greens boiled or raw for dainties, and fish but rarely. His robe was white and spotless, his quilts of white wool, for linen had not reached those parts yet. He was never known to overeat, to behave loosely, or to be drunk. He would avoid laughter and all pandering to tastes, such as insulting jests and vulgar tales. He would punish neither slave nor free man in anger. Admonition he used to call, quote, setting right, unquote. He used to practice divination by sounds or voices, and by auguries, never by burnt offerings beyond frankincense. The offerings he made were always inanimate, though some say that he would offer cocks, sucking goats, and porkers, as they are called, but lambs never. However, Aristoxenus has it that he consented to the eating of all other animals, and only abstained from plowing oxen and rams. The same authority, as we have seen, asserts that Pythagoras took his doctrines from the Delphic priestess Themistoclea. Hieronymus, however, says that when he had descended into Hades, he saw the soul of Hesiod, bound fast to a brazen pillar and gibbering, and the soul of Homer hung on a tree, with serpents writhing about it, this being their punishment for what they had said about the gods. He also saw under torture those who would not remain faithful to their wives. This, says our authority, is why he was honored by the people of Croton. Aristippus of Cyrene affirms in his work on the physicists that he was named Pythagoras because he uttered the truth as infallibly as did the Pythian oracle. He is said to have advised his disciples as follows, always to say on entering their own doors, quote, "Where did I trespass? What did I achieve? And unfulfilled, what duties did I leave?" End quote. Not to let victims be brought for sacrifice to the gods, and to worship only at the altar unstained with blood. Not to call the gods to witness, man's duty being rather to strive to make his own word carry conviction, to honor their elders on the principle that precedence in time gives a greater title to respect. For as in the world sunrise comes before sunset, so in human life the beginning before the end, and in all organic life birth precedes death. And he further bade them to honor gods before demigods, heroes before men, and first among men their parents, and so to behave one to another as not to make friends into enemies, but to turn enemies into friends, to deem nothing their own, to support the law, to wage war on lawlessness, never to kill or injure trees that are not wild, nor even any animal that does not injure man, that it is seemly and advisable neither to give way to unbridled laughter, nor to wear sullen looks, to avoid excess of flesh, on a journey to let exertion and slackening alternate, to train the memory, in wrath to restrain hand and tongue, to respect all divination, to sing to the lyre, and by hymns to show due gratitude to gods and to good men, to abstain from beans because they are flatulent and partake most of the breath of life, and besides, it is better for the stomach if they are not taken, and this again will make our dreams and sleep smooth and untroubled. Alexander, in his Successions of Philosophers, says that he found in the Pythagorean memoirs the following tenets as well. The principle of all things is the monad, or unit. Arising from this monad, the undefined dyad, or two, serves as material substratum to the monad, which is cause. From the monad and the undefined dyad spring numbers. From numbers, points. From points, lines. From lines, plane figures. From plane figures, solid figures. From solid figures, sensible bodies, the elements of which are four: fire, water, earth, and air. These elements interchange and turn into one another completely, and combine to produce a universe, animate, intelligent, spherical, with the earth at its center, the earth itself, too, being spherical and inhabited round about. There are also antipodes, and our down is their up. Light and darkness have equal part in the universe, so have hot and cold, and dry and moist. And of these, if hot preponderates, we have summer; if cold, winter; if dry, spring; if moist, late autumn. If all are in equilibrium, we have the best periods of the year, of which the freshness of spring constitutes the healthy season, and the decay of late autumn the unhealthy. So too in the day, freshness belongs to the morning, and decay to the evening, which is therefore more unhealthy. The air about the earth is stagnant and unwholesome, and all within it is mortal, but the uppermost air is ever moved and pure and healthy, and all within it is immortal and consequently divine. The sun, the moon, and the other stars are gods, for in them there is a preponderance of heat, and heat is the cause of life. The moon is illumined by the sun. Gods and men are akin, inasmuch as man partakes of heat, therefore God takes thought for man. Fate is the cause of things being thus ordered, both as a whole and separately. The sun's ray penetrates through the ether, whether cold or dense, the air they call cold ether, and the sea and moisture dense ether. And this ray descends even to the depths, and for this reason quickens all things. All things live which partake of heat. This is why plants are living things. But all have not soul, which is a detached part of ether, partly the hot and partly the cold, for it partakes of cold ether too. Soul is distinct from life. It is immortal, since that form from which it is detached is immortal. Living creatures are reproduced from one another by germination. There is no such thing as spontaneous generation from earth. The germ is a clot of brain containing hot vapor within it, and this, when brought to the womb, throws out from the brain ichor, fluid, and blood, whence are formed flesh, sinews, bones, hairs, and the whole of the body, while soul and sense come from the vapor within. First congealing in about 40 days, it receives form, and, according to the ratios of harmony, in 7, 9, or at the most 10 months, the mature child is brought forth. It has in it all the relations constituting life, and these, forming a continuous series, keep it together according to the ratios of harmony, each appearing at regulated intervals. Sense generally, and sight in particular, is a certain unusually hot vapor. This is why it is said to see through air and water, because the hot ether is resisted by the cold. For if the vapor in the eyes had been cold, it would have been dissipated on meeting the air, its like. As it is, in certain lines he calls the eyes the portals of the sun. His conclusion is the same with regard to hearing and the other senses. The soul of man, he says, is divided into 3 parts: intelligence, reason, and passion. Intelligence and passion are possessed by other animals as well, but reason by man alone. The seat of the soul extends from the heart to the brain. The part of it which is in the heart is passion, while the parts located in the brain are reason and intelligence. The senses are distillations from these. Reason is immortal, all else mortal. The soul draws nourishment from the blood. The faculties of the soul are winds, for they as well as the soul are invisible, just as the ether is invisible. The veins, arteries, and sinews are the bonds of the soul. But when it is strong and settled down into itself, reasonings and deeds become its bonds. When cast out upon the earth, it wanders in the air like the body. Hermes is the steward of souls, and for that reason is called Hermes the escorter, Hermes the keeper of the gate, and Hermes of the underworld, since it is he who brings in the souls from their bodies, both by land and sea, and the pure are taken into the uppermost region, but the impure are not permitted to approach the pure or each other, but are bound by the Furies in bonds unbreakable. The whole air is full of souls which are called genii or heroes. These are they who send men dreams and signs of future disease and health, and not to men alone, but to sheep also and cattle as well. And it is to them that purifications and lustrations, all divination, omens, and the like have reference. The most momentous thing in human life is the art of winning the soul to good or to evil. Blessed are the men who acquire a good soul. If it be bad, they can never be at rest, nor ever keep the same course 2 days together. Right has the force of an oath, and that is why Zeus is called the god of oaths. Virtue is harmony, and so are health and all good and God himself. This is why they say that all things are constructed according to the laws of harmony. The love of friends is just concord and equality. We should not pay equal worship to gods and heroes, but to the gods always, with reverent silence, in white robes, and after purification. To the heroes only from midday onwards. Purification is by cleansing, baptism, and lustration, and by keeping clean from all deaths and births and all pollution, and abstaining from meat and flesh of animals that have died, mullets, gurnards, eggs, and egg-sprung animals, beans, and the other abstinences prescribed by those who perform mystic rites in the temples. According to Aristotle, in his work on the Pythagoreans, Pythagoras counseled abstinence from beans either because they are like the genitals, or because they are like the gates of Hades, as being alone unjointed, or because they are injurious, or because they are like the form of the universe, or because they belong to oligarchy, since they are used in election by lot. He bade his disciples not to pick up fallen crumbs, either in order to accustom them to not eat immoderately, or because connected with a person's death. Nay, even according to Aristophanes, crumbs belong to the heroes. For in his Heroes he says, quote, "Nor taste ye of what falls beneath the board." End quote. Another of his precepts was not to eat white cocks, as being sacred to the month, and wearing suppliant garb, now supplication ranked with things good, sacred to the month, because they announce the time of day. And again, white represents the nature of the good, black the nature of evil. Not to touch such fish as were sacred, for it is not right that gods and men should be allotted the same things, any more than free men and slaves. Not to break bread, for once friends used to meet over one loaf, as the barbarians do even to this day, and you should not divide bread which brings them together. Some give as the explanation of this that it has reference to the judgment of the dead in Hades, others that bread makes cowards in war, others again that it is from it that the whole world begins. He held that the most beautiful figure is the sphere among solids, and the circle among plane figures. Old age may be compared to everything that is decreasing, while youth is one with increase. Health means retention of the form, disease its destruction. Of salt, he said it should be brought to table to remind us of what is right, for salt preserves whatever it finds, and it arises from the purest sources, sun and sea. This is what Alexander says that he found in the Pythagorean memoirs. What follows is Aristotle's. But Pythagoras's great dignity, not even Timon overlooked, who, although he digs at him in his Sidley, speaks of, quote, Pythagoras, inclined to witching works and ways, man-snarer, fond of noble paraphrase, end quote. Xenophanes confirms the statement about his having been different people at different times in the Elegiacs, beginning, quote, "Now other thoughts, another path I show," end quote. What he says of him is as follows: "They say that passing a belabored whelp, he, full of pity, spake these words of dole. Stay, smite not, 'tis a friend, a human soul. I knew him straight when as I heard him yelp." Thus Xenophanes. But Cratinus also lampooned him both in the Pythagorizing Woman and also in the Tarentines, where we read, "They are wont, if haply they a foreigner do find, to hold a cross-examination of doctrine's worth, to trouble and confound him with terms, equations, and antitheses, brain-bunged with magnitudes and paraphrases." Again, Mnesimachus in the Alcmaeon, "To Loxias we sacrifice, Pythagoras is right, of nothing that is animate we ever take a bite." And Aristophon in the Pythagoras, "He told how he traveled in Hades and looked on the dwellers below, how each of them lives, but how different by far from the lives of the dead were the lives of the Pythagoreans, for these alone, so he said, were suffered to dine with King Pluto, which was for their piety's sake. What an ill-tempered god, for whom such swine, such creatures good company make." And in the same, later, "Their food is just greens, and to wet it, pure water is all that they drink. And the want of a bath, and the vermin, and their old threadbare coats so do stink, that none of the rest will come near them. Pythagoras met his death in this wise. As he sat one day among his acquaintances at the house of Milo, it chanced that the house was set ablaze out of jealousy by one of the people who were not accounted worthy of admittance to his presence, though some say it was the work of the inhabitants of Croton, anxious to safeguard themselves against the setting up of a tyranny. Pythagoras was caught as he tried to escape. He got as far as a certain field of beans, where he stopped, saying he would be captured rather than cross it, and be killed rather than prate about his doctrines. And so his pursuers cut his throat. So also were murdered more than half of his disciples, to the number of 40 or thereabouts, but very few escaped, including Archippus of Tarentum and Lysis, already mentioned. Dicaearchus, however, says that Pythagoras died a fugitive in the temple of the Muses at Metapontum after 40 days' starvation. Heraclides, in his epitome of the lives of the satirists, says that after bearing Pherecydes at Delos, he returned to Italy, and when he found Cylon of Croton giving a luxurious banquet to all and sundry, retired to Metapontum to end his days there by starvation, having no wish to live longer. On the other hand, Hermippus relates that when the men of Agrigentum and Syracuse were at war, Pythagoras and his disciples went out and fought in the van of the army of the Agrigentines, and, their line being turned, he was killed by the Syracusans as he was trying to avoid the bean field. The rest, about 35 in number, were burned at the stake in Tarentum for trying to set up a government in opposition to those in power. Hermippus gives another anecdote. Pythagoras, on coming to Italy, made a subterranean dwelling, and enjoined on his mother to mark and record all that passed, and at what hour, and to send her notes down to him until he should ascend. She did so. Pythagoras sometime afterwards came up withered, and looking like a skeleton, then went into the assembly, and declared he had been down to Hades, and even read out his experiences to them. They were so affected that they wept and wailed, and looked upon him as divine, going so far as to send their wives to him in hopes that they would learn some of his doctrines, and so they were called Pythagorean women. Thus far Hermippus. Pythagoras had a wife, Theano by name, daughter of Brontinus of Croton, though some call her Brontinus's wife and Pythagoras's pupil. He had a daughter, Damo, according to the letter of Lysis to Hippasus, which says of him, "I am told by many that you discourse publicly, a thing which Pythagoras deemed unworthy, for certain it is that when he entrusted his daughter Damo with the custody of his memoirs, he solemnly charged her never to give them to anyone outside his house. And although she could have sold the writings for a large sum of money, she would not, but reckoned poverty and her father's solemn injunctions more precious than gold, for all that she was a woman." They also had a son, Telauges, who succeeded his father, and, according to some, was Empedocles' instructor. At all events, Hippolytus makes Empedocles say, "Telauges, famed son of Theano and Pythagoras." Telauges wrote nothing, as far as we know, but his mother Theano wrote a few things. Further, a story is told that being asked how many days it was before a woman becomes pure after intercourse, she replied, "With her own husband at once, with another man, never." And she advised a woman giving in to her own husband to put off her shame with her clothes, and on leaving him to put it on again along with them. Asked, "Put on what?" She replied, "What makes me to be called a woman?" To return to Pythagoras. According to Heraclides, the son of Serapion, he was 80 years old when he died, and this agrees with his own description of the life of man, though most authorities say he was 90, and there are jesting lines of my own upon him as follows: "Not thou alone from all things animate didst keep Pythagoras. All food is dead when boiled and baked and salt be sprinkled, for then it surely is inanimate." Again, So wise was wise Pythagoras that he would touch no meats, but called it impious, bade others eat. Good wisdom, not for us to do the wrong, let others impious be. And again, if thou wouldst know the mind of old Pythagoras, look on Euphorbus's buckler and its boss. He says, I've lived before. If, when he says he was not, he was no one when he was. And again, of the manner of his death, woe, woe, whence, Pythagoras, this deep reverence for beans? Why did he fall in the midst of his disciples? A bean-field there was he durst not cross. Sooner than trample on it, he endured to be slain at the crossroads by the men of Acragas. He flourished in the 60th Olympiad, and his school lasted until the 9th or 10th generation. For the last of the Pythagoreans, whom Aristoxenus in his time saw, were Xenophilus from the Thracian Chalcidice, Phanton of Phlius, and Echecrates, Diocles, and Polymnestus, also of Phlius, who were pupils of Philolaus and Eurytus of Tarentum. There were 4 men of the name of Pythagoras living about the same time, and at no great distance from one another. 1. Of Croton, a man with tyrannical leanings. 2. Of Phlius, an athlete, some say a trainer. 3. Of Zacynthus. 4. Our subject, who discovered the secrets of philosophy and taught them, and to whom was applied the phrase, the master said, ipse dixit, which passed into a proverb of ordinary life. Some say there was also another Pythagoras, a sculptor of Rhegium, who is thought to have been the first to aim at rhythm and symmetry. Another, a sculptor of Samos. Another, a bad orator. Another, a doctor, who wrote on hernia, and also compiled some things about Homer. And yet another who, so we are told by Dionysius, wrote a history of the Dorian race. Eratosthenes says, according to what we learn from Favorinus in the 8th book of his miscellaneous history, that the last named was the first to box scientifically in the 48th Olympiad, keeping his hair long and wearing a purple robe, and that when he was excluded with ridicule from the boys' contest, he went at once to the men's and won that. This is declared by Theaetetus's epigram, Nost one Pythagoras, long-haired Pythagoras, the far-famed boxer of the Samians? I am Pythagoras. Ask the Eleans what were my feats. Thou'lt not believe the tale. Favorinus says that our philosopher used definitions throughout the subject matter of mathematics. Their use was extended by Socrates and his disciples, and afterwards by Aristotle and the Stoics. Further, we are told that he was the first to call the heaven the universe, and the earth spherical, though Theophrastus says it was Parmenides, and Zeno that it was Hesiod. It is said that Cylon was a rival of Pythagoras, as Antilochus was of Socrates. Pythagoras the athlete was also the subject of another epigram as follows. Gone to box with other lads is the lad Pythagoras, gone to the games Olympian, Crates' son, the Samian. The philosopher also wrote the following letter. Pythagoras to Anaximenes. Even you, O most excellent of men, were you no better born in fame than Pythagoras, would have risen and departed from Miletus. But now your ancestral glory has detained you, as it had detained me were I Anaximenes' peer. But if you, the best men, abandon your cities, then will their good order perish, and the peril from the Medes will increase. For always to scan the heavens is not well, but more seemly is it to be provident for one's mother country. For I too am not altogether in my discourses, but am found no less in the wars which the Italians wage with one another. Having now finished our account of Pythagoras, we have next to speak of the noteworthy Pythagoreans. After them will come the philosophers whom some denominate sporadic, i.e., belonging to no particular school, and then in the next place we will append the succession of all those worthy of notice as far as Epicurus, in the way that we promised. We have already treated of Theano and Telauges, so now we have first to speak of Empedocles, for some say he was a pupil of Pythagoras. End of section 22, read by Laura Gibbs. Section 23 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laércio, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 8, Chapter 2, Empedocles, 484 BC to 424 BC. Empedocles was, according to Hippolytus, the son of Meton and grandson of Empedocles, and was a native of Agrigentum. This is confirmed by Timaeus in the 15th book of his Histories, and he adds that Empedocles, the poet's grandfather, had been a man of distinction. Hermippus also agrees with Timaeus. So too Heraclides, in his treatise On Diseases, says that he was of an illustrious family, his grandfather having kept racehorses. Eratosthenes also in his Olympic Victories records on the authority of Aristotle that the father of Meton was a victor in the 71st Olympiad. The grammarian Apollodorus in his chronology tells us that, quote, he was the son of Meton, and Glaucus says he went to Thurii, just then founded, end quote. Then farther on he adds, quote, those who relate that, being exiled from his home, he went to Syracuse and fought in their ranks against the Athenians, seem, in my judgment at least, to be completely mistaken, for by that time either he was no longer living or in extreme old age, which is inconsistent with the story, end quote. For Aristotle and Heraclides both affirm that he died at the age of 60. The victor with the riding horse in the 71st Olympiad was, quote, this man's namesake and grandfather, end quote, so that Apollodorus in one and the same passage indicates the date as well as the facts. But Satyrus, in his Lives, states that Empedocles was the son of Exinatus, and himself left a son named Exinatus, and that in the same Olympiad Empedocles himself was victorious in the horse race, and his son in wrestling. Or, as Heraclides in his Epitome has it, in the foot race. I found in the Memorabilia of Favorinus a statement that Empedocles feasted the sacred envoys on a sacrificial ox made of honey and barley meal, and that he had a brother named Callicratides. Telauges, the son of Pythagoras, in his letter to Philolaus, calls Empedocles the son of Archinomos. That he belonged to Agrigentum in Sicily, he himself testifies at the beginning of his purifications. Quote, my friends who dwell in the great city sloping down to yellow Acragas, hard by the citadel. End quote. So much for his family. Timaeus, in the 9th book of his Histories, says he was a pupil of Pythagoras, adding that, having been convicted at that time of stealing his discourses, he was, like Plato, excluded from taking part in the discussions of the school, and further, that Empedocles himself mentions Pythagoras in the lines, quote, and there lived among them a man of superhuman knowledge, who verily possessed the greatest wealth of wisdom, end quote. Others say that it is to Parmenides that he is here referring. Neanthes states that down to the time of Philolaus and Empedocles, all Pythagoreans were admitted to the discussions. But when Empedocles himself made them public property by his poem, they made a law that they should not be imparted to any poet. He says the same thing also happened to Plato, for he too was excommunicated. But which of the Pythagoreans it was who had Empedocles for a pupil, he did not say. For the epistle commonly attributed to Telauges, and the statement that Empedocles was the pupil of both Hippasus and Brontinus, he held to be unworthy of credence. Theophrastus affirms that he was an admirer of Parmenides, and imitated him in his verses, for Parmenides too had published his treatise on nature in verse. But Hermippus's account is that he was an admirer not so much of Parmenides as of Xenophanes, with whom he in fact lived, and whose writing of poetry he imitated, and that his meeting with the Pythagoreans was subsequent. Alcidamas tells us in his treatise on physics that Zeno and Empedocles were pupils of Parmenides about the same time, that afterwards they left him, and that, while Zeno framed his own system, Empedocles became the pupil of Anaxagoras and Pythagoras, emulating the latter in dignity of life and bearing, and the former in his physical investigations. Aristotle, in his Sophist, calls Empedocles the inventor of rhetoric, as Zeno of dialectic. In his treatise on poets, he says that Empedocles was of Homer's school and powerful in diction, being great in metaphors and in the use of all other poetical devices. He also says that he wrote other poems, in particular the Invasion of Xerxes and a hymn to Apollo, which a sister of his, or, according to Hieronymus, his daughter, afterwards burnt. The hymn she destroyed unintentionally, but the poem on the Persian War deliberately, because it was unfinished. And in general terms, he says he wrote both tragedies and political discourses. But Heraclides, the son of Serapion, attributes the tragedies to a different author. Hieronymus declares that he had come across 43 of these plays, while Neanthes tells us that Empedocles wrote these tragedies in his youth, and that he, Neanthes, was acquainted with 7 of them. Satyrus, in his Lives, says that he was also a physician and an excellent orator. At all events, Gorgias of Leontini, a man preeminent in oratory and the author of a treatise on the art, had been his pupil. Of Gorgias, Apollodorus says in his Chronology that he lived to be 109. Satyrus quotes this same Gorgias as saying that he himself was present when Empedocles performed magical feats. Nay, more, he contends that Empedocles in his poems lays claim to this power and to much besides, when he says, quote, "And thou shalt learn all the drugs that are a defense to ward off ills in old age, since for thee alone shall I accomplish all this. Thou shalt arrest the violence of the unwearied winds that arise and sweep the earth, laying waste the cornfields with their blasts. And again, if thou so will, thou shalt call back winds and requital. Thou shalt make after the dark rain a seasonable drought for men, and again after the summer drought, thou shalt cause tree-nourishing streams to pour from the sky. Thou shalt bring back from Hades a dead man's strength." End quote. Timaeus also, in the 18th book of his Histories, remarks that Empedocles had been admired on many grounds. For instance, when the Etesian winds once began to blow violently and to damage the crops, he ordered asses to be flayed and bags to be made of their skin. These he stretched out here and there on the hills and headlands to catch the wind, and, because this checked the wind, he was called the wind-stayer. Heraclides, in his book on diseases, says that he furnished Pausanias with the facts about the woman in a trance. This Pausanias, according to Aristippus and Satyrus, was his bosom friend, to whom he dedicated his poem on nature thus, quote, "Give ear, Pausanias, thou son of Anchitus the wise." End quote. Moreover, he wrote an epigram upon him, quote, "The physician Pausanias, rightly so named, son of Anchitus, descendant of Asclepius, was born and bred at Gala. Many a wight, pining in fell torments, did he bring back from Persephone's inmost shrine." End quote. At all events, Heraclides testifies that the case of the woman in the trance was such that for 30 days he kept her body without pulsation, though she never breathed, and for that reason Heraclides called him not merely a physician, but a diviner as well, deriving the titles from the following lines also, quote, "My friends who dwell in the great city sloping down to yellow Acragas, hard by the citadel, busied with goodly works, all hail. I go about among you, an immortal god, no more immortal, so honored of all as is meet, crowned with fillets and flowery garlands. Straightway, as soon as I enter with these men and women into flourishing towns, I am reverenced, and tens of thousands follow to learn where is the path which leads to welfare, some desirous of oracles, others suffering from all kinds of diseases, desiring to hear a message of healing." End quote. Timaeus explains that he called Agrigentum great, inasmuch as it had 800,000 inhabitants. Hence Empedocles, he continues, speaking of their luxury, said, "The Agrigentines live delicately, as if tomorrow they would die, but they build their houses well, as if they thought they would live forever." It is said that Cleomenes the rhapsode recited this very poem, the Purifications, at Olympia, so Favorinus in his Memorabilia. Aristotle, too, declares him to have been a champion of freedom and averse to rule of every kind, seeing that, as Xanthus relates in his account of him, he declined the kingship when it was offered to him, obviously because he preferred a frugal life. With this, Timaeus agrees, at the same time giving the reason why Empedocles favored democracy, namely, that having been invited to dine with one of the magistrates, when the dinner had gone on some time and no wine was put on the table, though the other guests kept quiet, he, becoming indignant, ordered wine to be brought. Then the host confessed that he was waiting for the servant of the Senate to appear. When he came, he was made master of the revels, clearly by the arrangement of the host, whose design of making himself tyrant was but thinly veiled, for he ordered the guests either to drink wine or have it poured over their heads. For the time being, Empedocles was reduced to silence. The next day he impeached both of them, the host and the master of the revels, and secured their condemnation and execution. This, then, was the beginning of his political career. Again, when Acron the physician asked the council for a site on which to build a monument to his father, who had been eminent among physicians, Empedocles came forward and forbade it in a speech where he enlarged upon equality, and in particular put the following question, quote, "But what inscription shall we put upon it? Shall it be this? Acron, the eminent physician of Agrigentum, son of Acros, is buried beneath the steep eminence of his most eminent native city." End quote. Others give as the second line, quote, "is laid in an exalted tomb on a most exalted peak." End quote. Some attribute this couplet to Simonides. Subsequently, Empedocles broke up the Assembly of the Thousand 3 years after it had been set up, which proves not only that he was wealthy, but that he favored the popular cause. At all events, Timaeus, in his 11th and 12th books, for he mentions him more than once, states that he seems to have held opposite views when in public life and when writing poetry. In some passages, one may see that he is boastful and selfish. At any rate, these are his words, quote, "All hail! I go among you an immortal god, no more a mortal, etc." End quote. At the time when he visited Olympia, he demanded an excessive deference, so that never was anyone so talked about in gatherings of friends as Empedocles. Subsequently, however, when Agrigentum came to regret him, the descendants of his personal enemies opposed his return home, and this was why he went to Peloponnesus, where he died. Nor did Timon let even him alone, but fastens upon him in these words, quote, "Empedocles, too, mouthing tawdry verses, to all that had independent force he gave a separate existence, and the principles he chose need others to explain them." End quote. As to his death, different accounts are given. Thus Heraclides, after telling the story of the woman in a trance, how that Empedocles became famous because he had sent away the dead woman alive, goes on to say that he was offering a sacrifice close to the field of Pasianax. Some of his friends had been invited to the sacrifice, including Pausanias. Then, after the feast, the remainder of the company dispersed and retired to rest, some under the trees in the adjoining field, others wherever they chose, while Empedocles himself remained on the spot where he had reclined at table. At daybreak all got up, and he was the only one missing. A search was made, and they questioned the servants, who said they did not know where he was. Thereupon someone said that in the middle of the night he heard an exceedingly loud voice calling Empedocles. Then he got up and beheld a light in the heavens and a glitter of lamps, but nothing else. His hearers were amazed at what had occurred, and Pausanias came down and sent people to search for him. But later he bade them take no further trouble, for things beyond expectation had happened to him, and it was their duty to sacrifice to him, since he was now a god. Hermippus tells us that Empedocles cured Panthea, a woman of Agrigentum, who had been given up by the physicians, and this was why he was offering sacrifice, and that those invited were about 80 in number. Hippolytus again asserts that, when he got up, he set out on his way to Etna. Then, when he had reached it, he plunged into the fiery craters and disappeared, his intention being to confirm the report that he had become a god. Afterwards the truth was known, because one of his slippers was thrown up in the flames. It had been his custom to wear slippers of bronze. To this story Pausanias is made by Heraclides to take exception. Diodorus of Ephesus, when writing of Anaximander, declares that Empedocles emulated him, displaying theatrical arrogance and wearing stately robes. We are told that the people of Selinus suffered from pestilence, owing to the noisome smells from the river hard by, so that the citizens themselves perished and their women died in childbirth, that Empedocles conceived the plan of bringing 2 neighboring rivers to the place at his own expense, and that by this admixture he sweetened the waters. When in this way the pestilence had been stayed, and the Selanuntines were feasting on the river bank, Empedocles appeared, and the company rose up and worshipped and prayed to him as to a god. It was then to confirm this belief of theirs that he leaped into the fire. These stories are contradicted by Timaeus, who expressly says that he left Sicily for Peloponnesus and never returned at all. And this is the reason Timaeus gives for the fact that the manner of his death is unknown. He replies to Heraclides, whom he mentions by name, in his 14th book. Pisianax, he says, was a citizen of Syracuse and possessed no land at Agrigentum. Further, if such a story had been in circulation, Pausanias would have set up a monument to his friend as to a god, in the form of a statue or shrine, for he was a wealthy man. How came he, adds Timaeus, to leap into the craters, which he had never once mentioned, though they were not far off? He must then have died in Peloponnesus. It is not at all surprising that his tomb is not found. The same is true of many other men. After urging some such arguments, Timaeus goes on to say, but Heraclides is everywhere just a collector of absurdities, telling us, for instance, that a man dropped down to earth from the moon. Hippolytus assures us that formerly there was in Agrigentum a statue of Empedocles with his head covered, and afterwards another with the head uncovered in front of the Senate house at Rome, which plainly the Romans had removed to that site. For portrait statues with inscriptions are extant even now. Neanthes of Cyzicus, who tells us about the Pythagoreans, relates that after the death of Meton, the germs of a tyranny began to show themselves, that then it was Empedocles who persuaded the Agrigentines to put an end to their factions and cultivate equality in politics. Moreover, from his abundant means he bestowed dowries upon many of the maidens of the city who had no dowry. No doubt it was the same means that enabled him to don a purple robe and over it a golden girdle, as Favorinus relates in his Memorabilia, and again slippers of bronze and a Delphic laurel wreath. He had thick hair and a train of boy attendants. He himself was always grave and kept this gravity of demeanor unshaken. In such sort would he appear in public. When the citizens met him, they recognized in this demeanor the stamp, as it were, of royalty. But afterwards, as he was going in a carriage to Messene to attend some festival, he fell and broke his thigh. And this brought an illness, which caused his death at the age of 77. Moreover, his tomb is in Megara. As to his age, Aristotle's account is different, for he makes him to have been 60 when he died, while others make him 109. He flourished in the 84th Olympiad. Demetrius of Troezen, in his pamphlet Against the Sophists, said of him, adapting the words of Homer, quote, "He tied a noose that hung aloft from a tall cornel tree and thrust his neck into it, and his soul went down to Hades." End quote. In the short letter of Talauges, which was mentioned above, it is stated that by reason of his age he slipped into the sea and was drowned. Thus and thus much of his death. There is an epigram of my own on him, in my Pametros, in a satirical vein, as follows, quote, "Thou, Empedocles, didst cleanse thy body with nimble flame, fire didst thou drink from everlasting bowls. I will not say that of thine own will thou didst hurl thyself into the stream of Etna. Thou didst fall in against thy will, when thou wouldst fain not have been found out." End quote. And another, quote, "Verily, there is a tale about the death of Empedocles, how that once he fell from a carriage and broke his right thigh. But if he leaped into the bowels of fire, and so took a draught of life, how was it that his tomb was shown still in Megara?" End quote. His doctrines were as follows: that there are 4 elements, fire, water, earth, and air, besides friendship, by which these are united, and strife, by which they are separated. These are his words, quote, "Shining Zeus and life-bringing Hera, Idoneus and Nestus, who lets flow from her tears the source of mortal life," end quote, where by Zeus he means fire, by Hera earth, by Idoneus air, and by Nestus water. And their continuous change, he says, never ceases, as if this ordering of things were eternal. At all events, he goes on, quote, "At one time all things uniting in one through love, at another each carried in a different direction through the hatred born of strife." End quote. The sun he calls a vast collection of fire and larger than the moon. The moon, he says, is of the shape of a quoit, and the heaven itself crystalline. The soul, again, assumes all the various forms of animals and plants. At any rate, he says, quote, "Before now I was born a boy and a maid, a bush and a bird, and a dumb fish leaping out of the sea." End quote. His poems on nature and purifications run to 5,000 lines, his discourse on medicine to 600. Of the tragedies we have spoken above. End of section 23, read by Laura Gibbs. Section 24 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 8, Chapter 3, Epicharmus, circa 550 to 460 BC. Epicharmus of Cos, son of Philothales, was another pupil of Pythagoras. When 3 months old, he was sent to Megara in Sicily, and thence to Syracuse, as he tells us in his own writings. On his statue, this epigram is written: "If the great sun outshines the other stars, if the great sea is mightier than the streams, so Epicharmus's wisdom all excelled, whom Syracuse his fatherland thus crowned." He has left memoirs containing his physical, ethical, and medical doctrines, and he has made marginal notes in most of the memoirs, which clearly show that they were written by him. He died at the age of 90. End of section 24, read by Laura Gibbs. Section 25 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 8, Chapter 4, Archytas, 4th century BC. Archytas of Tarentum, son of Mnasagoras, or, if we may believe Aristoxenus, of Hestiaeus, was another of the Pythagoreans. He it was whose letters saved Plato when he was about to be put to death by Dionysius. He was generally admired for his excellence in all fields. Thus he was generalissimo of his city 7 times, while the law excluded all others, even from a second year of command. We have 2 letters written to him by Plato, he having first written to Plato in these terms: "Archytas wishes Plato good health. You have done well to get rid of your ailment, as we learn both from your own message and through Lemniscus that you have. We attended to the matter of the memoirs, and went up to Lucania, where we found the true progeny of Ocellus, to wit, his writings. We did get the works on law, on kingship, of piety, and on the origin of the universe, all of which we have sent on to you. But the rest are at present nowhere to be found. If they should turn up, you shall have them. This is Archytas's letter, and Plato's answer is as follows. Plato to Archytas, greeting. I was overjoyed to get the memoirs which you sent, and I am very greatly pleased with the writer of them. He seems to be a right worthy descendant of his distant forebears. They came, so it is said, from Myra, and were among those who immigrated from Troy in Laomedon's time. Really good men, as the traditional story shows. Those memoirs of mine, about which you wrote, are not yet in a fit state. But such as they are, I have sent them on to you. We both agree about their custody, so I need not give any advice on that head. Farewell. These then are the letters which passed between them. 4 men have borne the name of Archytas. 1, our subject. 2, a musician of Mytilene. 3, the compiler of a work on agriculture. 4, a writer of epigrams. Some speak of a 5th, an architect, to whom is attributed a book on mechanism, which begins like this. These things I learnt from Teucer of Carthage. A tale is told of the musician, that, when it was cast in his teeth that he could not be heard, he replied, Well, my instrument shall speak for me, and win the day. Aristoxenus says that our Pythagorean was never defeated during his whole generalship, though he once resigned it owing to bad feeling against him, whereupon the army at once fell into the hands of the enemy. He was the first to bring mechanics to a system by applying mathematical principles. He also first employed mechanical motion in a geometrical construction, namely, when he tried, by means of a section of a half-cylinder, to find 2 mean proportionals in order to duplicate the cube. In geometry, too, he was the first to discover the cube, as Plato says in his Republic. End of section 25. Read by Laura Gibbs. Section 26 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laércio, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 8, Chapters 5 through 7. Alcmaeon, Hippasus, Philolaus. Chapter 5. Alcmaeon. Alcmaeon of Croton, another disciple of Pythagoras, wrote chiefly on medicine, but now and again he touches on natural philosophy, as when he says, Most human affairs go in pairs. He is thought to have been the first to compile a physical treatise, so we learn from Favorinus in his Miscellaneous History, and he said that the moon, and generally the heavenly bodies, are in their nature eternal. He was the son of Pirithous, as he himself tells us at the beginning of his treatise. These are the words of Alcmaeon of Croton, son of Pirithous, which he spake to Brotanus, Leon, and Bathyllus. Of things invisible, as of mortal things, only the gods have certain knowledge, but to us, as men, only inference from evidence is possible, and so on. He held also that the soul is immortal, and that it is continually in motion, like the sun. Chapter 6. Hippasus, 4th century B.C. Hippasus of Metapontum was another Pythagorean, who held that there is a definite time which the changes in the universe take to complete, and that the all is limited and ever in motion. According to Demetrius in his work on men of the same name, he left nothing in writing. There were 2 men named Hippasus, one being our subject, and the other a man who wrote the Laconian Constitution in 5 books, and he himself was a Lacedaemonian. Chapter 7. Philolaus, perhaps late 5th century. Philolaus of Croton was a Pythagorean, and it was from him that Plato requests Dion to buy the Pythagorean treatises. He, Dion, was put to death because he was thought to be aiming at a tyranny. This is what we have written upon him. Fancies of all things are most flattering. If you intend, but do not, you are lost. So Croton taught Philolaus to his cost, who fancied he would like to be their king. His doctrine is that all things are brought about by necessity, and in harmonious interrelation. He was the first to declare that the earth moves in a circle, though some say that it was Hicetus of Syracuse. He wrote 1 book, and it was this work which, according to Hermippus, some writer said that Plato, the philosopher, when he went to Sicily to Dionysius's court, bought from Philolaus's relatives for the sum of 40 Alexandrine minas of silver, from which also the Timaeus was transcribed. Others say that Plato received it as a present for having procured from Dionysius the release of a young disciple of Philolaus who had been cast into prison. According to Demetrius, in his work on men of the same name, Philolaus was the first to publish the Pythagorean treatises, to which he gave the title On Nature, beginning as follows: Nature, in the ordered universe, was composed of unlimited and limiting elements, and so was the whole universe and all that is therein. End of section 26. Read by Laura Gibbs. Section 27 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 8, Chapter 8, Eudoxus, circa 407 to 357 BC. Eudoxus of Cnidos, the son of Aeschines, was an astronomer, a geometer, a physician, and a legislator. He learned geometry from Archytas, and medicine from Philistion the Sicilian, as Callimachus tells us in his tables. Sotion, in his Successions of Philosophers, says that he was also a pupil of Plato. When he was about 23 years old, and in straitened circumstances, he was attracted by the reputation of the Socratics, and set sail for Athens with Theomedon the physician, who provided for his wants. Some even say that he was Theomedon's favorite. Having disembarked at Piraeus, he went up every day to Athens, and, when he had attended the Sophists' lectures, returned again to the port. After spending 2 months there, he went home, and, aided by the liberality of his friends, he proceeded to Egypt with Chrysippus the physician, bearing with him letters of introduction from Agesilaus to Nectanebus, who recommended him to the priests. There he remained 1 year and 4 months, with his beard and eyebrows shaved, and there, some say, he wrote his Octiateris. From there he went to Cyzicus and the Propontis, giving lectures. Afterwards he came to the court of Mausolus. Then at length he returned to Athens, bringing with him a great number of pupils. According to some, this was for the purpose of annoying Plato, who had originally passed him over. Some say that when Plato gave a banquet, Eudoxus, owing to the numbers present, introduced the fashion of arranging couches in a semicircle. Nicomachus, the son of Aristotle, states that he declared pleasure to be the good. He was received in his native city with great honor, proof of this being the decree concerning him. But he also became famous throughout Greece as legislator for his fellow citizens, so we learn from Hermippus in his 4th book on the 7 Sages, and as the author of astronomical and geometrical treatises and other important works. He had 3 daughters, Actis, Philtis, and Delphis. Eratosthenes, in his writings addressed to Baton, tells us that he also composed dialogues of dogs. Others say that they were written by Egyptians in their own language, and that he translated them and published them in Greece. Chrysippus of Cnidos, the son of Irenaeus, attended his lectures on the gods, the world, and the phenomena of the heavens. While in medicine, he was the pupil of Philistion the Sicilian. Eudoxus also left some excellent commentaries. He had a son, Aristagoras, who had a son, Chrysippus, the pupil of Aethlius. To this Chrysippus we owe a medical work on the treatment of the eye, speculations upon nature having occupied his mind. 3 men have borne the name of Eudoxus. 1, our present subject. 2, a historian of Rhodes. 3, a Sicilian Greek, the son of Agathocles, a comic poet, who 3 times won the prize in the city Dionysia, and 5 times at the Lenaea, so we are told by Apollodorus in his chronology. We also find another physician of Cnidos mentioned by Eudoxus in his geography as advising people to be always exercising their limbs by every form of gymnastics, and their sense organs in the same way. The same authority, Apollodorus, states that Eudoxus of Cnidos flourished about the 103rd Olympiad, and that he discovered the properties of curves. He died in his 53rd year. When he was in Egypt with Canufus of Heliopolis, the sacred bull Apis licked his cloak. From this the priest foretold that he would be famous, but short-lived. So we are informed by Favorinus in his Memorabilia. There is a poem of our own upon him, which runs thus. It is said that at Memphis Eudoxus learned his coming fate from the bull with beautiful horns. No words did it utter, for whence comes speech to a bull? Nature did not provide the young bull Apis with a chattering tongue, but standing sideways by him, it licked his robe, by which it plainly prophesied, "You shall soon die." Whereupon, soon after, this fate overtook him, when he had seen 53 risings of the Pleiades. Eudoxus used to be called Indoxus, illustrious, instead of Eudoxus, by reason of his brilliant reputation. Having now dealt with the famous Pythagoreans, let us next discuss the so-called sporadic philosophers, and first we must speak of Heraclitus. End of section 27, read by Laura Gibbs. Section 28 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2 by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 9, Chapter 1, Heraclitus. Heraclitus, son of Bloson, or, according to some, of Heracon, was a native of Ephesus. He flourished in the 69th Olympiad. He was lofty-minded beyond all other men, and overweening, as is clear from his book in which he says, quote, "Much learning does not teach understanding, else would it have taught Hesiod and Pythagoras, or again Xenophanes and Hecataeus." End quote. For, quote, "This one thing is wisdom, to understand thought, as that which guides all the world everywhere." End quote. And he used to say that, quote, "Homer deserved to be chased out of the lists and beaten with rods, and Archilochus likewise." End quote. Again he would say, quote, "There is more need to extinguish insolence than an outbreak of fire." And "The people must fight for the law as for the city walls." End quote. He attacks the Ephesians, too, for banishing his friend Hermodorus. He says, quote, The Ephesians would do well to end their lives, every grown man of them, and leave the city to beardless boys, for that they have driven out Hermodorus, the worthiest man among them, saying, We will have none who is worthiest among us. Or, if there be any such, let him go elsewhere and consort with others." End quote. And when he was requested by them to make laws, he scorned the request, because the state was already in the grip of a bad constitution. He would retire to the temple of Artemis and play at knucklebones with the boys. And when the Ephesians stood round him and looked on, "Why, you rascals," he said, "are you astonished? Is it not better to do this than to take part in your civil life?" Finally, he became a hater of his kind and wandered on the mountains, and there he continued to live, making his diet of grass and herbs. However, when this gave him dropsy, he made his way back to the city and put this riddle to the physicians, whether they were competent to create a drought after heavy rain. They could make nothing of this, whereupon he buried himself in a cowshed, expecting that the noxious, damp humor would be drawn out of him by the warmth of the manure. But as even this was of no avail, he died at the age of 60. There is a piece of my own about him as follows, quote, "Often have I wondered how it came about that Heraclitus endured to live in this miserable fashion and then to die. For a fell disease flooded his body with water, quenched the light in his eyes, and brought on darkness." End quote. Hermippus, too, says that he asked the doctors whether anyone could, by emptying the intestines, draw off the moisture. And when they said it was impossible, he put himself in the sun and bade his servants plaster him over with cow dung. Being thus stretched and prone, he died the next day and was buried in the marketplace. Neanthes of Cyzicus states that, being unable to tear off the dung, he remained as he was, and, being unrecognizable when so transformed, he was devoured by dogs. He was exceptional from his boyhood, for when a youth he used to say that he knew nothing, although when he was grown up he claimed that he knew everything. He was nobody's pupil, but he declared that he, quote, "inquired of himself," end quote, and learned everything from himself. Some, however, had said that he had been a pupil of Xenophanes, as we learn from Sotion, who also tells us that Ariston, in his book on Heraclitus, declares that he was cured of the dropsy and died of another disease, and Hippolytus has the same story. As to the work which passes as his, it is a continuous treatise on nature, but is divided into 3 discourses, one on the universe, another on politics, and a third on theology. This book he deposited in the temple of Artemis, and, according to some, he deliberately made it the more obscure, in order that none but adepts should approach it, unless familiarity should breed contempt. Of our philosopher, Timon gives a sketch in these words, quote, "In their midst uprose shrill, cuckoo-like, a mob reviler, riddling Heraclitus." End quote. Theophrastus puts it down to melancholy that some parts of his work are half finished, while other parts make a strange medley. As a proof of his magnanimity, Antisthenes, in his Successions of Philosophers, cites the fact that he renounced his claim to the kingship in favor of his brother. So great fame did his book win that a sect was founded and called the Heracliteans after him. Here is a general summary of his doctrines. All things are composed of fire, and into fire they are again resolved. Further, all things come about by destiny, and existent things are brought into harmony by the clash of opposing currents. Again, all things are filled with souls and divinities. He has also given an account of all the orderly happenings in the universe, and declares the sun to be no larger than it appears. Another of his sayings is, quote, "Of soul thou shalt never find boundaries, not if thou trackest it on every path, so deep is its cause." End quote. Self-conceit he used to call a falling sickness, epilepsy, and eyesight a lying sense. Sometimes, however, his utterances are clear and distinct, so that even the dullest can easily understand and derive therefrom elevation of soul. For brevity and weightiness, his exposition is incomparable. Coming now to his particular tenets, we may state them as follows. Fire is the element. All things are exchanged for fire and come into being by rarefaction and condensation, but of this he gives no clear explanation. All things come into being by conflict of opposites, and the sum of things flows like a stream. Further, all that is limited and forms one world, and it is alternately born from fire and again resolved into fire in fixed cycles to all eternity, and this is determined by destiny. Of the opposites, that which tends to birth or creation is called war and strife, and that which tends to destruction by fire is called concord in peace. Change he called a pathway up and down, and this determines the birth of the world. For fire, by contracting, turns into moisture, and this, condensing, turns into water. Water again, when congealed, turns into earth. This process he calls the downward path. Then again, earth is liquefied, and thus gives rise to water, and from water the rest of the series is derived. He reduces nearly everything to exhalation from the sea. This process is the upward path. Exhalations arise from earth as well as from sea. Those from sea are bright and pure, those from earth dark. Fire is fed by the bright exhalations, the moist element by the others. He does not make clear the nature of the surrounding element. He says, however, that there are in it bowls with their concavities turned towards us, in which the bright exhalations collect and produce flames. These are the stars. The flame of the sun is the brightest and the hottest. The other stars are further from the earth, and for that reason give it less light and heat. The moon, which is nearer to the earth, traverses a region which is not pure. The sun, however, moves in a clear and untroubled region and keeps a proportionate distance from us. That is why it gives us more heat and light. Eclipses of the sun and moon occur when the bowls are turned upwards. The monthly phases of the moon are due to the bowl turning round in its place little by little. Day and night, months, seasons and years, rains and winds and other similar phenomena are accounted for by the various exhalations. Thus the bright exhalation, set aflame in the hollow orb of the sun, produces day. The opposite exhalation, when it has got the mastery, causes night. The increase of warmth due to the bright exhalation produces summer, whereas the preponderance of moisture due to the dark exhalation brings about winter. His explanations of other phenomena are in harmony with this. He gives no account of the nature of the earth, nor even of the bowls. These, then, were his opinions. The story told by Ariston of Socrates, and his remarks when he came upon the book of Heraclitus, which Euripides brought him, I have mentioned in my Life of Socrates. However, Seleucus, the grammarian, says that a certain Croton relates in his book, called The Diver, that the said work of Heraclitus was first brought into Greece by one Crates, who further said it required a Delian diver not to be drowned in it. The title given to it by some is The Muses, by others Concerning Nature, but Diodotus calls it, quote, a helm unerring for the rule of life, end quote. Others, quote, a guide of conduct, the keel of the whole world, for one and all alike, end quote. We are told that when asked why he kept silence, he replied, quote, why, to let you chatter, end quote. Darius, too, was eager to make his acquaintance, and wrote to him as follows, quote, King Darius, son of Hytaspes, to Heraclitus, the wise man of Ephesus, greeting. You are the author of a treatise on nature, which is hard to understand and hard to interpret. In certain parts, if it be interpreted word for word, it seems to contain a power of speculation on the whole universe and all that goes on within it, which depends upon motion most divine. But for the most part, judgment is suspended, so that even those who are the most conversant with literature are at a loss to know what is the right interpretation of your work. Accordingly, King Darius, son of Hytaspes, wishes to enjoy your instruction and Greek culture. Come then with all speed to see me at my palace, for the Greeks as a rule are not prone to mark their wise men, nay, they neglect their excellent precepts, which make for good hearing and learning. But at my court there is secured for you every privilege and daily conversation of a good and worthy kind, and a life in keeping with your counsels. End quote. Quote, Heraclitus of Ephesus to King Darius, son of Hytaspes, greeting. All men upon earth hold aloof from truth and justice, while, by reason of wicked folly, they devote themselves to avarice and thirst for popularity. But I, being forgetful of all wickedness, shunning the general satiety which is closely joined with envy, and because I have a horror of splendor, could not come to Persia, being content with little, when that little is to my mind. End quote. So independent was he, even when dealing with a king. Demetrius, in his book On Men of the Same Name, says that he despised even the Athenians, although held by them in the highest estimation, and, notwithstanding that the Ephesians thought little of him, he preferred his own home the more. Demetrius of Phalerum, too, mentions him in his Defense of Socrates, and the commentators on his work are very numerous, including, as they do, Antisthenes and Heraclides of Pontus, Cleanthes and Spherus the Stoic, and again Pausanias, who was called the imitator of Heraclitus, Nicomedes, Dionysius, and, among the grammarians, Diodotus. The latter affirms that it is not a treatise upon nature, but upon government, the physical part serving merely for illustration. Hieronymus tells us that Scythinus, the satirical poet, undertook to put the discourse of Heraclitus into verse. He is the subject of many epigrams, and amongst them of this one, quote, Heraclitus am I, why do ye drag me up and down, ye illiterate? It was not for you I toiled, but for such as understand me. One man in my sight is a match for 30,000, but the countless host do not make a single one. This I proclaim, yea, in the halls of Persephone. End quote. Another runs as follows, quote, Do not be in too great a hurry to get to the end of Heraclitus the Ephesian's book. The path is hard to travel. Gloom is there, and darkness devoid of light. But if an initiate be your guide, the path shines brighter than sunlight. End quote. 5 men have borne the name of Heraclitus. 1, our philosopher. 2, a lyric poet who wrote a hymn of praise to the 12 gods. 3, an elegiac poet of Halicarnassus, on whom Callimachus wrote the following epitaph, quote, They told me, Heraclitus, they told me you were dead. They brought me bitter news to hear, and bitter tears to shed. I wept as I remembered how often you and I had tired the sun with talking, and sent him down the sky. And now that thou art lying, my dear old carrion guest, a handful of grey ashes, long, long ago at rest, still are thy pleasant voices, thy nightingales, awake. For death, he taketh all away, but them he cannot take. End quote. 4. A lesbian who wrote a history of Macedonia. And 5. A jester who adopted this profession after having been a musician. End of section 28, read by Laura Gibbs. Section 29 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laércio, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Section 29, Book 9, Chapter 2, Xenophanes, 570 to 478 BC. Xenophanes, a native of Colophon, the son of Dexius, or, according to Apollodorus, of Orthomenes, is praised by Timon, whose words at all events are, quote, Xenophanes, not over-proud, perverter of Homer, castigator, end quote. He was banished from his native city and lived at Zancle in Sicily, and having joined the colony planted at Elea, taught there. He also lived in Catana. According to some, he was no man's pupil. According to others, he was a pupil of Boton of Athens, or, as some say, of Archelaus. Sotion makes him a contemporary of Anaximander. His writings are in epic meter, as well as elegiacs and iambics attacking Hesiod and Homer, and denouncing what they said about the gods. Furthermore, he used to recite his own poems. It is stated that he opposed the views of Thales and Pythagoras, and attacked Epimenides also. He lived to a very great age, as his own words somewhere testify. 67 are now the years that have been tossing my cares up and down the land of Greece, and there were then 25 years more from my birth up, if I know how to speak truly about these things. He holds that there are 4 elements of existent things, and worlds unlimited in number, but not overlapping in time. Clouds are formed when the vapor from the sun is carried upwards and lifts them into the surrounding air. The substance of God is spherical, in no way resembling man. He is all eye and all ear, but does not breathe. He is the totality of mind and thought, and is eternal. Xenophanes was the first to declare that everything which comes into being is doomed to perish, and that the soul is breath. He also said that the mass of things falls short of thought, and again that our encounters with tyrants should be as few, or else as pleasant, as possible. When Empedocles remarked to him that it is impossible to find a wise man, naturally, he replied, for it takes a wise man to recognize a wise man. Sotion says that he was the first to maintain that all things are incognizable, but Sotion is in error. One of his poems is The Founding of Colophon, and another, The Settlement of a Colony at Elea in Italy, making 2,000 lines in all. He flourished about the 60th Olympiad. That he buried his sons with his own hands, like Anaxagoras, is stated by Demetrius of Phalerum in his work on old age, and by Pinetius the Stoic in his book of cheerfulness. He is believed to have been sold into slavery by, and to have been set free by, the Pythagoreans Parmeniscus and Orestades. So Favorinus in the first book of his Memorabilia. There was also another Xenophanes of Lesbos, an iambic poet. Such were the sporadic philosophers. End of section 29. read by Laura Gibbs. Section 30 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laércio, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Section 30. Book 9, Chapter 3, Parmenides. Floruit, circa 500 BC. Parmenides, a native of Elea, son of Pires, was a pupil of Xenophanes. Theophrastus, in his Epitome, makes him a pupil of Anaximander. Parmenides, however, though he was instructed by Xenophanes, was no follower of his. According to Sotion, he also associated with Aemenius the Pythagorean, who was the son of Diocatus, and a worthy gentleman, though poor. This Aemenius he was more inclined to follow, and on his death he built a shrine to him, being himself of illustrious birth and possessed of great wealth. Moreover, it was Aemenius and not Xenophanes who led him to adopt the peaceful life of a student. He was the first to declare that the earth is spherical and is situated in the center of the universe. He held that there were two elements, fire and earth, and that the former discharged the function of a craftsman, the latter of his material. The generation of man proceeded from the sun as first cause. Heat and cold, of which all things consist, surpass the sun itself. Again, he held that soul and mind are one and the same, as Theophrastus mentions in his Physics, where he is setting forth the tenets of almost all the schools. He divided his philosophy into two parts, dealing the one with truth, the other with opinion. Hence he somewhere says, "Thou must needs learn all things, as well the unshakable heart of well-rounded truth, as the opinions of mortals, in which there is no sure trust." Our philosopher, too, commits his doctrines to verse, just as did Hesiod, Xenophanes, and Empedocles. He made reason the standard, and pronounced sensations to be inexact. At all events, his words are, "And let not long practice want force thee to tread this path, to be governed by an aimless eye, an echoing ear, and a tongue, but do thou with understanding bring the much contested issue to decision." Hence Timon says of him, "And the strength of high-souled Parmenides, of no diverse opinions, who introduced thought instead of imagination's deceit." It was about him that Plato wrote a dialogue with the title Parmenides, or Concerning Ideas. He flourished in the 69th Olympiad. He is believed to have been the first to detect the identity of Hesperus, the evening star, and Phosphorus, the morning star. So Favorinus in the 5th book of his Memorabilia. But others attribute this to Pythagoras, whereas Callimachus holds that the poem in question was not the work of Pythagoras. Parmenides is said to have served his native city as a legislator, so we learn from Speusippus in his book On Philosophers. Also, to have been the first to use the argument known as Achilles and the tortoise, so Favorinus tells us in his miscellaneous history. There was also another Parmenides, a rhetorician, who wrote a treatise on his art. End of section 30, read by Laura Gibbs. Section 31 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius, translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 9, Chapter 4, Melissus. Melissus, the son of Eteogenes, was a native of Samos. He was a pupil of Parmenides. Moreover, he came into relations with Heraclitus, on which occasion the latter was introduced by him to the Ephesians, who did not know him, as Democritus was to the citizens of Abdera by Hippocrates. He took part also in politics, and won the approval of his countrymen, and for this reason he was elected admiral and won more admiration than ever through his own merit. In his view, the universe was unlimited, unchangeable, and immovable, and was one, uniform, and full of matter. There was no real, but only apparent motion. Moreover, he said that we ought not to make any statements about the gods, for it was impossible to have knowledge of them. According to Apollodorus, he flourished in the 84th Olympiad. End of section 31, read by Laura Gibbs.
Section 32 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 9, Chapter 5. Zeno of Elea. Zeno was a citizen of Elea. Apollodorus, in his chronology, says that he was the son of Teleutogoras by birth, but of Parmenides by adoption, while Parmenides was the son of Pyrrhus. Of Zeno and Melissus, Timon speaks thus: Great Zeno's strength, which never known to fail, on each side urged on each side could prevail. In marshalling arguments, Melissus too, more skilled than many a one, and matched by few. Zeno then was all through a pupil of Parmenides and his bosom friend. He was tall in stature, as Plato says in his Parmenides. The same philosopher mentions him in his Sophist, and calls him the Eleatic Palamedes. Aristotle says that Zeno was the inventor of dialectic, as Empedocles was of rhetoric. He was a truly noble character, both as philosopher and as politician. At all events, his extant books are brimful of intellect. Again, he plotted to overthrow Nearchus the tyrant, or, according to others, Diomedon, but was arrested. So Heraclides in his Epitome of Satyrus. On that occasion he was cross-examined as to his accomplices and about the arms which he was conveying to Lipara. He denounced all the tyrant's own friends, wishing to make him destitute of supporters. Then, saying that he had something to tell him about certain people in his privateer, he laid hold of it with his teeth and did not let go until stabbed to death, meeting the same fate as Aristogiton the tyrannicide. Demetrius, in his work of Men of the Same Name, says that he bit off not the ear but the nose. According to Antisthenes, in his Successions of Philosophers, after informing against the tyrant's friends, he was asked by the tyrant whether there was anyone else in the plot, whereupon he replied, "Yes, you, the curse of the city." And to the bystanders he said, "I marvel at your cowardice, that for fear of any of those things which I am now enduring, you should be the tyrant's slaves." And at last he bit off his tongue and spat it at him, and his fellow citizens were so worked upon that they forthwith stoned the tyrant to death. In this version of the story most authors nearly agree, but Hermippus says he was cast into a mortar and beaten to death. Of him also I have written as follows: You wished, Zeno, and noble was your wish, to slay the tyrant and set Elea free from bondage. But you were crushed, for as all know, the tyrant caught you and beat you in a mortar. But what is that I say? It was your body that he beat, and not you. In all other respects, Zeno was a gallant man, and in particular he despised the great no less than Heraclitus. For example, his native place, the Phocaean colony, once known as Hyele, and afterwards as Elea, a city of moderate size, skilled in nothing but to rear brave men, he preferred before all the splendor of Athens, hardly paying the Athenians a visit, but living all his life at home. He was the first to propound the argument of the Achilles, which Phavorinus attributes to Parmenides, and many other arguments. His views are as follows. There are worlds, but there is no empty space. The substance of all things came from hot and cold, and dry and moist, which change into one another. The generation of man proceeds from earth, and the soul is formed by a union of all the foregoing, so blended that no one element predominates. We are told that once, when he was reviled, he lost his temper, and in reply to someone who blamed him for this, he said, "If when I am abused I pretend that I am not, then neither shall I be aware of it if I am praised." The fact that there were 8 men of the name of Zeno we have already mentioned under Zeno of Citium. Our philosopher flourished in the 79th Olympiad. End of section 32. Section 33 of Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Volume 2, by Diógenes Laertius. Translated by Robert Drew Hicks. Book 9, Chapter 6, Leucippus. Leucippus was born at Elea, but some say at Abdera, and others at Miletus. He was a pupil of Zeno. His views were these. The sum of things is unlimited, and they all change into one another. The all includes the empty as well as the full. The worlds are formed when atoms fall into the void, and are entangled with one another. And from their motion, as they increase in bulk, arises the substance of the stars. The sun revolves in a larger circle around the moon. The earth rides steadily, being whirled about the center. Its shape is like that of a drum. Leucippus was the first to set up atoms as first principles. Such is a general summary of his views. On particular points they are as follows. He declares the all to be unlimited, as already stated. But of the all, part is full and part empty, and these he calls elements. Out of them arise the worlds, unlimited in number, and into them they are dissolved. This is how the worlds are formed. In a given section, many atoms of all manner of shapes are carried from the unlimited into the vast empty space. These collect together and form a single vortex, in which they jostle against each other, and circling round in every possible way, separate off by like atoms joining like. And the atoms being so numerous that they can no longer revolve in equilibrium, the light ones pass into the empty space outside, as if they were being winnowed. The remainder keep together, and becoming entangled go on their circuit together, and form a primary spherical system. This parts off like a shell, enclosing within it atoms of all kinds, and as these are whirled round by virtue of the resistance of the center, the enclosing shell becomes thinner, the adjacent atoms continually combining when they touch the vortex. In this way the earth is formed by portions brought to the center coalescing. And again, even the outer shell grows larger by the influx of atoms from outside, and as it is carried round in the vortex, adds to itself whatever atoms it touches. And of these some portions are locked together and form a mass, at first damp and miry, but when they have dried and revolve with the universal vortex, they afterwards take fire and form the substance of the stars. The orbit of the sun is the outermost, that of the moon nearest to the earth. The orbits of the other heavenly bodies lie between these two. All the stars are set on fire by the speed of their motion. The burning of the sun is also helped by the stars. The moon is only slightly kindled. The sun and the moon are eclipsed, when but the obliquity of the zodiacal circle is due to the inclination of the earth to the south. The regions of the north are always shrouded in mist, and are extremely cold and frozen. Eclipses of the sun are rare. Eclipses of the moon constantly occur, and this because their orbits are unequal. As the world is born, so too it grows, decays, and perishes, in virtue of some necessity, the nature of which he does not specify. End of section 33.